Tayo nagbabalik muli dito sa Kings of PH Playoffs natin this 2025. Kami muli ang inyong mga kasamang mga casters, Mochi at Ramon nga pala at your service. And tignan naman natin no, ang nangyari kanina. We have a 13-7 score line wherein namayagpag ang Chronicles Esports versus Orion. Anong masasabi mo doon, Ramon?
Nayanig ang kanilang mga forces dahil napakalinis ng kanilang communication at nag-step up ang mga support players natin. Something that we normally expect from a team like Chronicles, diba? Their team really relying upon yung kanilang clear-cut communication at saka kung paano din sila mag-play as a unit. And kung napapansin mo, wala din silang mga star players even though may mga notable performances yung mga nandito. Mas napapansin natin na nagpa-pop off yung kahit sino dito at any given moment. So, that unpredictability will be a big factor pagpasok dito sa ating second game on Icebox. Whereas I think yung pinakamalaking change that I'm looking out for is that very same thing that has become the strength of Chronicles Esports para sa Orion. We need their communication to be on point.
Yes, of course. And with that being said, let us check out ang ating agent selection. Kung ano naman ang kanilang pipilian here sa mapa ng Icebox. Remember guys, this is a map chosen by Chronicles Esports themselves. And we are gonna be seeing a Gecko after quite some time.
Okay. Matagal na tayong hindi nakakita ng Gecko ulit. I believe one of the other times na nakakita tayo ng Gecko was one of the qualifying legs and hindi ko tanda kung sino eh. We'll have to go back to that statistic. I think it was MD2 para sa Orion Esports at that time pero we're gonna have to confirm that later on. Reyna para kay Tap, and the last time that he pulled this out, he actually became a really big standout dun sa performance niya. Top fragging, even getting MVP in that performance. So if that performance that he had back then will be reflected upon ngayon, it will be a story to tell. Pero it's also to take note of na Chronicles Esports have played with this lineup in particular na maayos and well precise nga naman. So, magiging nag-iisang difference lamang is hindi nakateho itong si Dignified when they played on their Icebox pick. So, we'll see if this Gecko pick will matter pagdating in the long run. May flash silang isa pa tapos meron pa silang malakas pang execute. Pero they won't have as strong of a post plant and they won't have as big of a disruption compared to what a Gecko Molly can provide, a guided salvo can.
That is so true. And most importantly din, no, dito mo na ma-discuss bakit must have si Teho, if I may say, sa isang lineup, regardless of what map you have, dude can be played in whatever map you may think of. And even though na kahit siguro kung nandito yung breeze, merong magteteho sa breeze eh. Ewan ko na lang talaga. Because of how wide yung pwedeng makiter na space noon. But let us check out kung is it a matter of comfort or the meta. That's we had been able to discuss from time and time again. Definitely depends on the players themselves too. So that is a matter of consideration. But let's check out since this might be an early attention and presence being sensed here at A site.
You're gonna have to see if they're gonna get somewhat of an impact doon sa may aim in extremity. MD2, sira na agad yung stealth drone as early as possible as the dash comes through again for Sovano. And a triple flank is cooking up for Orion Esports. At habang wala pa siyang epekto ngayon, mamaya, inanote natin siya as the spike also gets denied with the plant coming down. Migs also trying to scrape up against tong si Aeonix who has to fall back to safety, Mochi.
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure for how long would he be safe in this specific position. Most entirely that there's 3 people here right behind him and they are being secured one by one. Aeonix being able to take one, but unfortunately will be taking a bit some time before he can actually try and address the couple more people here. So that is actually a really good adjustment here by Orion. Especially yung triple flank nila na definitely hindi in-expect ng Chronicles dito.
And it's not just the triple flank that actually worked out in their favor. Although it additionally, si Migs kasi as a Neon, his flanking potential is even more powerful compared to what another duelist can offer to the table nga, diba? It was also yung sandwich method na nagawa ng Orion that actually placed them in the winning spot dito. Nag-double up yung dalawang players nila na nag-anchor lang doon sa site. At perfectly timed yung pagpasok nila at a certain moment where na-overwhelm itong si Sovano, or actually itong si Ryu, who really was trying to run away from the danger that itself. As Tap double up again dun sa may B green spot, also supported by Das, who alone has already made his presence dito sa map natin so far, as it's a bulldog buy for Tap and a yellow position and control para sa defensive side ng Orion.
Of course. And all the while, the preparation given here kay Chronicles, hindi pa natin sure kung may makakaroon ng magandang trade dito from Dignified. So Vano being able to do just that, and even taking one more alongside the Yolnix. Definitely doing what they can in order to get the job done here, and taking the most advantage despite of having just a series of sheriffs here. May bonus pa silang bulldog na napunta dito kay Dritch. Migs in a really interesting position here. Kaya naman tumakbo anytime soon. So Vano being caught off guard. Hawak-hawak pa yung knife niya. But Gael is not gonna be surviving long enough from that, and instead Migs is just gonna be possibly saving this outlaw for himself, and I guess that would be the game plan.
I mean, that's a pretty good execute coming through for Chronicles. They expected the double hold doon sa may yellow. And they're able to scrape up the numbers in time. Mig still alive and kicking. Outlaw hoping to get some damage done. But still, the impact is felt for Chronicles. So Vano hitting critical sheriff shots from that yellow spot and all the way towards that backside. Just taking control of the site itself. And even though they had only minimal weaponry to work with, the fact na napatay na yung anchors already meant so much, especially for that bulldog being picked up by Dreech. And if dumating nga yung retake scenario, mahihirapan sila dahil sila pa naman sana yung may better guns. But an outlaw against 3 players, I don't think it had the job done.
That's true. But from the current buys na meron dito ang Orion, I guess they shouldn't be doing those types of really aggressive picks. But we are already seeing that Tap is out, and Migs is critically low in terms of HP. Seems like some of the bullets from Ditch's Bulldog has gotten into him. But anytime they may please, they can already decide on which side they should be taking. So they just gotta be mindful with the stack that's currently present here on A side. But there's still tons of time. And if sa B side man sila pupunta, puro utilities naman. Pick their poison. Indeed. And the gunshot here from ND2 from the outlaw. I guess that's already some information. Not just discovered in a good way. I guess.
At least nalaman niya na may tao sa backside, no? Yun nga lang. Binayaran niya with his life. 4v4. And they put up the smoke doon sa may B para lang makapag-pull ng rotation. Pero Ryan Esports are aware of this. Smoke coming through, and it will support the cause itself. Dignified is able to plant the spike on down, but is also forced onto by so many people. Denied the spike plant, and 10 HP for him. A nightmare to deal with. DOS in a lot of trouble. Double kill for Dreech as well. 30 HP. The Outlaw doing damage, and Mig's gonna slide through. Spotted the Onyx. Pero nakapag-plant pa ba? Hindi. No trust whatsoever. Aeonix trying to scrape on through with a triple kill, but it's not gonna be enough. It's still gonna be a second round for the defense because na-deny na lang yung spike plant.
Yo, but you can see how much they destroyed their economy. So I guess that is somewhat of a good thing here for Chronicles. So what's really crazy and what's fascinating that we have so far in the current trends in this match is that despite one team having an edge, it is so close, or laging merong kapalit yung mga nagiging panalo nilang rounds. So I wonder if this will go on until the end of this Icebox match, or would it finally have some cascading difference as time goes by, but not quite sure what happened.
If you guys are wondering what happened, we don't know either. So we're gonna take a second to try to go back into the game as RU pulls out the nugget, but it's not gonna be the best possible time for it. lineup papunta sana doon sa may boiler it position, pero Savannah's gonna pick up the space entirely.
Ooh.
MD2 expects it, does not hit the outlaw shots. Migs getting the entry back into the site itself, as he's also gonna get sprayed down, and Tap also here to support the cause. Flash coming through, dismissed in time. Double kill for Dignified, but it will be that 1v3 para kay Dreech. Spotted 3 in his vicinity, has to isolate the frag. DOS low HP, has to kill him first. He does, but it's not gonna be enough for him. 3-1 after the spike defuse will be committed in time, and will be Orion because of an aggressive attempt for Chronicles. Masyado ata sila napalayo sa lahat ng mga kasama nila dito sa B-site.
Yeah, they're too far away from each other, which makes it super difficult to think of a more applicable strat where they can aid each other from that point in time, which is quite unfortunate. Pero that's good news for Orion, because look at that, it's already a 3-1. And seems like pinapatikim lang ng lason na in-inflict kanina ng Chronicles sa kanila. I remember being the same scoreline from the first few or recent moments from Fracture kanina, but we have already seen a couple of casualties from their run. MD2 taking an RU, but once again, a quick trade from Sovano. Outlaw one, hopefully connecting to any of the members trying to enter here from Chronicles. We are yet to even see Sovano taking out 3 people in a row, which is crazy. And DOS, lone survivor, holding a Spectre. I feel like that is kind of a bad weapon to use in these types of really far combats, and the Rich will just gonna be taking his time of day and taking him out.
Some sort of composure being gained back para dito sa Chronicles ngayon. And they go back to their comfortable tempo. Talagang slow crawl para ma-choke out yung mga defense players natin. I just realized that Aeonix and I believe it is RU has swapped roles nga dito. We usually expect to see Aeonix playing yung sentinel role natin. I guess hindi na feel ni Kuya RU yung pagiging yung Viper this time around then. So I guess that's a role swap that will matter in the long run. Triple push up onto the B main extremity para dito sa Orion, as they're relying upon MD2, who's been holding up a scope weapon for so long now. This is telling me that he wants an operator pagdating dun sa next coming round, Mochi.
But there's a lot of them here that might be attempting to opt for a flank or just waiting for any people that might try and go to B side. It's a matter of waiting game, but Top might actually swing earlier. And guess what? He's deleted. And I don't think the other team members would like to do that as well, unless they want to offer a really quick addition to death here. And they don't want that, so they're gonna be backing out just in a bit. But there is gonna be the time that they can already commit here on A side. I mean, they've been able to take that pick off. They don't have that much guns. They even have lots of ultimates available here for Chronicles, so they can use that anytime soon. Martial shot not been connecting. MD2 critically damaged and eventually eliminated here by Sovano. And guess what? Someone's even gonna be detected here at the screens area. Sovano in a quick kill. Possibly one more person, but Dignified would be able to take care of Migs himself. Quick round execute, quick round win for Chronicles.
See, this is the thing about the playstyle of Chronicles right now. That slow tempo that I've been talking about. It's a type of playstyle that makes you question about where you want to position yourself, how you want to initiate the fight. And because they only had the lower guns this time, they don't really have the weaponry to try to justify any sort of like aggressive peaks. That's giving Savannah a lot more confidence. That's why you're seeing him step up sa mga entry potentials dito.
Yeah.
Pushing up over at the top side of that A site, making quick work of that elevation, and even giving the Vandal towards his teammate because he wants to pick up using the Blade Storm right now, as he wants all the eyes on him. Blade Storm activated, ulti doon sa may B main. Double push up from that A-main extremity, as well as the duelists want to take control of this icebox map as they start with the Thrash. Try to get themselves some space. Yellow also not cleared, but they don't care about it at all. DOS, long-range angles also being held by him, but because of the Viper smoke, it's helping the cause. So Vano's also pushed up a little bit too far from this, as that blade storm, it could be in big effect. So it does not hit all the marks needed, except the shorty's also here to save. So Vano in the end, they push on in. The up shot connects from MD2, and it becomes a 2v4 for this spike plant to come through.
Man, seems like once again the same mistake happened. They've been too far from each other, but Dignified really wants to make up for that mistake. Dretch all alone, Hunter's Fury at hand, but I don't think that is a good decision to do with just himself. No one backing him up. The shot connecting into Migs. That changes everything. There's still one more shock deck that he can use here, but he's just gonna swing! Armageddon not gonna be connecting into him, and Dretch would be able to just skim that through. Just like that. And Chronicles, wow. I'm not familiar with your game, man.
Okay, a 2v4 converted thanks to the post-plant positions held up by the last two players. Dignified on backside is on a position that's not normally cleared. So he kills off the first player, but the second kill, which would have been a 50-50 for him, was beautifully converted on down and reached that small cubby, giving him an open opportunity to take down the last player. Would have been unfortunate kasi Migs was also this close to fully committing onto the spike defuse no una. And D2 in a very awkward position as well, giving a little bit of space for Dreech to actually clutch up and not even needing to use that Hunter's Fury to possibly use it in the next coming rounds. 4-3. Chronicles Esports really have been dominating 4 straight rounds in a row. And MD2 gonna have to call for the support of the troops as RU spots 3 players. He has to run away. But remember, he still has support of his teammates. So Dignified's still here. But because of the guided Sabel, it still kills off the leader of Chronicles.
Medyo nabura si Aryu dun, Eve. And they are yet to trade though, but what's wonderful here is once again with the loadouts that they have, they can definitely get that trade very quick. Soon A site is already free, capitalizing with the fact that as much as possible Orion would be playing real close with each other with gestures of sheriffs on their hands. Seems like the spike is being commenced here at A site, and we are yet to see if Aeonix would be able to take someone down in the process here. If someone's gonna flank, I guess not. But once again, I feel like they're quite far from each other. But there is all the ultimates being used here. So Vano taking a huge bulk of the work here alongside Dredge and the Hunter's Fury of the ultimates being used here by Chronicles, which is interesting.
Ooh.
They're not being too complacent here, which is wonderful. And thus, oh, the depletion in terms of HP. He's still trying to stick in the defense, and he might even make it work out. Never mind.
Oh my god.
He let it go. MD2 has no choice at all but to face against Dretch. And unfortunately, not finishing the defuse.
Could not get the job done. The post-plant positions yet again striking hard onto the Orion Esports retake scenario. And it was heartbreaking considering it was the retake. They had slim chances on winning out these gunfights, but the Viper Sprit from DOS really has shaved off so much of those odds, almost equalizing them considering the 1v1. But in the end, it was Reach yet again that bails him out. And even baiting MD2 off the defuse. DOS in a lot of trouble. And it again, that Viper Spit knocked away by him. So Vano willingly taking the fight to him as early as that. 4v5 early on. And Chronicles, they're feeling the moment. They really want the special belt onto them. Migs also spotted out. And Plant coming through for Dignified. This is a very slow crawl. But Chronicles really willing to take the fight as fast as possible.
As fast as possible, but the question is, would they be able to execute the work cleanly, matching the speed? Because Tap would try to get some shots connect here onto Dritch, but Dritch would be able to do so. Quick trade here from Kael, and of course, there is going to be just MD2 minding his own business and dealing the finishing blow onto Aeonix. Quick recovery here from Orion, and definitely a good retake on their end. And also, what might be lethal here is the overdrive and as well as the Empress already active in both of their duelists, so they can use that in this round. And is really quick switch ups here from the last round definitely seals the deals here for Orion, not gonna lie.
Quickly cleans it up. Chronicles Esports really is finding an avenue. Every time start strong with Sylvano with the movement, even denying that Viper's Fit head on by Doss this time. Taking control of the space is Aeonix on towards that kitchen position, and once he has that, then it will be an open avenue for him, especially with the lack of an alarm bot set up on that kitchen position. I think the only thing that's prohibiting him from taking more space is that window position, and he doesn't know if somebody's holding up that cross. I think MD2 has to be the one to do that, but the Thrash is still going to be in play. Clearing every corner of the site, and I believe it also detains itong si RU. That's your teammate, bro.
I'm not sure as well. It seems like it did not, which is a what moment? But what matters here is that they've been able to take the objective despite of losing Aeonix in the process. But here is already the Armageddon being used. They're not quite sure if it's going to be connecting to anyone, but all about Dritch here taking some people down. Fortunately, Orion will be able to just breeze through the remaining members and take them out one by one.
And it's as textbook as you actually expect it from Orion. That fast tempo that we've been looking out for them actually works out in the end. Some quick kills coming through as well. And MD2 stepping up without the operator, that is a big story to tell. Because usually MD2 in this scenario would be picking up the op in this icebox map. But I guess he decides that he wants to be the rifler this time around. And normally, the consistency master that we know from him, TapTaf, falling behind 4-7, still his flashes have also been a big asset to the squad, especially in that retake where he really needed some sort of utility to provide for the team. 5-5. Very faulty economic situation for the Sada Chronicles right now, as they do want to take this fight early on. And with Orion Esports in their position, the aggressive position is not on the A site. They're just relying on MD2 to play passively for this. It's on that B main extremity where, remember that triple push from B green? It's gonna happen again, Mochi.
Yeah, and these dudes are just doing the same thing time and time again as much as possible that they can get the chance to sandwich these members from Chronicles. They would try and do so, and oftentimes they succeed in doing that. But now we are going to be seeing if there will be some signs of commitment, because they're yet to put the spike down. I guess it is about time, but even being denied by the guidance salvo, these dudes have nowhere to go, but they still try to fan them off regardless. Which is really interesting. Doss sidelines being spotted by Aeonix, which is really awesome, but Taf still alive and kicking with the Empress active on him. Already good for 3. Aeonix just gonna be taking a quick sprint and a marathon all the way to B site. Just has stirred 10 seconds on the clock. He has to commit this. Not quite sure how or where would he be able to position himself. Some vision being denied with the toxic wall being utilized, which is wonderful, but he should really be prepared on this one. Alis muna tayo ng pasma, idol. Kitang-kita naman. Pero,
I think he's nervous.
Ayun nga eh. Napapunas muna siya sa shirt. Wait lang ha. Basa ata kamay ko, pre. But here it is. The time we're waiting for! And he is not looking at the best area he should be looking at. And instead, Aeonix has been able to win that one.
Sometimes the king steps up even better than the Empress can. knocks him down before he could do anything else in the round. And even though he was so quick with these isolated frags, the presence of his ulti just made this isolated frags much more easier for him. Backside full control by the defense, so TapTap could thrive in this environment, but Aeonix with his quick decision making to rotate all the way to the other side of B definitely won out the fight. That is an early Hunter's Fury, and it does kill off MD2, a 1-for-1, since Kyle has already killed off Aeonix in the process as well. That will be the lack of that Viper's wall if they want to push down that beam in extremity, which honestly isn't essential, but if Chronicles want to do this despite of that, then it will be an interesting outcome nonetheless.
But they are already taking their time if they, in terms of committing here in B side. But I'm not quite sure if they're looking at the right areas. Unfortunately so. You're gonna be seeing a couple of members being taken from Chronicles, but there is gonna be some answers, some rebuttals. And they might even get the chance to get rid of TapTap in a bit unless he is able to try and segregate both of these members.
No way.
They're just sticking it in? Oh, man. That scared me.
imagine if he fully stick that and nobody actually peeks onto him. I think they were scared. They were scared of what happened from the previous round, so they thought that they were going to isolate him, but still, numbers advantage, 2v1, and then both of them somewhat in a position where they could double peek him, but Savano is taking at the helm, just taking control of this game so far. His entries have been as confident as we can expect them to be. And he is fully back in form. 15-9-2 for Chronicles Esports as we're in towards a 5-7. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 1-0 so far. And Chronicles Esports are the ones in that advantageous point. So if they win this game, it will be an easy sail in towards the grand final. As Orion Esports are still at the helm of trying to come back in towards this storyline. As they push on in towards the mid side on Kitchen. Remember, without the alarm bot, it will be a harder position for RU to deal with. That's why his attention is split. That's why when he peeks onto this, Migs is unexpectedly going to take his head off. Early first blood in the process.
Which is wonderful for Orion. I mean, earlier on, we're having great differences in terms of score lines in Fracture, but now it's super close. They just need 2 more rounds, and we are seeing really good kills coming from Orion themselves. And there's no answers from Chronicles as of the moment, except for Aeonix trying to take DOS and succeeding in doing so. Aeonix really close here in this extremity, just gonna be right-clicked by Migs from the classic, glitch all around. No, not sure how he'll be able to survive against the 4 in front of him, but that is gonna be a quick round taken by Orion. Well, this is where Chronicles will be struggling for a bit, most especially that once again, being on the defense in Icebox is quite of a hefty task to do.
One enemy remaining.
And that kind of tells you about the choices that they take in their positions, right? Like the mid-side peak from RU. And you kind of snowball that with the push out from Aeonix as well. And the attention was clear. They really wanted to shave up the numbers before they could play off in the passive positions, right? But because they caught themselves in bad spots, that also is going to be an advantage for Orion. As they make their presence towards trying to take control of the space. So Vano also crawling on towards the flanking position as Migs is already inside the sight. So Vano cuts off the head of Kyle and RU falls with a second kill. This would have been a really good position to start with, but TapTap is already inside of the site and makes it a 3v4, and the Guardian will have to be a big asset if they want to keep themselves in a position to thrive in this B-site aggress.
But Silvano, though, I guess he's already... Wait, every single one is trying to take the lead here, and it seems like they have good odds of doing so. MD2 super low in terms of HP, just a classic in his hand. I don't know how he will be able to survive this one. But Chronicles They turned the tides despite of having some difficulties in terms of their loadouts. They've been able to get free guns for themselves this round. Wow.
Which kind of tells you the caliber of the team that we're actually looking up against, right? I
Yeah.
mean, it's not a normal thing for you to see like a random jet player try to find the lurker for himself without util, without anything to support him whatsoever, and he's still willing to actually find that fight. That's the fire that you're looking out for these teams. And Chronicles Esports, off of this as well, is punishing the mistakes for Orion. The full push from the Rain also giving them the space as Migs, he walks into Dignified, but Tap is still here to provide a 1-for-1. MD2 got a trade off instead, so Orion Esports have been wishing for a mistake to happen for Chronicles, and they're given one.
Cute talaga ng drone. But we are already trying to offer the commitment here. DOS is not gonna be anticipating Dredge at all. But that is actually a lot of information being leaked here from Chronicles, but they are well aware of what they can do with that regardless. A 6-9 scoreline here. Nice. In favor of
Nice.
Chronicles. Yeah, it's very nice. But just one more orb here. MD2 can finally get the Armageddon for himself. And we all know what happens when MD2 has the Armageddon.
Yeah, sometimes the post plant is not usually the target for him. Sometimes he uses it if he wants to deny a retake. Sometimes he uses it for the post plant, but I think he's proven that he kind of uses utility out of the box as well. So
Same.
we can kind of expect that from him. Minsan nga, may nakikita ko gumagamit ng Armageddon para lang makuha yung attention ng crush niya. Ay, alam mo
What?
yun? Like, kapag kalaro mo yung kadulo mo, tapos gusto mo makuha yung attention nila, shock dartin mo sila kapag Sova ka, mamoli mo sila
Sa mid
kapag Phoenix ka.
Nasa mid
Diba?
ako dun.
Nagulat ka, seryoso yung tono ko, tapos biglang gano'n yung sabihin ko.
Oo, akala ko akala ko strat eh. Strat
Hindi.
pala para mga the moves.
Oo.
Shoutout sa mga may bebe-bap dyan ah. Ang daming sumusuporta sa kanilang mga awage sa mga players dito. Very, very nice.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga bebe na mga nanonood ngayon.
Same.
Diba? Kaya malakas yung mga players natin dahil sa inyo. Hindi dahil nagsiscrim sila, hindi dahil
Oo. Wala yun,
nagpa-practice
sus.
sila. Tingin mo kailangan nila ng scrim, malakas na sila, boss.
Sim. Kailangan lang nila ay mga girlfriend. Yan.
Tama. Shoutout nga pala kay Josh S na nanonood ngayon.
Uy, hello Pete. Musta po kayo? Sana kumain na kayo guys ha. Yan yung masarap pang gawin eh no. Habang nanonood ng Valorant, kumakain ka ng paborito mong ulam.
Biryani.
Yung na. Akatapos pala ng Holy Week. So make sure to yung mga kinikrave yung mga karne dyan kainin nyo na. Especially sa mga Katoliko dyan. Pero oy! Merong nabinyagan. RU is gonna be taken out here by DOS. And of course, medyo mapapaisip sila rito, no? But as much as possible, they really want to be passive, but at the same time, really sure. Pretty similar to the behavior of a predator that's about to pounce on its prey. And we are going to be seeing Aeonix just jiggling here, waiting for any presence that's going to come from yellow. That they're really close to each other here, Ramon.
Sobrang laki ng tension. At dahil sa guided salvo, wala siyang matatakbuhan. Migs already inside of the site, but DOS and Migs providing that opportunity. Upgrades in hand, and Chronicle Esports on a sweat. Ionix eventually hits the shot. KKL expects the peek out.
Ay, no.
Reach also finds Migs, but the jiggle was perfect for him. Able to got away from the kill. 2v2, peeks on in. Migs again! Denies reach, it all falls down to Ionix. The step up from him has been penetrable, but now he has to do it again. The lineup would have been enough for him, but in the end, it is MD2 with the shot. The 7-9 for the side of Orion. And it's always a bad thing if you let Migs thrive in your playground. Give him the space needed, because once they're inside of the site, it's very difficult to retake against it.
I mean, I'm not even sure what you can actually do in those last few moments if you're up against a couple of people tapos andyan pa si MD2 na mahilig mag-stick ng defuse. I mean, this dude has been really good in terms of being objective based, objective focused, as a better term.
There.
But right now, we are gonna see some hints of presence being put out here in the site. Although the spike is not on there, it is on Tejo, which is on MD2. Once again, paparamdam lang. Tulad nga ng sinasabi nila, no? Yung iba nagpaparamdam lang, tas gugos bigla, di ba? Hindi
Teka, but
papanindigan.
ano yung sinasabi mo?
Di ano lang, Valorant plays.
Okay.
Ginagawa ng Orion ngayon. Kasi tignan mo, ayun, babalik naman ngayon si MD2 pa, B, di ba? Paparamdam ulit.
Okay. Well, kala ko may hinuhugot na naman tayo dito as we're back into this. Slow
Hindi naman.
crawl back in towards the yellow spot. Aeonix. Lead task on trying to take control of that side. He has to swing, but MD2 fully expects it. Guided salvo provides that opportunity. Are you almost in a very bad spot, but he also gets himself tong si Migs. Tap and Kyle able to knock down the numbers advantage. Has to hold dignified expected. Kills him off as well. Kyle has been so good in these executes so far. It's all falling to Van, who also dies to the hands of Tap as well. A direct improvement from our first half. Orion Esports slowly building themselves back up against Chronicles, who not only have shown their mastery so far from their Icebox performance, but actually fighting back against it.
Omsim, may nangyayari na, guys. 9-8 na ang ating score lang yan. It's been closer than ever. And with what we have from Fracture so far. And before we even know it, we might actually have the chance of being blessed with an overtime this early on. Not quite sure. It's just a possibility after all.
Binate.
Baka lang. I mean, it's not a curse. It's not a curse. It's more like a possibility. Just citing possibilities here, not necessarily predicting. In my defense, as a disclaimer. But there's lots of guns available here for Orion. That's perfectly gonna be useful up their advantage. B site ready for them. Are you or the sheriff really aggressive angle here, taking some damage and just gonna be running off away? But he would be able to take a L, which is awesome. But there's no answer from Orion as of the moment. But there might be just in a bit. So Vada with a Christie shot onto MD2. The trades are just coming in. But still in favor for Chronicles with just their individual sheriffs here, Ramon. Chronicles will be taking this round at thrifty, I assume.
That is the power of the most amount of wins in an eco round.
Thrifty.
Chronicles Esports, the statistics have been real. Proven once again that sometimes the hand cannons are more than enough for you. It's demonstrating the power of these one taps yet again. Dreech with a double kill to cut off the numbers in time. And I don't think it was a thrifty, Mochi, because if it's a thrifty, they have to steal the guns away. But it was all sheriffs across the board, killing them off one by one in this B main execute. What is this performance from Chronicles?
Test.
Just showing
Power
that they
of
are...
friendship.
Totoo.
Power of friendship lang yan, pre. Wala kang masasagot pag merong plot armor tsaka power of friendship nga sa anime. Yung One Piece pa lang, nakailang episode na yun. 1,000 lagpas na eh. Pero, let's check out with the operator in the hands of ND2 here. There might be a good possibility that they might actually get a couple of early pickoffs, which is something that they would want on the attacking though. Possibly quite of a stretch, but Silvano already preparing or already has the Blaze Storm in hand. Not quite sure if he's going to be expected here in this extremity.
Hala!
He would be! He's going to check out, but there's just too much movement. He won't be able to act up upon it. Dritch would also be there to support him, which is wonderful. There's just 3 more people remaining here from Orion. Are you being able to handle Kael for himself? The anchor is immaculate here. here on A side has no choice but to divert their attention here on A, which is I'm not quite sure how they would be able to
30
end
seconds
this
left.
one with one handling an operator and one phantom against 4 people still well prepared and awaiting their arrival here from Chronicles.
How are they not able to kill Sovano after they clear off the
I
right
don't know.
angle? There is no reason why this guy should be alive right now. Are you in an off angle this time? 10 seconds. They have
Oh
no time to
my.
plant. And with MD2 having the op, this is an impossible task at hand at the 1v4. Especially with how far he is from the objective itself. So that will be the save round coming through. Para kay MD2 this time, 8-11. A devastating position para dito sa Orion kasi Sovano would have been dead to rights here. But his dash, his updraft made it so difficult for everybody to catch up to him, and especially with Reach supporting him from the back lines as well. Hirap na hirap silang makatch up dito sa Jet, and we kind of talked about the Neon being a little too fast in the movement, but sometimes Sovano as a Jet can kind of outrun you in this regard. Hirap na hirap sila mabulto, so it's an 8-11 now. Still save up the operator from this round in particular. Migs also getting traced up upon by Sovano, has to wrap back to safety. It's still a Hunter's Fury.
Naku.
Sprays him down with the
Naku
ulti, a
po.
double for Dreech all the way from downtown. Sovano back to safety this time around. As they also spot Tap isolated from the team. Held up by the same angle, and Sovano catches him with clear precision through the smoke as well. 2 versus 4. And with Toss making it a little bit easier on their cause. Orion Esports, they're going to have to be aware of this flank.
They gotta be. I'm not quite sure how they would address this though, but RU would be able to take those MD2 and an operator. Hindi pa tatama yung shot dito for the second time. Would though. But unfortunately, he's just gonna be pushed by Sovano himself. Hindi ko alam kung anong meron itong taong to. Anong anting-anting, anong kinain mo, anong nilunch mo. Ano bang meron na buff dito kay Sovano? Pero kanina pa to buhay. Despite of the really grave situation he finds himself in, even being supported with a really good usage of the Hunter's Fury here. And what is happening here? Anong meron sa Chronicles, man? And match point na, pre. Match point. Ano pa nga bang naintay at pinatumpik-tumpik natin? Eh, baka dumirekta na nga sila dito sa A-site natin eh, oh.
Di lang sa A-site, baka sa Grand Finals pa as it's Migs. Gonna try to bum rush back in towards the site for the judge. Provide that opportunity para kay Dos. And I believe that will be that Viper spit in hand for him as well. So they plant doon sa may open position. But is it really open for them? Attacker Killjoy Lockdown also provides some space. Detains itong si Ionix. But still, he's in a very safe position para mas madali may retake nila dito. They also have their own lockdown and they also have their numbers. So with that Armageddon, masisira yan. And they also need to take care of the space as well.
Eh, meron pa nga ang Viper Split dito sa Ionix and as well as Dignified not the Trash. Pwede nila gamitin yan later on. Wait lang, the Sheriff. A crispy shot here onto Tata. They gotta be careful though because DOS is having a judge. But every single one just falling apart here. Are you taking out Minx? But still, seems like the Viper Spit is their territory. No one's gonna be able to get into that and live enough or live long enough in order to try and defuse the spike. At least, they managed to win this one. Great utilization of the ultimates as well. Na-nullify yung lockdown na inilapag ni RU dito. And as well as yung isa pang Viper Spit from Ionix. But we still have the trash and as well as the overdrive from Migs. So there might be a possibility of this being prolonged more.
Medyo nag-iiba yung ihip ng hangin para sa Orion Esports right now. The stars about to align against the behemoth that is Chronicles right now, and they already spot where the op is. They give it to Sovano.
Mid control.
Kyle also holding the same weapon, spots out the gun.
Ooh.
Viper gets a lot of damage done, but are you still here? Forcing the cause a double for the leader, a triple from the IGL. And maybe this is the death blow.
Last player
Maybe this is enough, especially
No
with
way.
Sovano hitting the
No
upshot
way.
and another one for good measure. And through the hourglass, he hits every single one. A 13-9 and a 2-0 para sa Chronicles. They move on to Grand Finals.
What just happened? These guys are crazy. These people, sabi lang, kanina pa kayo nag-operator. O, eto, ako na bahala, guys. Sa seminar ko kayo, sabi ni Sir, tara dito. Ay, mag-usap tayo ng masinsinan. But, I mean, that is still a fair fight. We can see the improvements that came from Orion Esports themselves, wherein they really tried what they can, do their best in order to even out the numbers. It's just Chronicles. I don't know what type of blessing, buff, or whatsoever curse they put into Orion themselves, but every single round there is a way that they can or even manage to turn the tides. Even if at the first few moments we can already see that this might possibly be a round for Orion, but before we even know it, they get and snatch it around back for themselves. So, congratulations for Chronicles Esports. Alam mo, nakakatawa dito, Ramon. Kanina, nakita ko sila sa Discord VC. Nanonood lang sila ng NBA. Imagine, si El pa yung nag-i-stream. Nanonood lang sila ng NBA, pre.
and if that doesn't tell you their mental state pagpasok dito, no pressure, just chilling, then it's kind of telling you na hindi sila kinakabahan. Kahit sino yung kalaban nila, kahit ano yung magiging matches nila ngayon, they're willing to give it their 100% pa rin. And matatakot ako kung ako yung naging Orion ngayon kasi kung ganun yung kalaban mo, edi tapos ganito yung naging performance nila. Eh ano pa kaya pagdating dito sa Grand Finals, diba? They hold their seat on the table and it will be a close encounter pagdating doon sa ating second half. Pero the job's not done just yet for them. They still need to take care of the Grand Finals. But if this was not a preview of what is to come mamaya, especially for a banger performance from Sovano ngayon, from Dreech and Aeonix kanina, I don't know, man. And even their sheriffs also telling you a bit of a story as well. That sometimes hindi na kailangan ng rifle. Sometimes any weapon works for them as well.
Yeah, which is really crazy. I mean, imagine being able to win the round with just all sheriffs and just trying to rely on each other, which is wonderful because that just means you have lots and lots of trust sa mga kasama mo. I feel like lots is even an understatement, but let's check our statistics during the Icebox match itself because it's been super close at 39. Quite of an improvement here from Orion Esports, but once again, almost is not enough.
Totoo nga naman eh, no? I kind of want to appreciate the efforts for Orion though, because this is a team that really has one identity, and sometimes that's more than enough, right? Just full all-out aggression, support MIGs, and then a pop-up moment from TapTaf and Kyle at the very least will actually do a lot of work for them. Si MB2 nag-step up kanina. We've actually seen some good performances from him, some good up shots nung nakuha na yung operator, pero apparently the utility is not the best thing to speak for itself, eh, no? So, yun na nga para sa Orion Esports. Hopefully makita natin sila sa susunod na Predator tournaments kasi alam ko magkakaroon pa naman tayo sa susunod. Kaya, you know, hopefully they will have their appearance and yung pagbawi nila. But at this time, it will be Sovano and the rest of the squad. At kung nakikita nyo yung lower thirds namin mga kaibigan, hindi ko alam kung yun nga yung sinabi niya. Pero
Legit yan?
parang yun na nga yung pinaparating nila dito.
Grabe, thought you'd try harder. Imagine, kung ngayon sabihan ng ganyan, sa kanto na lang, boss, oh.
Ay, uy!
Wag na, no to violence, no to kakatawa sa ng Holy Week. Pero, I mean, that's definitely a statement to have as well. Even the last few moments during that match, I mean, lahat ng mga operator shots ni Sovano, bigyan mo ng operator yan, matik, ubos, kung sino man ang makita niya. And it's just perfect execution that every single member here from Chronicles has been able to do fair share of work and highlights even that would put them under the spotlight. Nice try to Orion, and at least they managed to get this far, and I believe there is a possibility that they will be the ones that they'll be taking the fair share of 10,000 pesos, I believe, from our prize pool. So,
Okay na yan.
congratulations still, right? Of course, for Orion Esports. And I guess we are going to be having that first lot on our grand finals that's going to be taken by Chronicles Esports.
Yep, and I think it's gonna be a wonderful time dahil tapos na yung ating first semifinals game, but the job and the action is not done just yet, mga kaibigan, dahil may isa pa tayong semifinal bago tayo pumasok sa grand final. So it will be the battle of a rematch, Mochi. Ito ang Oasis Gaming versus Orglis. And remember, the core of Orglis was the old Zol Esports roster. So parang rematch nga to from Predator League 2024. So abangan mo yan, mga kaibigan. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. Before kami umalis, meron pa tayong mga promos na pwede naming i-share para sa inyo. Isa-start ko ito para sa PC Game Pass. Kung bibili kayo ng kahit anong Acer Predator notebook, syempre makakaroon kayo ng libreng 1-month PC Game Pass as well. So kung gusto nyo yan, at kapag nakabili din kayo ng kahit anong Acer Predator notebook, may access kayo sa napakadaming AAA high quality games, ang EA Play membership, ang mga bagong games na lalabas on day 1 as well, at saka yung kahit anong benefits when you play a lot of Riot games affiliated with it as well. So thank you so much sa PC Game Pass for sponsoring today's tournament, and I hope na makita natin sa susunod pa mga tournament dahil napaganda ng PC Game Pass.
Yes, of course. And kung naghahanap naman kayo ng recommendation natin, well, check out ang Predator Helios Neo 16, which pushes the boundaries of performance engineered for the elite. Featuring ang latest N2 Core Ultra 9 processor and revolutionary 4K mini LED display natin, it will, of course, deliver unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. If you're ready to dominate, be sure to check out ang Predator Helios Neo 16 today sa ating Acer Predator online store.
Ayan na nga, mga kaibigan, ang boxing match na hinahanap natin for so long now. The revenge match between Oasis Gaming versus Orglis that dates back from 2024 pa lang. Kaya kung excited na kayo, huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang Kings of PH.
mid-side of this. Ilang.
Yes.
Kalma.
Mid-side.
Play ko, Nes.
Nice!
1 HP.
One down. Wait. 10 seconds.
Nice.
Let's go.
Huli si
Nice
Tangay.
ult.
Hindi nyo na masising yung matin to. Infinite mana glitch na magagulat yung caster ba't di tayo naubos ng pera. 11 assists. I'm LeBron James.
80 mo, 80. 1 HP ah. Nice.
Nice one. Secure. Eling. Hold, Gino, hold.
Load. One bullet
Up
bro.
down guys, up down.
GG.
Ayun yung mga struggle natin, boy. Ayun yung mga bakas ng paghihirap.
Nag-stick up yan. Stickman. Nice, boy!
Tangina na sa lakas mo pre. Ang lakas na shadow ko pre. Shadow haray.
Likod mo.
Nice boy. Cheater ka ba? Idol ba? Di ba picture? Di ba si Evan FPS ka from Laos and RRQ and Dol?
Baba.
Chill lang.
Flashing na.
Backside.
Nice! 12-12, okay? 14-12, let's go!
14-12, vamos sim.
Okay lang. Minsan pang map.
Up.
Kalma. Nice one. Sino ba sila pre?
Basag yung pinto, basag na pinto. Nice skill.
Katabi mo na.
Ikaw to.
Nice one, boy.
Puta dance!
Dance.
Kalma.
Tatlo. Nice!
One HP omen.
Nag-force ba yan? Diba? Nag-TP?
Site na omen.
Doon. Kalma.
Pasok na.
Uy, ready laban kayo.
Flashing ako, boy! Flashing ako!
Okay.
Nice.
Nice!
Mga to.
Kunin
You're back dun.
Medyo ang pick to eh, no?
Kaya mo ba eh?
Nastra.
Nice.
Inan mo, Yoro deep. LOL.
Swing na tayo. 1, 2, 3, swing.
Nice!
Nice. Hello.
Last elbow.
Holy! Planting na dito, be ha?
Iwanan natin yan, boy.
Okay, retake natin. May molly ata dito, boy.
Sira flash ray gun.
Ako nga lang mag-isa dito. Nice, pababaliw yan, boy.
Nasa box!
Sa yellow.
Yellow pa, dalawa yellow. Isa lang.
Flashing ako, Doit!
Screen.
Out ako.
Si Ivy naming.
Boy, defuse niya, yung iba. Nice, boy! Grabe ka dun, boy!
Teka muna, pre! Teka muna!
Kunin yung
Si
gas.
Rimuro kasi sobrang lakas!
Lane.
Heaven.
Isang lane.
I'm watching
Focus.
after.
Chill lang. Isang lane na. Lane box.
Can you box?
May isa pang backseat ulit eh!
Going on city now, boy.
Flash mo nga yung backseat!
Wala ako, be. Dito lang, boy. Default. Picking heaven.
Ito, heaven pa isa.
Oh, down yun.
New box, 65.
Backside lang, backside.
Ay, backside pa! Nice! 7 last!
Nice one, boys.
Nice one, Ersa! Okay lang yun!
Uy, good luck, KRN. Lian Cliche Super.
Hey, that's my love!
Your love!
Papalagit.
Left side, ma'am.
Flash pa!
Side na, guys.
Ready, Sandrich. Ito, sama.
Stunning!
Marami daw because city.
Parel. Tanawa lang, tanawa na ban.
Wala, na-smoke out ko.
Link.
One more, nice.
Nice,
Good run.
Wala na shield! City out!
Nice. What the hell, bra?
Cypher long.
Nel. Sided, long last.
Tara, game. Tambahan na natin to.
Buhay, boys. Kaya atras. A-link ka, A-link.
Flash. Nice shot. Oh.
Nice!
Nice one.
Fist bump. Ako pipitas. Kanina pa ako winawan. Tap neto. Magtago ka na.
Talon ka kayo pala. Ayun o.
What the hell?
Nice!
Let's go!
Good shit.
Uy,
1 HP na. 1 HP.
Nice!
Oh, baka may magalit na naman. Handa ka na sumigaw ko mo. 3, 2, 1, nice! Ooh! 3, 2, 1, nice! Sige, hawak ko left.
One enemy remaining.
Ba't adan?
Bawi lang. Protocol lang. Our protocol will not betray us. Go.
Wait lang, ulting.
Balag Sky.
Hindi makalabas siya.
Side guys,
One bend. Side.
Isa pa. Side. Wait lang.
Nice.
Nice. Kaya ba kumalma guys? Dilikuran tayo.
Nakakakaba. Wait, I'm stun. I'm flash.
Walang shield.
Nice.
Sa vice ko, ano akala niya sa vice ko? Ano akala niya sa vice ko?
And the day with the 2-0, okay? Woo! Not 0-2, woo!
Sabit ko. Paipa tayo. Kaya eh.
Lock in, who's lock in now, madam?
Ay, dalawa.
Top, eh.
Tatra, art ako.
Alam
Asan yun na? Sino Messi?
Ingat kayo, likod.
Upper.
Tago.
Dalawa. Nice.
Nice low.
Ano?
Fighting long.
Pwede ko malmo.
Ano ba? Init na.
Wala B.
Nice shot.
Wala B ah.
Wala, hindi mo kailangan.
Ilagay TP. Sige, pwede. Alam mo na.
Tapusin na
Na-DQ na.
natin.
Wala tayong magagawa na DQ na.
Isa pa din, meron pa.
Nag-flash siya.
Race
Nakaka-race.
May flash ako, magating.
Isa pa.
Tayo lang Sin City.
Elbow.
Nice! Well played, boys. Good recovery.
Pwede ko flash.
Ano, go na.
Flashing out. Wait lang.
Side.
Sana ako.
Patay nyo. Right side.
Nice!
Oh my God, Mr. Mario! Oh my
Hello,
God!
happy na naman. Happy reels.
Hello, Evelyn.
Masira lang yung momentum nila talaga. Manalo na tayo.
Pwede mo tapol yan. Pagkat Pilipunahan natin, oh.
Diyan ka lang sa baba kaya, Gabidis.
Plan for aiming yan, Pilip.
Matutok.
Gago na rin sa inyo na naman, boy. Sayang.
Wala, na-stun ako eh.
1 HP ko yung bridge shot.
Alis ako sa balis ako.
Possible pa, Vince.
O, diba? Hindi ako dinadrive pick, please.
Patay mo!
Oo pa yan, no? Oh my God!
No time, GG!
GG play!
Sariling mundo po.
Now isa, smoke. Nice! Akala nyo sa akin. Akala ko.
Omen deep.
Fake lang to. Fake lang to siya.
Panis, gago ka.
Nice. Tayo kalma. Laban lang.
Good job, Pime. Pak.
Baka mag-airas na to, pre. Wala na silang maisip na play legit.
Nice, killer! Let's go! I miss her! Pwede mo out, guys. Tulo dali.
Tulong.
What?
Holy What happened?
Nice one. Our map.
I think no need ang one way. Yeah,
Stunning.
Nice.
Alright! Fucking shit, this is our map, mother chud. Ay nako, mga weak.
Close behind you, Haim. Kasi smoke ata.
Nag-hit site na lang sila, pre. Wala na sila maisip. Nahirapan na sila, bro.
Ay, wasa na headshot naman to, oy. 136.
Dalawa.
Mga left na.
Grabe ka, Dos!
Nice.
Gago Michael Jordan, high score.
69. Nice.
Let's go!
Oh my god.
Let's just keep it simple, guys. Come on, it's gonna be easy.
Flash yung oras mo.
Good shit.
Hey bro, you're picking Kenny S, bro. I love this game. No! Oh my god! Time! Holy shit.
Tapos split A agad tayo, Astra. Mag-presence ka rin sa B main, Astra, parang tinake natin.
Oh my god! Alright!
Anti.
Possible arcade.
Obvious na ginagawa nila eh. Tayo na sa mga
LeBron James. Wait lang.
Patulong ako! Uy, kalma!
Nice one, boys.
40.
Nice!
So, pakaliwa.
Sabahan natin to.
Isa pa.
Nice!
Hold down. Holding down.
Agad lang.
Inside M. Get pa sa akin. Slow. Nice one, Astro.
Pre, makapat lang tayo sa dep. Kaya natin natin.
Good job pa rin, boys. Good kill. Round this around.
14. Baba. 14. Nice one, let's go. Dalawa pa, outside. In. Okay.
Lakas ko tol. Lakas ko mag-bridge. Mag-bridge na lang ako lagi. 18 yan. Nice! Nice!
Break it across.
Punish me lang.
80-80. Nice on MD.
Ako na to, mga
Bastos.
Kevin kanina.
Pasok dito. Pasok. Drop. Nagpapadrop.
Wala na smoke. Patay ko.
Last player standing.
78 ang Teo Mau.
1v1.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
Strike fully B.
Ako na lang sana ang iyong minahal.
Hindi ka na muling mag-iisa.
Out ako sa. Okay, Jiro. Close. Saan, Leo.
Nice.
Nalakas ko. Ba't ko nun?
Teo, good.
Out.
Playtime.
Flashing. Layo pa pala, bro.
Smile daw,
I heart you.
Smile daw, sus.
Ano, flash ko.
Flash ko ni mo dan le. Flash na mo. Smoking ko.
Nice. Dalawa stairs. One course. Dalawa stairs.
Out. Nice Spectre.
Waterfall mo. Shotgun, waterfall.
Deep.
City 1 September.
14 flower. Nice, flash flower.
Remaining.
Balik ko. Take tayo.
Nice.
Coach.
Luwan na raw. Why this mother jiggle picking with Judge? Who do you think you are, bang? Nice.
Good.
Seven last.
Guys, nice read. Nice! Yan, see? Kulit ng ulo na ito.
Judge lang yan.
Come back to boy.
Last. Tete last.
Bangsat! Nice! With the one tap, holy fuck!
Nice
I could have killed both, bro.
Ang jail belt. Yeah, like, brother.
Uy! Whoa! Ino mo! Superman! Nagising na! I love you!
Nice. Out. Default. Nice!
Si Yuri, the clutch mode! Nice!
Simula sa pura papapansin sa'yo.
Hindi na natututo mo.
Nice!
Good team.
Let's go, bro.
Nice! Ay, ang lakas ko! Sana one tap ang ulti ni Neon.
Ako timo ka.
Ako tumulos yan. Maganda yan. Pwede pa nga bit.
Wait, get the saves. Wait lang. No! Ato ko! Stand! Disrespect that guys!
Nice! Good shit! Good shit! Utang ina, the demons are waking up! Nasa akin yata, gagalaw, close lang. Kaya ko. Kalma, das pa. Kalma pa ako. Ako ton. Try mo. Wala akong smoke.
Wait lang ako.
Pel ako. Dala. Isa pa. Para sa isa.
Ito.
Nice!
Fucking kiss bomb on that shit. Holy f***.
Goy na kayo. Okay na kami. Takbo, marami doon, takbo.
Aba, 106 ko yung breach.
Yo! Oh, your ass.
I got it anyway.
That's fine.
Good call, bro. Good call.
Someone use discipline. Let's go.
No scope.
Talbo nga.
Boom!
Let's go, guys.
And if you thought that match was fiery hot mga kaibigan, well, lalo na itong second matchup natin for the semifinals in the Kings of PH. My name is Ramon. With me is Mochi. We have Oasis Gaming versus Orglis, yung dating Zol Esports na core para dito sa ating susunod na semifinals. And what a treat that we have, Mochi. A revenge match para sa Oasis pakatapos na matalo sa finals ng Premier League 2023. Tanda mo yun, nasa SM North EDSA tayo tapos biglang ang bilis lang natapos ng Zol Esports yon.
Yeah, it's been quite some time, no? Sisisigaw pa si Kebsy nun. Ang tagal natin! But look at where we are right now. It seems like history is always bound to repeat itself, especially pag pinag-decidean nga ng tadhana, and we are gonna be facing or seeing them face against each other, wherein maraming nagbabalik, mga nagpapakilala, and of course, given yung mga caliber and as well as yung mga performances na inilatag nila from our previous legs, I feel like they are yet to set into a better or higher bar from the previous ones na meron tayo.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about this as well is that it's not the same Oasis Gaming roster that we've seen from 2023 as well. They come in with fresh faces at saka a new generation of talent nga naman, diba? So you still have your Marky, who has been the mainstay para dito sa Oasis Gaming, but for everybody else, talagang bagong-bago at napaka-refresh yung lineup natin. We have Slatom on the initiator role, si Tesseract as the IGL, Astro usually a controller, but sometimes he plays the Sentinel role, and Zeus, the superstar in the making, the young gun that we've been watching out for. He's been a very hefty talent to deal with on the duelist role, and I'm sure he's gonna pop off when they need to on the Oasis Gaming roster. Well, you also have Orglis and two from the Zind or from the Zol Esports lineup as well na nakapag-thrive nung APAC Pred League 2025 na ngayon ay sasabak kasama ang mga young guns natin na si Funky, Urza at saka si Rimuru.
Grabe, no? And if we may even recall yung kanilang mga performances from the past few tournaments that we have here from Predator Gaming themselves, we have already seen what they're made of, and they're just bound to be better and better as time goes by. Most especially that in these series of players na meron tayo, Rimuru's been like the best out of in terms of securing the frags, but here for Oasis Gaming it is going to be Zeus. But let's check out who are the players that we are gonna be watching for. Saktong-sakto pala, we have Rimuru and Zeus here, wherein both of them has like the differences in terms of the ages that they use, but for Rimuru, kaya niya na mag-traverse into an Astra Pick or in the controller, as we may recall from their game from Pearl. Tama ba? But also here for Zeus, all-out brute force, aggression, lahat-lahat na. Kung offense talaga. So these are like the people to look out for, as I may say, as they should.
Yan yung ina-expect natin mag-pop off, diba? Itong si Rimuru,
Yes.
tsaka si Zeus. You know, one of the memories that I've had from Rimuru was that pop-off game he had on Split where he denied 7-Sep Crew one of their 4 chances of trying to get through towards the playoffs, diba? A heartbreaking moment for them, but a superstar moment para kay Rimuru. A breakout star, I would say. And to note, siya nga din pala ang kapatid ni Kamiyu, all the way from Falcons Esports. Shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Kung nanonood nga kayo mamaya. At saka si Zeus nga naman, remember, this guy has been a human highlight reel ever since na pick up siya ng Oasis Gaming, all the way from Avernus Esports. And I'm sure na dadami pa lalo ang mga highlights niya pagdating dito sa BO3 kasi syempre, do or die to sa pareho nating teams. Pag natalo ka dito, wala ka ng chance kahit ano pa.
Of course, it's all in or go home. But let's check out ang ating map video for both of these teams. Interestingly enough, Haven has been banned, and as well as Lotus, but we are going to be playing with the most classic maps that we may have. We have Split, Ascent, and Icebox, wherein ang unang mapa na pinili dito ay galing sa Orgles, and the rest are from Oasis. But I think dito na papasok yung laging sinasabi ni Ramon that Oasis ages like wine. Habang tumatagal, mas tumitindi, mas masarap yung kanilang place, and as well as yung mga action na inihahatid nila sa able. So, what more can you add to that?
Well, honestly, there really is nothing else to it, diba? The Oasis Gaming roster is the type of team that will need a lot more of resources to be funneled into one player, but you can also expect some consistency. Si Slatom sometimes would come up to mind when it comes to clutch scenarios, and Marky being one of the more experienced players that we have, who, fun fact also, is also one of the younger players dito, is still gonna be looked at when it comes to the flex role then. But as we head on into the agent selection, dito malalaman kung gaano ka-flexible ang mga players natin across the board. It will be a deadlock as they're only a sentinel for Oasis Gaming, a double controller comp as well. So the idea here is that they want to kind of spend a lot more time para mahirapan yung pagkuha ng control ng mga attackers natin if Astro is gonna be starting on that defensive side, right? So it will be a lot of work if they're gonna be forcing themselves in toward the site dahil sa concusses na pwede ma-provide ni Tesseract, dahil sa paranoia ni Marky kapag tama yung position niya on the map, which if you compare that to any other controller, an Omen will be forgiven dahil napaka-flexible lang ng paglagay ng smokes niya. I do like the Orgless roster in how well they play the playstyle, right? Kasi si Zin, alam na natin na malakas siya mag-duel. Si Remura naman, parang sineset up nila for success. I do kind of find it interesting that they're not playing with a Sentinel. But then again, these days, on a split map sa pro play, not a lot of teams are even playing the Sentinel role kasi mas gusto nila i-priority yung utility nila above all.
That is true. And just by pairing it up with a double duelist setup, that is going to be bound to be a crazy lineup, if I may say. And most importantly, having that Euro as well that nullifies or removes the reason of having a deadlock, and alongside its abilities na minsan hit or miss pa yung ultimates especially. But let us check out if we are going to be proven wrong or right as we head into the map was split here that is about to commence just in a bit. And I feel like we are bound to see a really fiery match. Lalong-lalo na Zeus is on the neon as per usual. But seems like mid-control is gonna be their ball here in a bit. Some presence. Lopez, mag-ingat ka. But he's gonna be taking out one and going out in a bit.
A lot of damage done as well to Astro by the end of it. So that's a bit more priority on Zin this time. Pops in with a double kill. A lot of dick damage done from this guy. He's not missing any shots at all. A triple from the king himself as it's a 4 versus 1. It's Marky, the longest standing Oasis member, who's now in full control with a lot of young guns on his side. Pero the fact remains is siya na lang yung natitira para sa Oasis roster. And can you absolutely deny the impact from Zin right there? It's 4 dink shots. 4 headshots all throughout na muntikan pa nga si Marky yung susunod ay napatay pa nga ni Remuro Kid. He tries to rotate back onto the mid side as well. So it's a 1-0 para sa Orgless. A great start on their pistol round. But then again, it's Zin, man.
Great, man. Grabe yun, man. Ewan ko, yung mga tipo ng ganitong unang round, this is going to be their boost. This is going to be a wonderful standard to set themselves up onto. Kung ganito yung naging performance natin from the first round, what if ituloy-tuloy na natin yan? Be consistent as time goes by. But once again, everyone, battle of attrition, best of 3. It's all about how they can adjust and even be consistent with the performance that they've been able to set up for themselves umpisa pa lang. Pero ngayon, we are gonna be some members just preparing themselves here at the mid area. And of course, with all of the advantage in terms of guns na meron nitong si Orgless, medyo delikado ata ang sa membro natin ditong si Zeus. But they're just gonna go back to safety and shifting their attention onto A site momentarily.
I think with the presence of mind that they knew Zeus is around the mid side, hindi na sila magtatry ng kahit ano pa doon sa side ng map na yun. So si Eman kills off one, and that's Astro. Just a Viper in hand for them. Stinger still in place, and it's a triple spray down from him as well. So a lot of damage done. Zeus also falters to Remuro Kid. This time it's going to be a 4 versus 1 for Tesseract, who, again, the leader, the IGL, will have to have a tall task at hand against Orgless, who really have been steering the wheel habang tumatagal yung laban natin on the split map spots at Zin, but the Bulldog will take care of him in time. So it's 2-0. Pistol round converted. Bonus also given up to them. Oasis Gaming gonna have their buy round this time, and considering the buys that they had kanina, I think Zeus has fully bought yung kanilang mga yung util niya. So he's gonna have to double think about what he's gonna buy into this next round.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite of a stretch here for Oasis, and just by seeing din yung spray down dito ni Eman, which is quite crazy to me, using that stinger as well, couldn't even understand how these pros were able to track and keep the bullet centered pagka gumagamit sila ng stinger. But, oh well, I mean, they're called pros for a reason. But Oasis might possibly have their eyes set into mid and as well as B side. They might even utilize the B tower, if I may say so. But also, with the delays being put up onto them, this is once again gonna be an area or an avenue for hesitation this early, which is not favorable at all.
Talagang hindi nga naman nagiging favorable sa Oasis this time, eh, no? Interestingly, it's their buy round, but Zeus still gonna hold the judge in hand for himself. Fastro spots out Eman with his tendencies on pushing A main very early on. I think nalaman nila na because they're dodging from the hunt early, eh, hayaan na lang nilang si Eman na lang yung kukuha ng info para sa team ng mas malapit sa A main, which is kind of risky considering na may Neon silang kalaban, pero he still has full trust in his teammates. Urza can have the responsibility of trying to kill off everybody pushing into the site, and he does so successfully with a double kill. Spectre in hand, 20 seconds already in the timer of Oasis. They don't have enough para mag-rotate to the A side, so they need to commit to the B side. Kahit sa mid pa sila manggaling, pero nag-TP si Marky kay Funky. May double kill pa nga si Funky. Judge in hand, and with enough time, Astro will have to save up the gun.
Wait lang, pre. Medyo na-caught off guard ako sa fun fact sa GC ni Ma'am Colleen. Shout out sa iyo, Colleen! Nagulat ako doon. Para feeling ko hindi siya safe isabihin sa broadcast.
Hindi.
Mag-focus na lang tayo dito sa laban natin. No? Tindi nga naman ng talima ng Orgless. Most especially being able to capitalize more on the pickups and just basically catching the rest of the members here from Oasis off guard. Most especially, they're just primed up in all of their positions, focusing on their anchors and as well as the trade-offs, which is wonderfully done here from Orgless. Pero ngayon, with the current stature that Oasis is at, as much as possible, they really want to take this round. Not quite sure how though, most especially that we have 3 sheriffs on their end, not entirely the best loadouts. But hey, we have already seen this before. You have seen Chronicle's been able to win in these type of moments, but that's already an immediate -1. Zeus being removed and also some attempted trades, but still Orgless got the advantage. Funky's already super low in terms of HP here. Not quite sure if Oasis will be able to catch up on that.
Sa ganitong sitwasyon, you could be better off saving up the judge kanina, but still, that one tap weapon is going to make a lot more of a difference if he's going to handle multiple people on his side. Spots on in, and that double peek jiggle doesn't work out in the end. That Tesseract getting another towards the mid-side push. B Heaven in full control of Oasis Gaming. Sir Urza is doing his damn work para mahold yung B main. Tries to cut them off from that main position. Kills off Tesseract, and with a perfect paranoia, it will blind up the space, pero Marky still holding the high ground. Making this a 1v2 for Eman, but he walks into Marky's blind spray into the 3-1 scoreline. Oasis finally break through a round, and it came with Funky jiggle peeking doon sa may mid side when he was looking for info. It cost him his life.
I mean, the best you can do in garnering info as much as possible, you want to utilize your abilities, not your body itself. Or instead, you're gonna be getting some information in exchange of your life. We have been able to see from time and time again. But we already have the annihilation available para kita sa rack. Pwede yung gamitin na ni Tannen as well as the dimensional grip on the hands of Zen. Pero once again, TP out muna si kumpare mo kasi parang meron siyang nakitang hindi niya nagustuhan sa B-side natin.
Ako napansin ko kanina si Urza na-drop niya yung weapon niya while he was prepping the paranoia. Pero sometimes nangyayari yun eh kasi baka na-atat na siya or something like that. But in any case, he needs to be cool, calm, and collected, especially with Zeus running in with a judge, knocking him down as the only anchor. Rimuru Kid a little too far off the case as Tesseract will get the second frag for Oasis. Astro following through again as the flank watch for the squad. Remember, They don't have somebody as a hard flank watch, so they have to provide at least one player, and that's Astro in this scenario, becoming a 2v5 para sa Orgless. And because Zen has the op, he has to think twice about this push. He has to save this gun.
Nakita ni Eman. Pinatulog. Medyo, that's quite anticlimactic if I may say. But at least Emma's been able to take him down as an exit frag attempt. But I don't think that they will have any chance of defusing anytime soon. The best thing they could do is to save indeed. And at least Oasis has been able to get this round for themselves and try to pick them off as early as possible, narrow down their numbers, which has been wonderfully done by them. And instead, they're just gonna be starting us pretty close to each other. We already have the Nightfall and still the Dimensional Rift that is yet to be used here by Zend. And look at this, Ramon. I feel like we have already seen this operator play before. Dude is anywhere, everywhere, all at once. All he has to do is to pick an angle, and hopefully he will be able to see someone there.
This position is telling me that he has to hold that heaven spot, but now that I realize it's gonna be a technical timeout para sa parehong squad natin. So medyo hold your breath muna tayo dito. Kasi sa ganitong sitwasyon, kailangan maging 100% ng lahat ng mga nandito so far sa ating lobby. So let's kind of get some positives out of the way muna, diba? Bago tayo magbigay ng hard truth. Oasis, we've usually known them to be a team na slow starters, diba? Pero nakakapalag sila sa couple of buy rounds natin. And that's good. Considering that they're also a team that really is relying on momentum. When they get it early on, then it's a good sign for them lalo na. Kasi hindi na kailangan mag-build up eh. Wala nang kailangan ng build up. Kapag maganda yung story, dapat may build up usually. What if yung bida malakas na sa una? Diba?
Yeah, that is kind of an interesting plot. Maybe we can call out some animators or even writers for that. What if umpisa pa lang malakas ka na? Ano pa yung pwede mo gawin with that current background? But at the same time kasi, kung magiging malakas ka ng umpisa pa lang, paano yung mga kasama mo? Can they actually follow up with that? So, that might be a question that will need an answer and will be answered as this series go by. But currently, we're just ensuring yung status ng ating mga players that they can play up to their prime. And hopefully, you guys, there's a comment section natin ay maganda ang inyong tanghali, pahapon na, ngayong araw na ito. Sabado pa naman, yung iba siguro may pasok, yung iba wala. Well, hopefully, wherever you are, you're safe from the heat. Grabe yung init ngayon, guys. Mag-ingat kayo.
Totoo nga lang, diba? So, gusto namin magbigay ng shoutout sa mga viewers natin at konting balikan mo tayo sa caster cam kasi kailangan natin maggandoon na mabilisan, diba? Kasi Mochi, sa sobrang init ng ating laban, sa sobrang excited natin, medyo nakalimutan natin sabihin yung predictions natin for today. So, same yung resulta, pero on the way there, medyo may difference. So, why is it that you believe na magkakaroon ng one win yung Oasis dito against an Orgless roster that actually has a history with them?
I mean, you've said it yourself. They have an history with them. It just means they already got the experience and they've even have this plot of what they can do against Orgless themselves. And just to add, maybe we didn't even know the map picks that they already chosen right now, but that might actually be a sign for Oasis to set the bar up and be stronger onwards, most especially that they have chosen the last two maps. So, with that being said, this might actually be a 2-1 for me. But how about you? How did you say na 2-0 to, Ramo?
Okay, so exactly the point that I've been making. See, Oasis kasi is the type of team that if you want them to succeed, you're gonna have to expect all 3 games, diba? Which, if you kind of put that into perspective for Orgless, para sa kanila, kailangan nilang tapusin to na mabilisan. And considering the nature of the games that they've had so far sa Predator Kings of PH, sila yung may pinaka mabilis na tempo sa ating lahat in terms of like winning rounds, in terms of how dominating it has been. I don't know if it's because of the quality of the games that we've had that time, or I don't know kung may skill disparity, kumbaga, but the fact remains, sila yung may pinaka mataas or pinaka dominating na performance so far sa Pred Kings of PH. And I think that is more than enough for me to like consider them a little bit higher compared to Oasis right now, who really needs to get a little bit more time before they can grind up the gears para dito sa ating semifinals. But malay mo, magkamali ako, malay mo, tama ka. Hindi natin alam. As we find out ourselves dito sa ating susunod na round on the mid side as well. Early Viper smoke, tapos may TP pa on the way from Marky to try to shave off tong si Funky, who honestly, they've been noting his position time and time again na it's kind of understandable that they're investing util against him this time as they kill off tong si Funky, pushes in towards the mid-vent position. Zeus gets himself some space, but they still need to think about their Muru kid, who's only a judge.
Well, you know what's interesting from our predictions is that we did not even take into account the possibility of Oasis having a 2-0. Like, how big is that possibility? So, that might be interesting. That's fascinating and compelling for us to think that way. But also, once again, feel free to prove us wrong, which is wonderful. Pero ngayon, they're just gonna be entering into the side track na agad. Abay, binoga ba naman ni Rimuro ang dalawa? With an attempt of trade here from Marky, but still, mukhang yun lang din naman ata ang tatapos sa kanila as they try to attack B side. Well, pinalabas lang sila kaagad dito ng Orglass.
Parang si Manong guard lang din, except hindi naka-Bucky. Kalaban nila dito, he only has a judge. Urza spotted out as the bait, but your Muru kid, he wasn't waiting for anybody to peek onto Urza this time. He was the one who initiated the fight. He was the one who pushes in. So it's kind of interesting. This bait and switch setup for Orglass. Usually you expect it from teams like Chronicles. Orglass right now demonstrating that same amount of teamwork this time, as it's going to be a 3-man setup para kay Orglass. Ready with the op. Zind gonna have a field day if he wants to take that fight head on to them, pero that Viper smoke's gonna give him a lot more cover para makapag-reposition towards that Vents position.
Eh, inalis na. Yun nga lang nga, hindi ko connecta ata ang shot ni Zendon from our mid-area interaction, which is quite unfortunate. We are also having a sensor action here that might actually just gonna be prepared there for any flanks upcoming, but they're just gonna be setting themselves up for victory here in hopes of doing so. Oasis, Funky taking out Astro. And seems like their defense here is gonna be decreased as they try to make their move into B-side. Erza already good for 2. They're not gonna be stopping anytime soon. Nagtawag pa ng mga kasama itong si kumpare mo sa Latom. 30 HP left on this guy alongside Marky. I feel like both of them are already expected, pero wait,
30 seconds
Marky
left.
in a really good position here from B Tower might actually catch someone off guard. There's just 20 seconds on the clock though.
Hirap dito, no? Just a lot of time invested. And if they want to go for a site, they can actually push on in towards the A,
10
but
seconds left.
I think they're just going to call for the save. There's only 100 credits for Slatom, 400 for Astro. Meron pa namang overdrive tong si Zeus, so call for a save is going to be inevitable for them. It's a 5th round para sa Orglass. Despite them picking up tong si Zind, the response doon sa beam and aggression was definitely of note, but Slatom, these will increase some more damage done kay Orglass, killing off tong si Eman, who, let's be honest, he's been having a good day so far. I think one of the criticisms I've had with Eman before, even when he was on the Zol Esports roster, was that he wasn't usually somebody that you'd expect to initiate fights, and sometimes that bites him in the ass, but now he's kind of stepping up. Kita mo, nagpupush siya dun sa may aiming, jiggling. Even as somebody who's fighting off against a Neon, some things like these, yung protocols na ganon, you kind of consider that with the team composition.
That is true. And as much as possible, all these rooms for mistakes can be capitalized on by the opposition. But currently, it seems like Oasis is quite in a really tricky spot here. Most importantly, in terms of defense, Orglass has been quite formidable. And I wonder what is going to be the next plan of action here, considering that the timeout's been used here by Oasis. Not quite sure if they're gonna be setting something off, most especially that they don't have all of the utilities or guns that they would necessarily need in these types of situations. So, lots of room for thinking here of what Oasis can do in these types of moments. But for Orgles, hayahay lang sila dito, Ramon.
Totoo nga lang eh, no? 5-2. Orgla's gonna have a bit of a chill time habang Oasis gonna play for scraps now. Lots of money on Marky's side, but he decides to save it for possibly an operator para sa susunod na round para kay Zeus. He usually is known to actually use that gun sometimes if he feels like it, but now it's gonna be that conquest over to the mid side as well. Fence open, tapos yung B Heaven, since hindi na naka-judge tong si Reburu, he has to play it with a bit more distance. Spots up one B main player, that's Tesseract. That split's gonna be noted para sa Orgla's side. As long as they have mid control, it will be a possibility of both the B and A split, but the big difference now here is that they have to have the anchors
Wow.
set down dito sa ating side. Kaso si Tesseract napatay lang din siya, 4v4, and Astro's gonna have to step up this time. Kaso Zind is also holding the same angle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a careless moment here from both sides of the teams. But what's important is that there's going to be
30
a
seconds
fallback. Someone is gonna try and make up for that, which is already prevalent and currently happening. Eman though will be catching a couple of members off guard almost. Latam pretty low in terms of HP even. The overdrive being utilized by Zeus though, all up to Erza, and how he would be able to actually
Spike
address this type of scenario. Especially that he might even be found out by the drone almost. But there's already some shots that's been heard here by Oasis, which is a bad sign. They're just gonna be taking their time of day here. Their HP quite low. Concuss being used. Just gonna be sliding right in. And that is an immediate round win from Zeus.
And that is also a very impactful round for Astro as well. The Lurker providing a window now for Oasis when they need them. Really, after killing off Tesseract, you'd think that they're just gonna give up that B main conquest. They did. Eman would have actually done a lot more damage if he was able to catch off yung mga players nagpa-push onto the A main side. He was finally activating at the right time as well. That overdrive really was meaningful at the end. The thing about that nerf is that they have to put it at the worst possible time. But he made the most out of it now. 5-3. Spots out Astro. Now they're taking care of the Lurker. Flash on through as well. He dodges away from it since he's back on T-spawn. But Oasis Gaming, you know that they do actually play a little bit better when the game goes on for longer. And as Marky kills off Zind, it becomes even better for Oasis this time as the round progresses.
Yeah, and they even want to try and push Astro out, which is successful. Wow, okay. And although from the other part of the map, someone's gonna be taken as well. Still in favor for Oasis here. They're just gonna be trying to march their way here into B Tower. Marky taking out Funky with the support of Zeus, which is wonderfully done. Just sandwiching the rest of them. All of the utilities here from Slaton, 999. Just drenched here in the site. Eman with nowhere place to go and fully expected by Zeus himself. That is going to be an immediate round for them. The scoreline is closer than ever here, and despite of the usage of the showstopper that actually connected here, I guess that's just not it here for Orgles.
And you can tell that Zeus is coming back into his element now. He's sliding in onto the Heaven spot without clearing yung B Heaven corner, which really it would have been a 50-50 angle for him, but he still got the job done. Gets the double kill in the end as well. Puts him back onto a position where he will thrive. And usually, he's the type of player na kapag mainit sa una, ay talagang mas mahihirapan kayo. And well, because of that paranoia, they're expecting the Lurker to come out onto Tesseract as well. It's a 4-man push on B main. A classic And Ghost of may share pa nga tong si Urza. Zind also falls with a 2 for 1. Zeus enters the battlefield. But Rimuru trying so hard para mabuy time para kay Zind. Eventually, gets taken down by Zeus. 3v3. Honestly, with the amount of damage that they've done, I think this is worth it, Mochi.
Omsim. Parang ano no? Parang pwede. But Marky might actually anticipate Lopez or is in there while on the A side, the Spike is left alone. There's still 3 more people living here, 4 HP, and just gonna be striding through. Zinda as well. All of the action boiling down here at main. And before we even know it, it's already a 5-5. And alam naman din natin na as much as possible nga, no, that the Oasis would want to get the edge here from Orgus. They will try to do so. Most especially, they are on the attacking. After all, Orgus should have the better odds here once that they are on attack, but it seems like they really want to keep the scoreline closer than ever as much as possible.
Zin starts off with an operator shot, and that Viper Spit also does not make Zeus hesitate. He's also on the other side of that ulti as well. Spots out Funky doon sa may mid-vent, so the target has been locked, but Zeus is kind of isolated in between the Viper Spit at saka yung mga teammates niya, so you're gonna have to look for him right now. He doesn't even know he's in front of him, Funky! Good thing he sweeps up that corner, and Astro, fully trusting in the process, kills off Eman into the 4v3, but Zind is not missing these op shots, and it's becoming a doom into the hands of Oasis Gaming into the 2v4. Where is Slatom's gun anyway?
Hindi ko rin alam, pre.
Ayun.
There you go. He's just gonna be trying to mind his own business, focus on the objective, but I wonder if Zen will be able to catch up onto him. That is the simplest kill I've ever seen so far. Definitely not even looking at him. And there's just a couple more rounds here. As much as possible, Oasis wants to get this one, but unfortunately, I guess that's not gonna be the case as Zen takes out the last person remaining. And this dude just casually took that 4K on that operator.
And I think Zind was listening in dun sa pre-broadcast natin because we were talking about Rimuru a lot, right? I think we gotta remember who was one of the highest rated duelists at one point in the VCT scene. This is Zind at his prime. Operator shots coming through with a 4K in hand. Now 6-5 for Orglis, taking back what could have been a monstrous rise for the side of Oasis Gaming as they start back with that split towards the mid side as well. AAA main stack papunta dito sa operator ni Zin, pero dahil alam nila na mahilig siyang mag-aggress dito, that looming possibility will make them a little affected with their tempo.
Yeah. It's really interesting that with the current matchup, there's lots of formers and ladders here, as you have mentioned. The best before and the best now, and even here, all of the ultimates being primed up onto A side. There's gonna be put in a chokehold here at the entrance of A site. Definitely became a cemetery, a graveyard, a massacre.
Funky.
Funky will be taking the matchup for you. Well, an interesting spray, but at least he would be able to take him out. Zeus in a really difficult position here. Will try to take them one by one, but that is not gonna be possible. Not in front of Zend with his operator. A 7-5, quite of a good half, if I may say.
Look, he didn't have a gate crash open, so he fully trusted in himself. Whips the op shot, but it's okay. I have a dimensional drift. He dodges from 2 ultimates who was supposed to kill off Zind. But man, if you think about that, this guy is a human sponge. Ang dami yung nakuhang util. Pero he dodges everything thanks to his own ulti. Without a gate crash, without anything. This guy is a Chad.
Bro definitely just said straight up no. And just did his thing. Just crazy. And well, look at that. We are on a quite a decisive Scoreline still in favor for Argos, but not too far, as Oasis can definitely skim this through. They have the advantage, or supposedly have the advantage with this current lineup. After all, I am not quite sure if there is going to be a tremendous impact set here for Tesseract, especially on that deadlock pick. But once again, the table is open.
And our ears are up for listening.
Yes.
We head on
of
into
course.
this pistol round. It's a 7-5. We have a presence made doon sa may mid side, and Zind gonna find his presence. He almost kills off Zeus. Sobrang konti na lang. Buti na lang he bottle light shield. And they still try to push on B Heaven. Kills off Slatham in process. Paranoia a little too late to the call, but Astro is here. Right place, right time. Backside in control. And they have to take care of him. He has to isolate the fights right now. Because of Molly, it's becoming a little bit difficult. Double kill for Marky, and Astro kills off Urza as well. 1v3 for Funky, kills off one. Does get the double kill, but Astro, the lone anchor on site, is able to buy a lot of time for everybody to come back to him. And will be a 6-7.
Ayun na nga, boss. The defense is quite strong here for our first round of the second half, and seems like they've been able to address every single duel wonderfully. Not flawless, but it's kind of a decent interaction between them. But we are yet to see if there is going to be some creds depleted here from Oasis, lalo na that Orglas would definitely be sure to do just that. 26 HP na lang itong season though, which is quite bad. And even leaked some information here in B-Sec, but the anchor is still strong from the counterpart.
So parang in a way, they don't really need to do anything else, right? But
Yep.
Oasis really parang same tempo pero on the same side right now, as Funky is moving in a little too close in towards the util. As Zeus, he's not aware of it.
Ooh.
But Tesseract is still here. Low on HP. 4v5. Eman spotted. Has to push in. Special delivery and the paint shell. Tried to support the cause, but they spot out Slatham, and he eventually sprays on to Zind. Kills him off, the low member. And they even try to aggress onto him from both sides of the map. A double kill for Slatham right now. Medyo late pa nga tong si Urza, but eventually he makes his presence, he makes his impact. Zeus again with the judge as well. And muntikan pa nga mapatay tong si Marky, but eventually his Bulldog gonna win out the fight into a 7-7. Now finally that bonus round that Oasis Gaming have been trying to bank on will take into full effect, but Orgla still have their bye round. And this could possibly be a very close game so far, Mochi.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they can even get this round as a retribution, pero can we just point out that Slatham definitely became a hurdle doon sa B-Tower natin. All of these guided salvos, the stinger sprays, has just been so on point that definitely became a huge rock that Orglas has to go pass through or even climb, but unfortunately haven't been able to do so. I mean, it's given the advantages on Oasis themselves, so can't judge at all. But now, it is going to be Orglas that might try to put themselves dito sa A-site natin. So, kailangan nilang mag-ingat. And once again, quite in a default position. No one's taking mid-control for now. And just gonna be taking their time of day and playing passively since they've been set up to do this ever since earlier on. So,
Yan nga eh. Kung matutuloy pa ba nila to eh, definitely will be a good thing for them as the wall dissipates dun sa may mid-side. Usually it would be a Sage to do that, but Tesseract does have deadlock, and we kind of mentioned about kung ano yung magiging impact ng deadlock pick na to so far. Sa last round pa lang natin nakita. Now he has the grab net in his hand. He's gonna try to buy a lot of time. He does catch up tong si Rimuru Kid, who has to actually take out that grab net. Now they have to activate towards the judge, but he only gets one dito kay Zind. Rimuru Kid follows through, already takes out the effect of that nade. And Marky, lone man on the site, does get eventually discovered by Rimuru Kid as Astro double kill for him. But Funky is also a good supported player so far. 2 versus 1. Rimuru Kid solo on HP. And Zeus only having the judge will be an interesting result whatsoever. Kasi kailangan nilang hanapin. Yung nag-iisa na nasa heaven so far, I don't think they have enough info to play off of this 2 versus 1 post plant. Checks off Hell, spots him out. 1v1. This time kills off Rimuru Kid as well. And Funky versus Zeus. You will have to try and trace him through the smoke. It's a triple for Funky. He didn't even need to see him. 8-7. And Orgles able to bounce back.
That could have ended so different. I mean, as much as we really want to put a highlight from the head-to-head people that we put there earlier on, seems like we're seeing new sets of outstanding agents right now, which is wonderful. Especially na kanina itong si Funky, there are times na nahihirapan siya noong defense natin, or rather, nung defense natin. Pero ngayon, it seems like he can already dance better in the groove that they're currently at para sa Orgles. And in that round's been quite astounding for him taking 3 people in a row, which is wonderful. Outlaw, though, not connecting onto anyone. Funky would try to push it as well, but just gonna be taking this as careful as ever and taking the kill. Slatham is already aware of that and will try to offer a sandwich here, possibly not being anticipated. But I feel like there's a huge room of uncertainty here from Orgles. They better be careful, but Funky will be more than prepared in addressing that.
And they have a lot of time to plant on down. They had a lot of doubt in this plan because of the Viper's Pit. They knew that they were coming onto the A site, but since they've taken care of Slatham, job becomes a lot easier for them. They have a flank coming through, and Astro, he misses the shots. Eventually will get killed off by Zind. That would have been their insurance policy, but eventually it expires right before it starts. 5 versus 2. And Zeus even dashes in towards the Viper's Pit, kills off Funky, nullifies the ultimate, but in the end, as the dust settles, it's Tesseract in a 1v4. Outlaw in hand. Not the best weapon for the job. He's been holding this position for so long that a lot of time has already been spent. This will be a 9th round for Orgles if he doesn't do anything. And I think it will be that.
Yeah, that's it, I guess. I mean, crazy play from Funky. Not gonna lie, that is such a chivalrous act, if I may say, most especially how he's been able to take a really early pickoffs and as well as the commitment and immediate Viper's Pit on A side. That's so decisive. And it's wonderful how he has been able to keep himself secluded with the rest of the time while he tries to just anchor the space down here in A site and let the rest of the members take the wheel after he perished, which is wonderful. But once again, Oasis will be facing another Eagle, which is not the best thing, but they will try to still fend them off. Wall gonna be placed here early on. Rimuru taking out Zeus, which is, again, not the best thing to have in this type of situation.
Especially in a position where they need to get a comeback going.
Yeah.
Zeus usually the fire starter, but before a spark even ensues, the fire does not burn within them, except they have another kid within them. It's Slatham. Remember one of the old days when he used to be one of the collegiate players, now playing with one of the best organizations on the roster. 9-7, 4 versus 4. Gets himself a Phantom upgrade, gives it to Marky, and Tesseract finally lands a shot with that Outlaw. We've been looking out for that impact for so long now. But Orgles gonna try to sneak their way past the sonic sensors. Funky has always been noted to be a really good lurker so far. Will he catch Tesseract here with the Outlaw, Mochi?
Uy! Nakita yung barrel. Hindi kumonekta! Funky taking this dude down, and Astro, or rather Eman, being surprised by a couple of members, including Astro, taking him out. But now that the objective has been secured, we are yet to see if Oasis would manage to play out this retake wonderfully. Lalo na low na si Funky dito, so that might be an avenue for them to make this retake succeed, expected by Marky in the Rams area. And it's all up to Erzam, ano ang kanyang future steps in addressing this. Parang may magnet yung crosshair niya doon. Hindi ko alam ano nangyari. Ang ganda. Elbow area anticipated by Astro, but he would be able to take him out. You can see the smile in bro's face like, dude, I just clutched that, man.
And I don't think he even expected that at all.
Yeah.
The auto lock to Marky. And then the perfect placement of the paranoia. I'm not sure if it hit itong si Astro, but it was placed in a way that made him a little hesitate. Bago siya makapunta dun sa bomb as well. So perfect crosshair placement from Urza. An adjustment from Urza this time around as well. Clutching up the 1v2. Kills off Astro right here. And it's going to be a 10-7 so far. What a beautiful way to bring that back from the breakout star that is Urza.
Grabe, no? Like, ang crazy nun. Parang may magnet yung crosshair niya. Nakangasan ako dun. Pero,
Diba?
Yeah. And we even have From the Shadows and as well as the Showstopper available here for Urza and Rimuru Kid if ever that they really want to secure the match point. But once again, mas maraming ultimates ang Oasis na pwede nang gamitin pang bawi. Some sort of way. I feel like the only thing or some of the major things lacking here for Oasis is the fact that they always retake incomplete, which is bad and not a good sign. Pretty similar to right now, they're gonna be forced to back out, but at least Astro will be able to take Rimuru Kid and not even letting him use the Showstopper. Just gonna be rendered useless. But Nightfall already been used by Eman as well.
Flank.
The flank. Oh no, that's not nice. It might be anticipating one more. Marky taking out Funky finally. And actually, this might actually work out for Oasis. They're just closing up on them, sandwiching them, and wonderfully executing every single one. And then finally falling down the hands of Marky himself at 10-8. And I feel like they didn't even use any of the ultimates that they have that round, which is nice.
They didn't. Yeah, they didn't. They still have their Viper Spit. Slatom still has his Armageddon in his back pocket that From the Shadows can still be used on a flank. Perfect timing that for Funky. That would have been something more, pero mahirap kasi dito. Sometimes hindi mo ma-predict kung nakapag-push na sila lahat eh. Kaya nagulat siya na nag-hold pa rin yung isa sa mga Oasis players to try to fend up the flank from the CT side. And speaking of flanks, Zeus also has a perfect timing from that B main extremity. 10-8. Smoke on down from A main. Funky is doing what Astro has been doing kanina nung nagsa-start tayo sa first half, but now he's crunched up in the crossfire.
Parang ang daing naririnig dito ni Funky, pero wala siyang pakialam, pre! May makukuha pa rin siya doon regardless. But still, he's not gonna be going out of that location unscathed because he's gonna be critically low in terms of HPs and would be able to take his fair share of the work as well. In doing so, ay side ata ang punteriya dito ni Orgles at libreng-libre. Pasok mga suki, apakaluwag ng A-site natin ngayon. And mukhang nakaramdam na naman si Marquino. Everyone will try to rotate towards our A-site just in a bit. But still, you really have to try and work closely here for Oasis, lalong-lalo na may kakulangan in terms of manpower and some uncertainty of the whereabouts sa mga membro natin dito from Orgles. Saan kayo magsisimula tumingin? It's quite of a struggle for them. You know, bro, parang magsisave na nga ata sila.
Tumitingin sila sa lahat ng pwede na lang masikutan. Pwede kasi makakuha sa city. Pwede pang may mid-player sila. The thing about Orgles and their slow tempo now is that you can't predict where Zind is. You can't predict if Eman is also doing a second lurk. If Urza's anywhere, especially since he's the Omen, he has TPs, right? Ang dami nilang pwedeng gamitin sa strat book nila. Oasis,
legit,
rely on the 3-man save now. They haven't used their ultis, to be fair, so this will be something to take note of pagdating dito sa mga executes. But Orgles, It's as clear cut as ever. Take one kill and then just bum rush back in towards the A site. Talagang
Wow,
fact remains that there's still pretty flexible players in their own right. Talagang sa timing din, nagkakaroon sila ng adjustments. Oasis Gaming gonna have to find themselves a needle in the haystack right now, as it's an 11-8. Still pretty close, I might add, pero considering how clear cut it has been for Orglis right now, talagang you can't deny that this team really is on the driver's seat so far.
Sim. In-game ang mga bro. Pero yun nga lang nga, Marky would be landing some shots here onto Rimuru, but at least Rimuru will be able to make up for that. Astro definitely gonna be removed. And of course, B-site is already theirs for the time being. Not unless Oasis tries to move the mountains. Marky, sisimulan na raw yun. Now all numbers equalized, and even the Armageddon being utilized here by Oasis themselves, and even also the Annihilation. Lahat na ng mga ultimates inalatag dito, but the trades are still coming in, and mukhang pabor pa rin ata kay Orglis ngayon, most especially with the post-plant situation that they currently have. Yun nga lang nga. Uy! Natamaan pa rin through the smoke from the dark covers. Pinaliwala lang ni Funky. Now up against a couple of members and the unanimous swing. Orglis securing the match point for themselves.
Match point.
Wonderfully executed against Oasis.
The worst possible time din mawalan sila ng pera. Pistols for a lot of people on Oasis right now. A phantom for Tesseract, but it's understandable he needs to stand his ground. But in that previous, really, the confusion onto the Oasis roster. The position from Marky on Hell, overwhelmed by the split coming through, and Rimuru Kid. Talagang noted yung kanyang position once he pushed himself on B main. The one tap all the way from that pillar spot. Galing sa Guardian. It's opened up the window for them to entry onto the side with no hesitation anymore. And the lucky spray through the smoke as well, as you mentioned, man. Talagang sa post-plant, kailangan ng breathing room ang Oasis Gaming. So magta-time out muna sila dito. Tamang hinga lang ang mga idol natin.
Napatime out si Oasis. Oh my gosh,
Ubus na nga eh. Ubus na.
Ayun nga, ubus na. And it's just the first map. And I guess that just leaves the statement of it's sort of giving the same energy na meron si Chronicles kanina. But they didn't make yung kalaban nila to take a couple of timeouts as what Oasis is doing in right now. Pero wala silang choice eh. Kasi match point na, and they're not using the best loadouts that they can. So they had to resort to something else. So magsisimula sila into denying any space here from a site or narrowing down their options even. But also allocating a couple of people here just in case na merong mga has. I guess they're already catching up that might be a possibility, especially kung si Funky ang papasok dito. But simulan tayo din with a couple of utilities being used and the push already commencing, but unfortunately Slatom will be taking out Zind in the process. Klarong-klaro, subukan ni Funky na hamakin ito. But he's gonna be put it to sleep by Asho kaagad-agad and proving that that is not the best thing to do. Zeus on the Judge, connecting that. And it's now a 2v5.
Yep. Still have the better guns now. And oh my gosh, he put his foot in the smoke. An unlucky timing for Rimuru Kid. And it's not gonna be Urza. We've seen miracles happen before, but when it's a paranoia on top, it's an impossible task against Tesseract. He clutches up into a 9-12 scoreline. A flawless round for Oasis Gaming. On their eco round nonetheless, thanks to the Viper's Pit. I mean, if you think about it, parang nanalify yung fact na may Spectre tsaka yung Bulldog sila because they were walking into it. Sobrang low na ng HP nila dito.
Yeah. Parang nabaliwala lang din eh.
Diba?
But at least that is an additional bit of lifeline para kay Oasis. And even so, there is already the dimensional drift active and being used by Zend. So far, kitang-kita kung sino ang mga nasa B-site. And I feel like that's more than enough information for them to commit into here. And even the utilities connecting into Tesseract, wala siyang magagawa kundi umatras na lang dito. Pero si Zeus, andito pa rin sa kabilang tabi. Kasama ni Astro. Eto na, Brusco Brothers lang pala ang kasagutan na kailangan nila. Oasis might actually be looking into taking the 10th round win for their side. Funky left all alone, not quite sure how he can actually address this one, particularly low in terms of HP, and eventually being dead. 12-10, Oasis kumakayod at humahabol pa.
Oh, and you can actually credit a lot of that to how well they're able to fend off the aggression done to B main. Once they step foot in towards the site, the smoke covered what could have been a very good trade route for them. Pero in the end, Zeus is able to catch up the numbers. Briscoe Brothers, as he said, a lot of support given to them by Oasis Gaming. And they're catching up now. Peak round this time for Orgulus. The worst possible time to give Oasis some sort of breathing room for them. All thanks to the timeout they had. They already have so much youth invested into this. Zin pops in towards Slatham. He really thought that he had a good timing. But because he had the best weapon for the job, he sprays on through. Kills him off as easy as that 4v5. And a wall to put up a lot of space. Denies them from ever taking some. And even kills off Rimuru. It's a good thing for him so far on the defense. Funky, a lot of trouble, and eventually Zeus kills him off as well. So a 4v2 traded off, and Orgulus expected to lose unless a miracle can happen in this mid lurk.
Ito na tayo sa punto na nagiging wine na si Oasis eh. Parang kanina
Ay.
ubas lang, ngayon wine na eh. Pero,
Parang super wine na siya ngayon.
yeah, and it seems like napipredict na nila din yung movements ng Orgulus, and in some sort of way, they're trying to catch up with what they are doing. Especially din yung tinatry gawin ni Funky kanina dito sa entrada ng A-site natin. Pero right now, napakalapit sa isa't isa. Erza and Eman all together. Abay si Zeus lang ang tatapat nila. And look at that. With a 12-11 with a possibility of an overtime.
Maabot pa nga tayo sa puntong ganito eh, no? OT pa ba sa first game natin so far? Because eventually we kind of see some tendencies for Oasis rise through the occasion. That mid defense that they've had because of Tesseract and his presence on the map. And even though we kind of had some fight left in them, with Slatham falling to the ground, it would have been an open push onto ramps, but Zeus calmly sprays onto the last two players. You actually thought that there was a chance, but now it becomes that first timeout invested for Orgulus. They know what is on the line right now. 2766, a good friend of ours, now trying to provide a little bit more support for the young guns. And Zeus. I don't know how old Zeus is. I'm just going to assume he's young too.
Oh, funny not for me. Pero true naman, I believe Jesus is quite young, yeah.
23?
Is he-
Ganon?
Not sure actually. Pa-comment down na lang. Please aid that in that information. Kasi
Maybe not. Maybe not. Baka ma-dox natin si Zeus. Yan eh,
Actually, yeah,
si
never mind.
Zinda.
Just say the age bracket, I guess. Is he a
Okay.
Gen Z, a millennial? I don't know. Yun ang bahala, guys.
Pag may facial hair, 30 years old. Pag wala, mga 20.
Yan pala yun, no? Pero, okay, wait lang Parang iba ata ang estilo ng Orgulus ngayon. Mid-control ang kanilang punteriya, pero wala pa naman sila nakikita. Maybe in a bit, they better be careful. Kasi si Tesseract
Alam ko to,
nag-aabang lang naman na medya dya. Yun nga eh. Parang medyo nakakatakot
Parang alam na natin to eh. Parang nakita ko na to
Okay.
somewhere. Di ba si Rimuru Kid yung gumawa nun kanina?
Oh, actually. Pero they didn't even try to go to B side. I feel like they already forecasted or expected that someone might be holding that judge? Question mark. Pero it seems like A side is gonna be their ball. Nightfall being used. Latom being detected. Not quite sure if he is gonna be checked out once that they offer an entry
Be
here.
heaven.
Immediate response here from Oasis. Marky taking out Zen. They might actually be just spraying down here through the smoke, but they're not gonna make it work out. There's just a couple more members here from Oasis. Oh, Argless wants this so bad as much as possible. They really want to end this already. And it's all up to Tesseract and Zeus in how they would be able to address this situation that they're currently in. Definitely not in their favor. But they've got no choice but to push forward. Low na naman dito si Rimuru Kid. And the Viper's Pit is still active. They're just occupying these. Just aggroing down. Even sliding through. But once again, rendered useless. Argless taking this win in a 13-11 scoreline and the map up split. I mean, this is their map pick after all. So, yes.
I mean, ano pa ba may expect natin? But again, Oasis Gaming never made it easy for them. So I think we had a good show on our hands nung pagkatapos pa lang. I think what really made the difference in that last round was Rimurukid's presence, right? I think he was the second guy who came up from that B Heaven lurk kasama tong si Zind. And when they were fully sure na fully clear yung B Heaven, there was no hesitation anymore from Rimuru. He really became like that second player to come out from that Heaven spot to skills off the last two. Who, let's be honest, if Rimuru Kid wasn't there, that push dun sa A main had a lot more question marks than could be done. But congratulations para dito sa side ng Orgless ngayon. They move on after a very timely timeout right now. Ipatapos ng laban though, that was the first game overall, but you can kind of expect from the performance, and hindi nga lang yung performance. Let's take a look at the pre-broadcast things about the history between Oasis Gaming and the Zol Esports core, right? I mean, if you think about it, this usually is the part of the story where we can kind of say that the decisive winner is the one who says the game won. Pero it's Oasis Gaming after all. They're usually known to be slow starters. So despite like the heroics coming through for the side of Orgless right now, I have a lot of confidence saying that this could still become like a really close series overall. But considering how well that last round ended, it really came down to the individuals. And for once, Rimurukid in this series really has stepped it up this time.
Yun nga, and you can even see that here in the highlights. I mean, sobrang lapit na ng laban nila, no? Of course, malapit na nga sana mag-overtime. Being once again, though, Orgless, as much as possible, they don't want to let Oasis get the first match. And I feel like we have already sort of anticipated this as well. Like, tulad ng sabi natin, Oasis improves their performance over time, not right from the get-go. But let us check out ang ating post-game statistics as we see who stood tall. This is quite close. It's just wonderful distribution of KDs from all of the players because walang ng single-digit kill, lahat naka-double, and as much as possible, it's just pretty close sa isa't isa and even the counterpart.
I think you could also like kind of give a lot of like props to Astro in this scenario kasi we can kind of expect that this guy's gonna play the slow approach dito sa game natin, and a lot of openings that Oasis Gaming actually capitalized on. Si Astro yung nagbubukas ng window na yun. So mga lurks na nakuha niya on the attacking side, and the amount of times that he also has been pivotal as a pillar of the team really has shaped up to what could have been a really good comeback para sa Oasis Gaming dito. Zeus also with his consistency really displayed his confidence in a lot of the duels that he has been given. But Orgless standing tall really has shown that this roster has a lot more to show. And they have shown up so much dito sa split map natin as we head on into that second map later on. Pero grabe yun, Mochi, no? A game that we can kind of expect from two behemoths of a team. The Young Guns stepping up. Zind also popping up with his up. And Oasis Gaming, well, alam mo naman, pag nagtagal ay umiinit pa rin. So usually the typical things have happened so far. Pero may expectations ba sa susunod nating game bago tayo dumaloy sa ating break mamaya?
I mean, I feel like the map picks already says everything. So, considering that this might actually be an Oasis game, possibly, not unless Orgla's already primed up and well prepared dun sa next map natin. Well, just definitely looking into discovering kung ito ba ay magiging reverse sweep or would it be a clean slate na manggagaling sa Orglas themselves.
Well, marami pa naman tayong time para malaman yun mga kaibigan dahil papasok tayo sa ating susunod na game mamaya. Pero before that, magandang time na to para ma-shoutout yung ating sponsors. And I would like to start with Predator Helios Neo 16, engineered for the elite. It pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core 9 Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. So are you ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at Acer Predator Online.
Yes, and not only that, given that recommendation, kahit anong notebook yung bilhin nyo, hindi lang yung Predator Helios Neo 16 natin meron kayong bonus na 1-month PC Game Pass na para sa inyong mga PC players like us or whoever, diba? So you can play high-quality PC games, AAA, simula nung day 1 pa lang, and you can even get an EA Play membership. And also, ang Riot Games benefits natin, discounts, deals, lahat-lahat na guys. So, kung ayaw niyo yung recommendation ni Ramon, meron pa ang ibang notebook na pwede niyong bilhin sa ating Predator Gaming online store. So be sure to check that out.
Definitely. And what a perfect way to start off yung ating series na muntikan pa nga mag-OT pero hindi pa tapos ang laban. Oasis Gaming looking to strike back dito sa second game natin as Orglas strike off with the first. My name is Ramon, with me is Mochi, and we'll be right back sa Kings of PH with game number 2.
And welcome back here sa nag-iisang Kings of PH brought to you by Predator Gaming. And nandito na tayo ngayon sa playoffs kung saan sa semifinals 1 ang nanalo ay si Chronicles Esports at ngayon naman and tuloy-tuloy na lumalaban ang Oasis Gaming and as well as ang Orglas at kami pa rin inyong mga kasama, Mochi at Ramon nga pala at your service at guess what guys, map 2 na tayo ngayon.
Map 2 at napakainit. Kung kanina ay muntikan pa mag-game OT doon sa ating first game nga naman mga kaibigan no. So mali mo, dumating na tayo dito sa puntong to na baka mag-game number 3 na ulit ng Oasis Gaming which has been proven to be one of their bread and butters nga naman, diba? I think if I remember correctly, nag-game 3 ang lahat ng games sila all the way from the qualifiers. So if this becomes another session of game number 3s on our hands, then we can kind of expect na the game is not done just yet kapag ka pumasok sa grand finals that point in time. Pero medyo malayo pa yung conversation na yun kasi 0-1 sila ngayon sa series and Orglas are leading with the firepower that they still have. Well, malalaman natin kung magiging activated ba si Zeus ngayon kasi medyo mixed results tayo ngayon sa kung paano sila nag-perform pero medyo may konting good moments pa rin naman sila.
Yes, of course. And given na rin no, that there is already some signs of life na hindi lang laging si Zeus, hindi lang lagi si Rimurukid, there's always some people willing to step up. Andyan si Funky, si Erza, Amon's also there, which is really interesting and no pun intended na sinabi ko is puro galing sa Orglas yung mga players. We are yet to witness kung meron bang ma-offer to the table ang mga members from Oasis. So, I guess we're gonna be finding more about that later on. Pero ang kinagandahan din kasi ng kanilang performance earlier sa split is yung fact na lahat sila, there's fair share of work. Hindi nahihirapan yung mga members, maybe oo, but lahat sila magkakadikit and they're doing what they can in order to support each other. But hopefully, Oasis can step up or bring their A game, if we may call it, considering that they're quite in a stretch earlier on. I feel like we can say that for Tesseract as well, which is hindi masyado nagkaroon ng heavy offering yung pagpili niya ng deadlock kasi laging merong Yoru na pwedeng mang-cancel out ng kanya mga utilities and such. Marquis Stars also being able to step up from time and time, but once again, sometimes hindi sumasapat.
Totoo nga lang no? Kaya medyo kailangan natin pag-usapan yung age selection natin kasi this time, it will be a big factor coming into this. If Orglas are gonna come in with flexible players, then we will have nothing to expect anymore. So Zin back on that Yoru and it also will be a vice pick coming through para dito kay ay, si Zen pala. Si Zen yung may vice pick. Si Rimura naman yung may Yoru pick. So, excuse me, apologies on my end. Medyo may confusion on that part as well. Pero, yun na nga mga kaibigan. Mukhang single duelist composition for Orglas this time. Same could be said as well for Oasis Gaming. They can't completely let go of the Soba since it's still gonna be a very good pick coming into this map of Ascent. And the Tejo. Again, the Tejo being that most picked agent that we've had picked by around 77 at this point, leading up in towards our grand final. So, and counting talaga, I think a lot of teams have provided some insight into how this agent can perform at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
Pero do you think enough ba siya as a way to disrupt yung vice for both sides? Kasi ito yung parang combo na nakikita natin lagi
I feel like there is this certain it all boils down to the scenarios, I guess, that they can use. Kasi yun nga tulad ng sabi mo, yung mga times na magkakaroon ng mga butas eh. And it's all up to devices how long would they be able to anchor in a specific site in order to wait for Rimuru in some sort? Or would it be just Rimuru being able to find the nook and crannies na butas or vulnerabilities na hindi nakikiter at all ni Astro? So, I feel like there is going to be some interesting trends, lalong-lalo na nag-stray na tayo far away from the usual KO and Sova pick sa Ascent na lagi natin nakikita. It's about time all of the innovation is being shown up to here, and hopefully that they can use that Yoru pick to the fullest, as you have mentioned.
Naman eh, no? And it's usually a way to try to fight up against the Vice utility as well. So you can kind of expect that having the advantage from them, but it's not going to be as fast of an execute compared to if you do have the Jet Dash itself. So Zeus is going to have a lot of responsibility on him to try to counteract yung utility ng Vice this time without the help of that fake out. But he does have the Teho to support them from the cause as well. So I'm going to see if that will be the case for them as well. So Orgless versus Oasis Gaming in our second map for the semifinals B. And remember, 1-0 tayo ngayon. Orgless, they're at their best. They're at their point sa kung saan pag nanalo sila dito, grand finals na sila agad. Remember our predictions, Mochi? We both predicted that Orgless was going to win this. But how close will it be? Or will this actually be the case for them? Because Oasis, again, we talked about them being a team that likes to play for the long term.
Yeah, and this is also the wonder or the beauty of grassroots tournaments like this. Despite of the fact na sobrang familiar na tayo sa mga players natin, they always come back on a different level or a different persona, if I may say, or performance. Lalo-lalo na in these moments, there might be something else that we are yet to uncover. But it seems like they are going to be establishing strong presence on our A site momentarily, or rather B site. And someone's going to be falling down in an instant as well. Zend already removed out of the equation, but hindi pa nila i-commit ang B site natin just in a bit. They gotta be quick with this though, because there's already people from mid trying to tower up on them. But I guess they'll be prepared. Oh wait, Erza's still here.
Erza?
Oh! Wow.
That's a lot of damage done for him. That's 2 attempts at the flank, and both times not dealing the damage required out of the Orgless roster. It's all coming down to Funky. Seen him masterfully lurk before, but now he's also spotted. Kaya babalik na lang tong si Zeus. Fights off tong si Marky. A lot of damage done, and Marky eventually will convert the shot through yet again. So Oasis Gaming getting the pistol round. A win condition for them already. Balancing out yung mga pistol rounds na nawala sa kanila kanina. 1-0, 2 kills for Slatom, 2 kills for Astro. The duo doon sa may B main has fully established themselves as the pillars of this game so far. A lot of stability towards those 2 flankers kanina, diba?
Yeah.
It would have been so much worse kung hindi sila nakapag-establish ng control sa B main. Otherwise.
True. And that is kind of a quick reaction for Oasis as well. I mean, despite of the fact that there are some plans from Orgless up in their sleeves, while it doesn't necessarily work out in their favor because Oasis has been able to predict. But Rimuru Kid be falling down the hands of Zeus before he even teleports out from that area. Tesseract, napakalalim na. And wait a minute. Seems like Orgless is clueless of the whereabouts of Oasis. Definitely not expecting where they would be coming from. And before you even know, it's just Zend all alone here at the spawn area and just gonna be walking right on the crosshair of Tesseract.
Just fully confidently pushing up. You don't normally expect things like these. Because if you think about it, if you have the better gun, you don't usually want to push up alone, diba? But because they were aware of the whereabouts dun sa A short, since they knew that they had a tendency of doubling up, Tesseract had full confidence sa pag-push up towards, well, even past that market position as well. Spotted out the jet. They also saw somebody jump peek doon sa may A main. Dapat nga yun yung may bait nila eh. Kaya naging fully aware tong si Tesseract with his position. 2-0. And since Guardian sa mga kalaban nila dito, it might become a healthy conversion in towards this bonus round. But Orglis are have to spray through the smoke. And Marky also found out, so that's a huge pick coming through on the defense on A. At dahil patay yung Omen, it's not as easy for them to rotate from that mid side. So, you should have a couple of seconds para lang ma-transport yung objective.
Of course. And yet, we are gonna see some shots being let out on a site, but at the same time, no signs of commitment from any part of the map. Maaring paparamdam lang si Demurukid. Never mind. They'll try to scout the mid area kung meron mga dadaan o magpaparamdam, but there's no one so far. Emon with the drone would just gonna be hearing some shots, some information being leaked here from Catwalk. And it seems like everyone's quite passive in terms of positioning, but Tesseract will be able to start dealing some damage here from Orglis. Just quite unfortunate. Some trades coming in here from Orglis, but still Oasis has the advantage. We're seeing some bodies on the floor here in a site, and they are yet to put the spike down. Numbers all equalized from both sides. They're just limited amount of time, but more than enough to put the spike down. Rimurukid?
Jumps on top of the generator.
Ooh.
He even kills off Astro. I think he has enough time para ma-defuse, pero remember, Slatum, he still has the guided salvo and even finishes him off. Denies the defuse, denies the objective, and a 3-0 for Oasis. It would have been devastating if Orglis were able to catch him off guard, especially with the positions. Napakalayo ni Slatum. Nung tinatry pang i-plant ng spike tong si Astro, the door was also closed on him. So he had to double time on it. Rimurukid, possibly he was hoping for the half, pero nagulat ata siya na dalawa yung charges ng guided salvo na dumaan sa kanya, kaya
Yeah, I
there's only
didn't
one
anticipate.
more. Talagang isa na lang yung charge na kailangan patayin, kaya it was an easy kill for the kid. 3-0.
That was quite unfortunate for the Murukid, which brings them to the eco round we're seeing right now. Although Astro will try to take some more people down if the disadvantage that they currently have is not even enough for them. They're just keeping themselves on top of the game as much as possible, removing every single person that they're seeing here. And Orglis isn't necessarily... I feel like there's a different team that we're seeing right now.
It could be the map pick. It could be that they really just needed that game 2 buff, but nevertheless, it's still a flawless round across the board. You see, it's like everybody's playing like Astro now. Like everybody's a lurker. Everybody wants to play for picks. At yun yung mahirap eh, when you know this map like the back of your hand. In multiple playoffs, multiple finals, multiple games played under the Oasis Gaming roster, and they know the blueprint of how to approach this Ascent game so far. Which again is their map pick nga naman, so...
As much as possible, they're just gonna make the most out of this. I mean, they brought this advantage, and all they have to do is make use of it. And although there is already a -1, which is Tesseract, some information will be denied from them. Rimurukid looking into getting another sin, covering up for his position, but is not gonna be aware that Tesseract is in there, and instead gonna be punished from that. They're really taking this super slow, but at the same time, it all makes sense as to why they're doing this. And as much as possible, they really want to put Orglis on edge. And look at that scan! Perfectly done! And now all that's needed is to gun them down. Wow.
Clean, as precise as ever. It's almost like they really have this game number 2 buff. A different looking team, a perfect util usage. Tesseract with a recon dart that actually got themselves so much information. instead of 5-0, that's prompting the timeout calling for the Orgla side. And I've been told by a lot of pro coaches that this is usually the perfect time for you to actually call the timeout because you really need the reset.
Mm-hmm.
And normally, you kind of treat yung parang eco round as additional time for you to talk out what you want to do for the next coming by round. Unless may na cook up sila dito pa lang sa may eco.
Mm-hmm. That's also a possibility. But we do hope that this timeout is gonna be beneficial for Argos, especially na pwede nating sabihin na marami pa silang kakaining bigas dito eh. I mean, it's been quite of a clean slate for Oasis so far, and it's quite a difficult task to try and even out the numbers here in terms of the score line, but still not impossible, I guess.
Definitely not. Hindi naman natin sinasabi na tapos na ang boxing. Hindi pa. Kumbaga nasa round 5 pa lang tayo. Round 6, ganun.
True.
Baka may sinabi si coach na pwedeng makapag-hype up sa mga players nila. So, we'll find out. Funky pushes in and it's a bucky to the face of Marky. That's something I never expected. That's Rimuru finally finding some signs of life, killing off Tesseract with a one-tap. He's going to try to follow through with that special delivery. Spray on through the smoke as well. Pero in the end, Funky will eventually get his upgrade. And a 3v5 where they still have to deal with the gun advantage for Oasis Gaming, but nevertheless, they're happy to take the space given to them again for free.
Of course. I mean, that is a good edge for Orglas as well, which is possible that they can brainstorm these types of strategies. They can and are more than willing and certain to make it work, which they've been able to do for a bit, for the early stages of this round. But the question is, would they be able to maintain this type of stature? Most especially that they're not in favor, or rather, they're not in favor of having the guns that they should have, but at least they managed to take a couple already. 28 seconds on the clock. They are yet to commit into any side here for Oasis. Some utilities being expended in hopes of a denial, but Vines are just going to be blocking their way. Emma with a crispy shot onto Astro, and there might even be another one here from Zend. Slap them all alone. Well, unsure of where to go, and instead gonna be gunned down here by Rimuru Kid.
It's almost like the timeout called just reignited these boys from Orglas. A different piece, and it started with a bucky shot from Funky all the way to Marky, who TP'd to try to get some space to A main. And then you couple that up with Rimuru Kid also with the one tap from mid link. These types of things can disrupt your flow into the match. Oasis Gaming, they still have a good grip of this game, but this on top of everything else just seemingly going the way of Orglas right now. You got the Armageddon already set up on A lobby. They got to run away from that. Zeus riding because he's the only man standing from that A main push. A double for Funky from the Armageddon and make it a triple as well on top. And a blink of an eye, they disappear. And in a 1v5, Marky has to show that he is worthy of his opponent. Tesseract will actually be the last guy left. 15 HP and a nightmare to deal with, as he is the lone guy against 4 people who have shown dominance all over that A lobby position.
I mean, the series of strategies being used by Orglas so far is pretty scary. I mean, they really, really want to tip off Oasis off the balance, which is actually working so far, and instead Marky will just take the time of day into saving, and the rest of the time is more than enough time for them to brainstorm for another thing that they can do next round. So if Orglas would be able to keep this pacing and continuously pull out these types of things that Oasis won't be able to take into account for, they might change the direction of the wind.
Oh, from left to right.
I'm seeing.
We'll round over. to the Orgless sons. Their only sacrifice will be remove a kid. Who knew that nung inayos si Funky yung camera na, doon pa nagkaroon ng struggles yung Orgless, no?
Yun pala yung sagot.
Wait, who's playing on the chair na nawawalang tao? That's weird. Okay. I think this is a technical or tactical pause being called against over to the side of Oasis Gaming if I'm thinking about it.
CR lang daw.
Kasi true. Pero sa play, may mga times na nagko-call sila ng timeout kasi gusto daw tumain ng isa.
I mean, I don't know. If you would play comfortably, syempre, I guess worth it.
Pero considering tactical pause yun, that's like a minute and 30? No, it's like 30 seconds.
Not
That's
even a
so
tech
long.
pause, which is crazy. I mean, pwede mo bang sabihin yan? Like, Marshals, okay lang ba mag-tech pause muna kami? Kasi technically, natatay kami. Or yung isa sa amin. Can you say that? Is that valid?
I think that happened. I think it's only valid kapag they reach a certain time threshold.
Huh.
Pag mga naging 1 hour na yung game, ganun. Or yung if the series went to like all 5 games kung BO5 siya. Ganun.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Those types of scenarios are interesting. Kasi hindi mo
Sa
naman
Dota,
makakontrol
nangyayari
yun, di ba? Oo, especially sa Dota. Just super
Wow.
long yung kailangan mong oras in order to just get a match done. An hour or so. So,
Not ready yet.
sinimula na kagad ng guided salvo na inilapag onto B-Link, but no one's gonna be damaged from that.
Wala. Pang ano lang yun.
Panakot lang.
Paramdam lang yun.
Mm-mm.
Oh, pwede din. Panakot, paramdam. Parang same lang din naman yun, di ba?
Same.
You know, there's a word that I actually learned today in Tagalog. It's called hinimas. Ano pala yun? To touch, right? Tama ba yun?
Where did you use that, though?
Gamitin yun sa cast. Ganito. So, hinimas ni Zeus yung sheer wall dun sa may mid-side that actually triggered it. And in the end, that will make some presence all the way towards that mid-bottom position. That also prompts Eman to give up yung CT. Tapos kaya din nagpo-push up tong si Zen dahil dun. So, parang butterfly effect eh. Hinimas na yung sheer wall at dahil dun ang daming nag-reposition.
Yeah, so it's like you triggering something that causes something, I guess.
You touch something and it caused something.
Yeah. Makes sense.
30 seconds
Wow, we're
left.
learning.
Tagalog pa, tas ako yung nagturo. Ang galing, no?
Wow. Angas. The more we know. But also, seems like the wall's been triggered here, which is bad news. Zen here at the boat site, not quite sure how we'll be able to handle this situation, but Eman is just there on the side and chilling, taking a couple in the process, but now numbers all equalize here. 4 seconds of the clock, they've been able to put the spike down wonderfully. Dimensional Rip being used by Rimuru Kid in order to take down or point down every single member remaining here from Orgless. Zeus, or rather, Marky, where are you gonna go? Nowhere. You're gonna go down. And this is gonna be a defuse being successfully pulled off by Orgless. Wow, they're on a 3-round streak now.
Okay. Narinig ko na-knife nga daw dapat ni Urza ng si Marky pero pinatay agad ni Rimurupin. Ano ba yan?
Tama yan.
Parang hindi tropa eh. Pero si Eman, literally, head on a swivel, had to kill off both the left side and right nung nagpo-push pa lang yung Oasis Gaming. That seemingly made all the numbers advantage in the difference. Tapos, you kind of don't expect Rimurukid to be that close with the dimensional drift. So, a perfect flash really supported yung pag-peek nitong si Urza. Kills up into the 1 versus 2 that time. And, well, Marky had to kind of think about the same thing. Kung may tao dun sa B main, may tao pa dun sa CT. So, medyo nahirapan pa siya dito. 3-5. Blade Storm active para dito kay Zeus. He decides na he wants to get some stable economy going. So he pushes off into the mid side. Parang nararamdaman nila no yung mid yung nagiging weakness kasi Vice, you usually have to have a 50-50 dito eh. Kasi pwede mo ilagay sa main, pwede mo ilagay sa mid. And usually you really expect them to put it on the mid side.
Yeah, and I feel like they're finally trying to exploit this, pero yun nga lang nga merong wall. That's gonna be more than enough information for them to try and pin down ang best time to strike, and I think that is already now. Everyone's just towering over and trying to commit here onto B side. Steel Garden even being used here by Zen, and he has been able to take a bonus from that as well because Astro's been removed alongside
30 seconds left.
the process, and Oasis has no choice but to take a pause and wait out for certain things to actually unravel. Slatom taking out Zen as well. Every single one taking someone out here from Orgless. And before we even know it, it seems like they've been able to successfully put the spike down, and Rimuru Kid might actually be expected here in the spawn area.
Baka nga i-save niya yung operator dito eh. It's a 4v2
Ayun.
where everybody's looking toward the CT spawn as Kid. He almost would have gotten the transfer, but Tesseract's able to take down the Kid himself. That was a double kill for him. That was also a position where they're picking off the market player because once they kill him off, they need somebody to trade off with him. So Tesseract was in a prime position. They really had to adjust towards the timing of the flash. Seemingly, yun na din yung naging trigger eh. Kaya nakapag-peak na din to si Tesseract at the right place at the right time. So 3-6 scoreline. The operator also dropped down by Rimurukid, now invested into this next round. And he's been hit or miss with this weapon for so long now. And hopefully he makes some impact with this because it's a big investment at the end of the day.
Hopefully he can make the most out of it. I mean, they're on the defense after all. I mean, he hasn't been able to utilize this up to its fullest earlier, but in split map, but at least now he can try again. Yeah, I mean, he did. So he's gonna be taking out Zeus. And it seems like there's no answer from Oasis so far, which is something that they should work on right now. We have still a good minute to try and work off of. But Rimuru Kid once again looking into taking another casualty. But the timing is not in favor for him. Hunter's Yuri being used. Pero wait lang. Alam ba ni Rimuru Kid? No, but the Hunter's Yuri will be connecting him to Marky. They're TPing out and will be putting themselves in a better position. Oh, the operator is not going to be in favor for him. Tesseract already all alone here in Oasis. And I don't know how you would be able to get the job done because there's a lot of eyes on you, man.
Oo nga eh.
Yeah.
Eman pa nga. At si Eman na nga. Triple kill for him. Picks up the operator. 4-6 now. Daming mga lost timings eh, no? Yung unfortunate ones where Rimurukid would have gotten like a sweep and easy kill from the mid catwalk position. That's just VALORANT at the end of the day. Minsan, hindi mo din makakatch yung timing. Minsan, perfect lang din para siya sa mga magpupush doon sa may A-short. Ang problema nga lang is that you have an active A-main control that also, if you don't smoke yourself off doon sa may A-short, mas parang nagdo-double din yun as both defending A-main at saka yung A-short when you're at that side of the map as well. So Funky's doing a good job of that as well from that tree position. It's a 4-6 scoreline where Astro is one away from that Steel Garden. He kills one off, then it will be a harder retake para sa Orgless side. Except from the past round, they've been pretty lenient with giving yung mga space dun sa mga extremities natin. I'm kind of worried about the amount of times they've been giving up A-short for free kasi it's resulting in multiple 50-50s for Orgless.
Yeah.
Oasis Gaming gonna have to take advantage of that if they actually want to take care of that. There's no smoke on mid bottom, so they're probably thinking about doing that later on. 1 minute on the clock pa.
They're leaving lots of areas unattended, I guess. Kala mo policy lang sa public area, no? Don't leave your things unattended. Pero you get what I mean. But Oasis is about to make their move here. Catwalk all the way to tree and possibly attempting to push into A site. But there's a lot of people here, so they better be prepared. Zeus already did it.
Player
Take
standing.
3 people down. Definitely unanticipated here by Orglis. And he got the up for himself. Just switching it up for a Vandal just to be sure and safer. Well, I'm not quite sure what Zind is bound to do in these types of scenarios, but being faced up against 4 people here.
A
Okay.
little brave.
Yeah.
Brave doesn't get you too far. So that's only 1 kill para dito kay Zind.
Last
And
round in
that's
the half.
a ballsy attempt from Zeus. He did that with no support, no flash. Also, nor Astro. He still is able to get from that heaven spot, full spraying down on all of them. I don't know if it was a spray. I don't know if it was a perfect roster placement, but the fact remains Zeus really activated late into this game now. Doubles the amount of frags that he's had. And this is what I'm talking about, Mochi. Yung the amount of times na binigay nila yung A-short, so concerning na to the point na nagkakaroon ng free entries. Yung Oasis Gaming, as you've seen in the previous round, demonstrated as they're going to walk in towards that beam in extremity, no sheer wall at that point of the round. I think they're going to place it up doon sa may lane position, or actually doon sa may mid side. It's also supported by the presence of the new kid. Steel Garden, they have to kill him off. Eventually, he dashes in towards him, pero the Steel Garden affecting Eman. Not able to adjust onto Slatham, who forces him to use his pistol in time 4v4. Armageddon also in the back pocket, also to try to clear off yung CT. And now also kills up tong Sumur Kid 3v4. Urza now in a lot of trouble.
Oh, and he won't be able to let out a bullet from his gun. 3 more people here from Oasis looking into taking this round for themselves again and again. And there's just a couple more people remaining here. Funky trying to up the challenge. And seems like he is willing to accept that. Latham all alone here. Earlier, even communicating so proactively, but now all he has to do is be proactive on his own. He might actually find a couple of people here, segregating them wonderfully. A 4K and even a possible ace. The guided salvo, delaying them further, blind not connecting onto him. And he's gonna be taken out by Zind, nullifying all of the amount of efforts it's been put into this round.
And he was impressive up until that point too. He's taking heads multiple times, but Zind able to bait him, especially after he tries to peek onto the spike defuse, but it was never confirmed if he was on the stick or not, as he became the impact player this time around, especially for Funky, who really has been a big help. Gets the double kill for himself, gets the double kill as well for Zind as well. 5-7. It's as close as it can get for the Orgless roster. When Oasis Gaming, they're smooth sailing a little bit more comfortable compared to their split performance. But now, it will be a big question on how they're going to be prepping Tungzi Zeus in a very important second half, where it is now do or die for the Oasis roster. They have a lead, but they still need to think about how far back they are in the series.
That is so true. And it seems like Orglis is finally understanding how they can navigate through Ascent when they are up against Oasis themselves. And now that the site's been swapped here, it seems like this is already up to Oasis how they can anchor specific areas down, even get some information through this drone, Rimmer Kid, or even the rest of the people here might actually push into B site just in a bit. But once again, they're taking their time of day as much as possible, want to prepare themselves for the biggest move in this round.
Take out. He's going to be ready. Guided salvo also to try to clear off every corner of the map. Remove a kid, spots out Tesseract, but he's not alone. May tao pa dun sa stairs. Spotted some more key, but Tesseract, that's where he peaks. It's Zeus to try to claim it up, but Zen is able to dodge away from it. Double kill for him. Astro a little too late to the peak. And Tesseract last hope. Unfortunately, not long for this world as well. It's a triple kill for Funky. who was the hero from the previous round, now providing a bit more security sa pagpasok in towards the site. That is going to be the 6th round for Orgless. A pistol that was must needed para sa kanila. And this becomes that force buy as well for them. And honestly, Mochi, if you're looking at this as the Orgless roster, you're looking to put the pedal to the metal now. That's why you're seeing a Vandal and a Bulldog upgrade for both of the players.
Yeah, they really want to amp this up. They are feeling themselves. They are already getting a grasp of how they can actually take advantage of Oasis, and they're doing it right now. Remember, Kid already good for 2. Might possibly be looking out for more. All the while that they're just gonna try and navigate and push forward here in B site. I feel like they're just gonna be making sure that all of the movements that they're doing here, even all of the utilities being expended, is gonna be put into good use. Already finding out one. Rimuru Kid good for 3. Someone still at the boat site, but I am not sure if they would be able to discover Slatamir, and yes, they would. Oh, this is bad news for Oasis. They haven't been able to damage anyone in terms of creds so far, and it's just up to Marky.
I guess only has a classic in hand, especially since this is just their bonus, their eco round. So they try to hunt them down though in some market position because of the smoke as well. Gonna clear off the corner, and eventually Rimuru Kid gets his 4K. That will be the Dimensional Jeff also in his back pocket into the next coming round. He is gonna try to use that for his full effect right now. Remember, they only have this Phantom from the previous, and you know, this is what I'm talking about, right? The fact that you decide to actually get yourself up close into this next round, you need that confidence. You need to build yourself back against Oasis, right?
Yep.
I mean, they only had pistols, so there's not really any reason to actually hesitate against them.
Yeah, that's true. And look at that. They've been able to make the most out of the Bulldog and Vandal buy that they've got earlier as well. But I feel like they can still set the par up in terms of performance despite of having a Spectre and an Outlaw. But Tesseract is already starting us off pretty strong here against Eamon, taking it out. And it seems like there's no answer from Orgless so far. Not quite sure if they will be anticipating Erza at a lobby though. Ooh.
Is he gonna be expected? Kasi pwede din silang split eh. A short push from the two players, tapos meron pa silang split up. Mahirap nga lang is that medyo passive yung position ni Marky. All the way from that, I believe it is the hell position while he's jump peeking up and down. Market push already taken by Funky as well, making a lot of presence on the map. They're trying to pull a lot of rotation away from A, papunta doon sa may mid side. And it's important kasi they already invested yung paranoia nila dito. Kid still has a dimensional drip in his back pocket. Smoke coming down as well. Guided salvo to try to delay the push on a short. Marky, paranoia invested, kills out Funky. Zeus also with a second frag, and even drops down from heaven. Knocks down Urza after the TP. 1v4 for Zid. Usually in these scenarios, he would be victorious, but only has the Outlaw. And the Slatham also kills him off in the process as well. 8-7. The fall buys on point now. Zeus also coming back into the server. And the fire has already been ignited onto the side of Oasis. Orgless now gonna have to fully buy up into the next.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, despite of all of the utilities being expended here, I don't think that they would be able to just bait out Oasis in terms of their rotations. I mean, you can see how good they are in terms of holding their ground, but Zeus will be taking this very aggressive pick off against the Rimuru Kid, which is someone they don't want to get rid of early this round for Orgless. Especially it's the only duelist that they have, and right now I even gonna be leaking some information. I feel like Oasis actually has the upper hand right now.
They kill off Remover Kid, so that dimensional drift would have been everything into the execute as Zeus takes another chance. Goes off again. He's in. So we're doing a mid-fight. As it's going to be Eman taking down Zeus in the process right now. 3v4. They run back in towards A short.
Ooh.
And it's a line, but Astro fully expecting Mookie on top of that hand spot. Eman has to expect the judge, but never expects Mookie to be that close. 1v3 now for Urza. No from the shadows, no ulti, nothing. Except the paranoia and a dream for the young gun himself. So he uses it, pushes out, but spots that Tesseract as well. He's not blinded. Be that 9-7 for the Oasis roster. Their proactivity coming up online when they need to the most.
And there's already like a couple of rounds being secured by Oasis here in a row, snatching up back the momentum that's been lost for them for quite some time. 4 rounds specifically. But currently, Orglas has no choice but to work with what they have. Just a couple of stingers here and all pistols. I mean, they can use this time to cook something up, but once again, it's gonna be quite difficult to do so, especially Blaze already active in Zeus, and we can say that Zeus has been so prominent in terms of getting early pickups in these types of moments, but he's gonna be damaged tremendously from that. Slatam got part 2, but there's some quick trades here from Orglas. Wonderfully done. Just 2 more or 3 more people here from Oasis. 1 critically low, which is Astro.
Hindi pwedeng si Astro yung mauna dito. He does have the Steel Garden, but because of the push out, they can't do anything anymore. That's another frag coming through for Urza. They turned the tables around them. And Oasis Gaming overwhelmed by the odds, overwhelmed by the showstopper himself. Urza really has become the stinger that has stung deep into the hearts of Oasis Gaming. You can never expect the stinger to be that deadly, that far away. And even Tesseract never expected that one as well out of the pocket of Orglas. 8-9. An explosion of frags happening on the A site has resulted in 1 round difference coming through. Pero may operator pa rin si Zeus, Mochi.
True. Alam mo, nagtaka ako, anong attachment o stabilizer ang meron ng barrel ni Erza kanina on that stinger? It's so stable.
I know.
Crazy. But this is about time for Zeus to make the most out of the operator if the chance will be given onto him. But so far, I guess there is gonna be an idea here by Funky. Could have a scary interaction, if I may say. I thought that Funky is gonna die, but it seems like they're gonna be putting themselves into a site in a bit.
Kailangan ng slow tempo kasi they know where the operator is, but they don't know where the support players are. And good defense is only as good as your good supports at the end of the day, right? So slow crawl back in towards A main. They also put fake smokes doon sa may B to keep them planting their feet on towards the P site. That ngayon pa lang, nawala ng timing itong si Zeus. He gives up the angle on A to give an open entry on towards the Orglas roster. So plant comes through for Eman, and I believe that's also an open plant as well. So Zeus gonna have to have a field day with the frags, and he starts off strong with Eman on the chopping block. 1 kill para sa Oasis so far, and in this retake, this is going to be smooth sailing for them if he keeps going like this.
But we have the Armageddon that can be used here by Funky. As well as I mentioned, Drift. They're just going to be taking out Marky, now being able to utilize the ultimate itself. But now they're trying to opt for the defuse. Guided salvo, all the delays here, they've been able to defuse it. Half. Armageddon just going to be sticking it in, and they're not going to make it! And it seems like all of the utilities are definitely benefiting Orglas well, taking this round. And before we even know it, it's now a 9-9.
They brought weapons made of metal.
At the exact possible moment, Funky has saved the day yet again. On Armageddon to deny the spike defuse from ever fully committing to half. What a performance from this guy.
Player standing.
One of the unknowns coming into the Kings of PH. We know that this guy has all the charisma, but his utility usage has been more than on point. 9-9 now. Has caught up fully towards Oasis Gaming, and this could be the beginning of the end. They have to keep going this time. A long peek, but Zeus kills off Rimuru Kid. A backyard fight from both of the youngest players, eventually resulting in Zeus winning out the gunfight in the end. Into a 5v4. Rimuru Kid gone silence out of the round, but this also results in Oasis Gaming lighting a fire in their hearts and a triple push. Zeus also with a double kill. This eco situation has turned the table on its head on Orglis.
Naudot bigla. And despite of the fact that this is still gonna be probably an eco round for Oasis, so never mind. I remember some of them actually forced, but it's actually working in their favor. Eman all alone, not quite sure where he is going to do and where it's gonna go.
Out of charges.
Shots being received by Asher here. Even being detected. Lot of people on here. Getting one. Possibly another. No. An immediate shutdown from Slatam and getting that round back on their end again.
Grabe, no? Yung full switch up ni Zeus, excuse me.
Player standing.
He come the main and then immediately he calls for a triple push with his teammates on mid. That's how fast this guy can adapt to the situation. He knew that he's not gonna be good for one lang, but he knew that if he wanted to get more than that, he just called upon the support for his teammates. Fully trusting in the process, and able to get rewarded as well. So it's a full eco situation for Orglis now. B main also in full control, Mochi.
Yun nga eh. Which is bad news here for Orglis. No, nandyan pa naman si Hot Sauce ngayon, nanonood. Minasbasan na nga sila kanina eh. But you're gonna see until when this would last here for Oasis, since they've got the upper hand right now, and sometimes it's a tug of war in terms of rounds. Someone's spotting him out! Astro good for two! Oh my, what just happened here? And despite of the full-on eco, they've been able to take 3 numbers down. And Zin is yet to get a gun. Now he has the Phantom, but unfortunately, Marky would be able to stop him in his tracks in taking the spike back on their team. An 11-9. Valiant effort from Orglis, but once again, the eco is still strong for Oasis.
Alam mo? Inaamoy ako ngayon, Mochi eh. Hindi ko sasabihin kung ano yun. Pero may naamoy talaga ako ngayon eh. Feeling ko mapapatagal ata to. At I'm not complaining. Kasi this is really the bread and butter of Oasis. The Bible of their playstyle is always reliant on them getting a good read on their opponent habang natagal. And once they do, downloaded na ang data, alam na nila kung ano yung gagawin, di ba? So,
yeah.
Their superstar Zeus has been a catalyst, and the mastermind has been yung coaching staff. And don't forget about yung naging impact din ni Tesseract for this team and the mental game. Talagang picking up where they left off. Nung natapos yung first game natin, this second game has been a big step up for everybody across the board on Oasis.
And as much as possible, both of these teams really want to be steady in terms of the executes that they're doing. But when something goes wrong, it's a matter of time before we even understand or see if makaka-recover sila agad. And most of the time, it's always the opposition getting the upper hand in those moments. But some blinds being let out, some damage being inflicted. And it seems like Zeus will be taking some shots. Mapapaatras sila ng bahagi as they put themselves into B-site itself. And I feel like there's more than enough information for them that this might be a possibility of Orglis hovering more on the B site area. Although not detecting anyone, Oasis is so careful in terms of their locations here.
Hindi nga nila kailangan masyadong mag-ingay. You need to try, adapt to the Steel Garden. Hunter's Fury also from Tesseract. That's going to be a lot of trouble in the mix, but they're able to dodge away from it. A few scans, but not enough to kill him. They push on in. Zeus just only has the classic, but now the Steel Garden's gone. And Zeus will be able to kill off at least Tozy Zeus. 4 versus 4, push on in. Funky takes care of the only anchor on site.
30 seconds left.
Everything triggered on, and Zeus and Eman will knock down everybody across the sky. It's all falling apart for Oasis. And it will be Slatham in a 1v2. We've seen this guy clutch so many times now. But will this be the next chapter in the making for Slatham as he's cooking up a book of clutches as he tries to spray on towards the wall? Kind of an attempt at a scan from Eman, who doesn't reach the other side of the switch position. Slatham, he's trying to get some pot shots in, get some damage done. But he's also trying to play this as cool, as calm, as collectively as he usually does. Only down to 13 HP. A lot of time already bought for him, as it will be a win for Orglis. But a lot of damage done thanks to Slatham, but in the end, it will be the explosion of the spike. At the cost of Oasis's round win, it is Orglis celebrating on what could have been a very pivotal round for the other side. Both ultis invested into the mix, but in the end, it's still the committed position from Oasis, or actually for Orglis, excuse me, that got them the round.
And what's good with what Slatham did, despite of the fact of losing the round, they've been able to remove any sort of extra credits that they might actually get, or bringing the guns even onto the next round, which is currently happening right now. And so the others will be forced to resort to half shields and some abilities not being bought. But there's always a but. Interesting. But Orglis seems like will be changing some of their stances in a bit. Zeus with this outlaw, I feel like wala siya masyado makikita dito, yung drone lang. And I guess that's already enough info for them to put their attention to something else.
I think they are also aware that because they heard the arc rose from B, that it's a committed position from everybody. They saw the recon dart being put up onto the B main. They also saw the arc rose. So it's a lot of people already on that B side position. What they don't know, the Outlaws already rotated on towards the heaven spot. 40 seconds. They have a lot of time to plant down the objective. Zeus is gonna actually wait out the perfect time for this. A lot of damage done by the shock dart. Funky has 1 HP left. Spike plant committed still. A lot of ultis para sa post plant on Orglis, so we got to rely on the gunfights one still. As the paranoia is out, they kill off one, but Slatham still coming into the site, 1 for 1. And they drop down from heaven. Tesseract spots out Urza, but again, the Hunter's Fury still in place after that. They're gonna layer it down with the Armageddon.
Oh
They
my.
defuse on through. A double kill for Tesseract. Funky kills off Marky. They have to stick on the defuse. Armageddon also in the perfect place. That's a lot of time shaved off. Where's Funky? They have to defuse on the
too
spike.
far.
They do. Oasis Gaming. They steal the round away despite 2 ultis, a guided salvo, and a lot of trust. But in the end, it is still Oasis on match point.
Yo, that could have been so wonderful. It's just that they've been too complacent, if I may assume, with the utilities that Funky has, which is very, very unfortunate because that round could have been so different. And it is understandable that Funky has no choice but to keep himself safe, but at the same time, being left alone like that is just gonna be a recipe for disaster. But it is already the match point being secured here by Oasis, and once again, as time goes by or as the series goes on, they get more and more information and how they will be able to feel the gameplay being pulled out here by Orglis. And it seems like it's about time for them to understand and what they should do against them. How do they be able to address their playstyle and every single one in their team? Not quite sure how Orgless will make this work out. It's getting more and more impossible.
Pistols lang on 3 players on Orgless. They have to rely on this on the shot, but Zeus, full confidence, swings on in dry. Slatham and Astro, they follow through with 2 more kills. And 1 more step closer towards game number 3. Oasis, you always can't.
Defenders win.
As the Oasis Gaming, they shot game number 3 for this semifinals. They really want to get themselves into it.
Of course, and we are gonna be here for the long haul as we will be putting ourselves onto our 3rd map just in a bit, and I don't know what's gonna happen here. Would or let's actually snap back, or would this be a reverse sweep? Like, once again, we did not account this possibility earlier on, but it is also quite of a statement that for some reason Oasis always mature as time goes by in a series like this. And let us check out the highlights na nakita natin kanina, wherein we're seeing some glimpses of hope, specifically from Orgless, na nakakuha na nila sana, no? Especially they've been hooking up strats in every single round, putting or trying to put Oasis at edge, pero they can't keep on thinking strats every single round, right? Like, it's gonna be a strenuous task. So, last and choice but to receive all the damage and just accept that Oasis knows this map more than they do, I guess.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, at this point, everybody knows how to play this map, but Oasis has played this so many times now. You know the strat book. And they kind of know how to unlock Zeus in this regard. The amount of times that he has also been very communicative with his teammates. And this round in particular, even though they lost it, I think Slatham also affected their economy in the long haul. If you look at their money from this last round, they really had nothing to work with. So it was a bit of a pivotal moment for Slatham and the rest of the squad that they're able to gatekeep their money to come forward habang nagtagal. So take a look at the highlights. Let's take a look at the stats as well. 22 kills for Tesseract. The IGL stepping up when he needs to. Lots of Hunter's Fury frags, and a lot of times that he's the one to push the buttons of Orgless. Siya yung nag-initiate ng fights. Siya yung nag-support sa team. Pero in the end, he's also standing tall with 277 ACS for the Oasis roster. And you can also credit that to Slatham as well. He's been phenomenal on this Taeho right now. I kind of wonder if Orgless are shaking their heads as they knew that this was so close to the brim, especially in that last round where they invested so many ultis. Pero ano magagawa nila, diba? They still need to go for 1 more game, and they're gonna fight up with the Oasis at their peak now. Game 3, mainit na sila at alam nila that they can still have the momentum coming into this game.
Yeah, there's gonna be quite a bit of a struggle here for Orgless. But let's check out who is the MVP for our last match in Ascend. It is no other than the one and only IGL Tesseract of Oasis Gaming with a 2.50 KDA ratio and 277 ACS, who's been able to who's not only on point and putting out the calls, but also in terms of support in his comrades.
And let's not forget how many times he's actually tagged people with his Hunter's Fury, right? So we can kind of expect that out of Tesseract from today. If he's able to win off this semifinals, then maybe that is a possibility. But the game's not done just yet. We are coming into game number 3, where it is 2 or die para sa pareho nating kupunan. Will Oasis complete the reverse sweep as they've always done time and time again, or will this be the time for Orgless? We'll find out after a short break. But before that, we would like to thank our official sponsor, Predator Helios Neo 16, which has been engineered for the elite. It pushes the boundaries of performance as well, as it features the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Are you ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at the Acer Predator online store.
And of course, given that recommendation, every single notebook that you would be getting from Acer Predator, well, you guys will get a free one-month PC Game Pass. And with this, you will get access for all games from day one and even get an EA Play membership, get Riot Games benefits, discounts, deals, and more. All in na for our Xbox PC Game Pass. So what are you waiting for? If you're gonna grab your notebook, you'll get this for free. So be sure to be on the lookout on the Acer Predator online store.
And with high quality games comes the Oasis Gaming winning this second game. And it looks like their Cinderella run is not over just yet. Will Orgulus finally stop them in their tracks? We'll find out after the short break. My name is Ramon. With me is Mochi. This has been the semifinals so far. And with game number 3 on the horizon, you do not want to miss this.
Voice of PH! Narito tayo muli! 2025 na nga, and still, Mochi at Ramon at your service for our third map of Oasis against Orgles. We're in nawala si Orgles with the first series when sumagot na naman muli si Oasis. And it's already up to the question kung Orgles would be able to snatch back ang win for this last lot heading to our grand finals, or would it be a reverse sweep waiting to happen in favor of Oasis?
Look, when you play against Oasis, you're gonna expect three constants: death, taxes, and game number 3. Yun na nga yung na-force out ng Oasis roster pagkatapos ng napakainit na second game natin where it could have gone either way. But yet again, Oasis just shown great resiliency and mental fortitude habang natagal. At ngayon, napapasok tayo sa third map natin, Mochi. Mukhang iinit lalo ang laban. Si Zeus activated na, si Rimuru Kid medyo mainit pa, at lalo pang nagkakaroon ng consistency yung IGLs natin, especially for Tesseract, who really had really good game strats coming through towards this Ascent map where you kind of had the individual star power dun sa mga early rounds, pero pagdating doon sa mga triple peaks, nakakapagkuka pa rin siya doon sa susunod na mga rounds natin.
Yes, and I wonder if Oasis would actually carry that through, no? After every single individual na nandoon sa team nila, laging merong grounds for improvement, and habang tumatagal nga, mas lumalala ang kanilang performance until to the point that there might be a possibility that Orgles might be dumbfounded on what they should do against Oasis. So, they better be careful with that one. Pero, let us check out, no, kung magkakaroon nga ba ng mga adaptations itong si Orgles. Since medyo napatikim na sila ng Oasis of how fine their wine is. And most importantly, with all of the things that they've suffered upon from our Ascent map, wherein kitang-kita naman, Oasis pick, Oasis win. Paano ba dito sa decider natin na mukhang si Oasis din ang nag-iwan at pumili? So they better be careful and hopefully makapag-mental reset sila since it really matters in these types of situations.
Look, game number 2 was the mental reset for Oasis Gaming. They don't need any more time para lalo silang uminit. Mainit na sila hanggang ngayon. Nitong nasa game number 3 tayo, nag-mature na sila at mukhang kaya na nilang makipagbakbakan ulit as if they're playing on game number 1. Whereas yung kalaban nila, ang Orgles, or anybody else, possibly for that matter, who played up against Oasis, they usually have become a little tired in that regard. Ubos na yung endurance, tapos na ang stamina, medyo nauuhaw na sa tubig yung iba dito, kaya malay mo, yun na yung naging secret weapon ng Oasis. No? Tire them out before they can actually hit the finishing blow. But for Orgles, I think the thing about them is not their mental fortitude, rather the flexibility of their firepower as well. And I think that's something that they have to completely utilize, right? Try to play around Rimuru Kid a little bit more. Try to give a lot more space para kay Zind. Kasi now that he played on that vice role, he typically normally has been avoided by a lot of players by Oasis Gaming. They find out where he is, then usually it would be a swing to the other side of the map. So they kind of need to try to step that up, maybe give him an agent that he can actually play a little bit more aggressively, or maybe that suits to his playstyle a little bit better. Because the Vice, I don't really know if I feel that.
Yeah, I mean, it gets some decent job done, but at the same time, not to the fullest. Sayang, kumbaga, no? Sayang yung potential na maaaring maibigay ng isang Rimuru as well as the Zin. So let us check out if there's going to be some adjustments heading on to our third map. I mean, you have mentioned they also lacked the mobility earlier on. We love the integration of a Yoru, but it seems like it's not just enough in terms of the prowess that they would need, especially if they want to attack a specific site. And most especially that some of the utilities are not that being capitalized more by them. So we are gonna check if there's gonna be some changes. Hopefully there will be. And hopefully that they can set the bar up against Oasis further. Lalo-lalo na that Oasis, seems like they already cracked the code and how they will address these members from Orgles. Para nakikita din naman natin na yung mga kumpare natin dito from Orgles, guminginti-ngiti pa, and seems like they're all down for the battle. Let's check out their agent
Oh,
pickings.
Jet
Interesting.
versus Jet competition. It's Rimuru versus Zeus this time. And we've been talking about this matchup for a while now. Yung galing ng pareho nating duelist ay fully matetest sa kung sino yung mas magaling mag-jet dito sa Icebox map. The mobility and the updrafts will be of question dito. Slatom now gonna be picking up that KO, an agent that I don't normally expect from him. Usually siya yung magiging Sova kapag naglalaro sila, but since Tesseract is usually the Sova main, then he kinda has to pivot towards another initiator in my regard. This is a well-put agent composition for both sides that suits different purposes. Kasi yung nag-iiba lang naman is yung initiator na lang isa. With Funky having more supply in towards the post plant, nakita na natin yung strength na yun from the Ascent game. Hindi siya mawawala dito sa Icebox, pero yung sort of offensive utility that the KO can provide is unmatched. And if you always hit those flashes, then talagang walang crossfire, walang long-range angle ang safe sa kung sino man ang maapektuhan ng flash nitong KO na to.
Yeah, that is true. And that makes me worry a bit here for Orglas, but at the same time, Orglas on the Jet, rather Rimuru on the Jet, finally they've been able to put him in a really good agent that we think he's gonna excel. No doubt a doubt. But also, having the Tejo pick onto Funky, that might actually be something that Oasis has to look out for as well. So, let's check it out. Seems promising. Not gonna lie.
Has to be fun. At the very least, we're heading on into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Oasis Gaming has forced it out, and our Orglis starting on the attacking side spots out Zin, but Zin wins out the fight in the end. Zeus knocked down early on.
Quite of a great start here for Zind. Some damage being taken, but not fully enough to take him down. Some people just gonna be hovering here sa B-site natin. They might actually commit here just in a bit. They better be careful. Some damage being taken by them from the Viper, but still, seems like they're gonna be cutting it from the root as they eliminate Marky in an instant. Flash wonderfully put out, but unfortunately no follow through. Spike's been planted, and all they gotta do is wait for anyone who will try to defuse the spike out. And some shots gonna be put out here by Rimuru as well as Funky, and seems like Oasis has no way of answering back. A flawless round right from the get-go from Orglis.
Yep. And their willingness to actually play the slow tempo early on just gave them a bit of an opportunity. Young Ho push back in towards that demon extremity. It does give them a lot of confidence moving forward into this game. They need that against Oasis, who, let's be honest, mental strength has been their best weapon so far. And now Orglis starting strong, getting 2 kills for Zind. It's going to be a big mark pagtagal dito sa ating Icebox map. It'll be interesting how well they're gonna approach the single lurker sa labas ng A main extremity as Zeus is gonna attempt another shot at this at a different angle. Gotta spot him out, but Zeus dead to rights yet again. It's almost like Zin has expected it time and time, and Urza following with a second frag. Oasis, their foundations are breaking apart at the seams.
Gulat ako dun, no? Biglang pinatulog ni Zinde. Just he is about to secure a really good angle there. Immediately being shut down, but Tesseract is there to answer back. And in turn, Emon is gonna be removed out of the equation, but still has the advantage on this one. No one's at A, and they can actually commit here anytime they may please. Just scarring for further information, kung magkaroon man, Marky should be a bit wary of the utilities of the Killjoy or Zin has been able to put down here on the flank area. But I guess it's all about time for them to go and up for the execute, commit right in, let out some shots, support each other, which I believe they've been doing quite wonderfully so far. Tesseract super low in terms of HP. Zend might possibly looking out for both of these members, critically low in terms of health. And eventually, they'll be taken out by these 2 members, Urza and Zend. Good for two rounds in this Icebox map.
They keep yung Bulldog, they keep the Guardian, they keep the Vandal. I'd say that was a well worth it buy considering that I think isa lang naman yung pistol na na-lose nila dun. So, it's not gonna be a big dent towards their economy that they give up 2 members. Kita mo nakabili pa nga ng isa pang Guardian, yung on the side of Orgless on their roster. So, then it's gonna be okay with just the Sheriff since he is just a lurker on their part. As now, Oasis is gonna have to go back to the drawing board on the defensive side. They have to destroy the recon dart early on, spot out at least one. They know that because of the presence of the Killjoy, it will be a very strong stack on that B main extremity unless they destroy the Killjoy util.
Yeah, I feel like they will. Never mind. They're gonna receive the utils as how it is designed to, but it is gonna be some presence being sensed here by Tesseract himself. Yellow area. He already has an idea kung kaninong paa yung nakita niya, and even someone standing up on the container. So, bandang entrada. So, all they gotta do is to fulfill the execute, or rather set the best timing to put the Viper wall up, which is now. And guided salvo in hopes of preventing them pushing forward, but they didn't even spot out Marky. They pushed too deep, and instead they are punished. Ribbon Kid will try to hopefully make up for what they have done, but unfortunately that is not gonna be the case. I am trying to process what happened there, but I guess they really want to take some pickups early on, but unfortunately they're the ones who are put into a bad position.
That's like the gap that you have to consider when you're dashing in as the Jet. You don't normally see a full 360 of where you're dashing into, especially if you're in towards the Cloudburst. That if he actually checked the right corner, then they would have been aware that Marky was on the other side of the wall, which kind of became one of the pivotal factors on how he's able to get that spray transfer, even in the perfect spot as well. 1-2. Wants out Urza, but Urza wins the fight. That's the same position where he actually destroys Astro as well from the previous rounds. My goodness, Urza. Definitely a surprising factor coming into this. We've known this guy only in his rank LQT days, but he's definitely showing up big against Oasis, who we know this organization for the longest time now, and it's no joke that they're stepping up like this.
Of course, time passed and things changed, and they are yet to evolve for the better. Hopefully, and if they will get the avenue to do so, as they secure the objective here onto B site, and just gonna be waiting for any actions that's gonna come from Oasis in hopes of answering back. And all of the utilities are also being saved by them, and they're yet to utilize most of those here in the post plant. So someone's even flanking, so they better be careful for that. I think Zin already has his eyes on there, but Tesseract just popped up. And instead, they're just gonna be killed one by one. Oh, that is unanticipated.
I thought the star of the show was the flank, but in the end, it was the frontline defense from Oasis, right? 3-4 kills from Tesseract. I mean, I forgot how to count this. I think Tesseract also was the one who killed off Zin in the end, so a step up from the IGL. And an insurance policy also in the making for them. If Tesseract wasn't able to dish off that offense, they actually had a flank coming through as well. And Zin, since he was the lone guy, he had to take care of the front line after the fact, so it would have been Zeus winning out that flank watch in the end, so a 2-2. A buy coming through for Remurkid and Urza. They have enough money to come through into the next coming round. As Tesseract, his lone energy, his lone duty is to try to hold off the mid-side push. Kitchen also not going to be in the best position for him as they spot out Zin. A lot of damage done onto the Sentinel. Destroys the alarm bot as well. A lot of info given up towards the Oasis roster, but Urza's also spotted, so they have to take care of the window spot. Now they have to. Tesseract, he's noticing the mid guy, and they have to spring on through the smoke as well. He doesn't know if he's there or not.
Ooh.
As he clears it up, Urza wins the fight. What a swing from Urza. And that's one gun down, and Rimuru Kid's also inside of the site, Mochi.
And as much as possible, they're just gonna be narrowing down the numbers, but there's gonna be an answer from Astro onto Elja as well. And it is about time for them to attempt and for a retake if that is going to be possible, since the manpower is quite depleted on Oasis so far. Zeus already being able to equalize that. And you're seeing some attempts in terms of defusing the spike. No one's looking at Zeus' direction, and instead, it's gonna be a clean retake here from Oasis despite of the odds. And guess who's the spearhead? It's no other than Zeus himself.
Yeah, that's all 3 kills in a blink of an eye for him. And both Jets stepping up when they need to right now. And despite Urza, his presence on the map has been felt. This guy has been demanded of a lot of people, a lot of attention from him as well. So that pre-round really has displayed like different qualities from both sides, where Oasis Gaming are willing to wait out the time to try to knock down a lot of the problems outside of the site, where Orglos are banking on those problems as well. 2-3 now. Rimuru Kid finding opportunities in the entry. He has been willing to get these fights, right? And he's been winning those every single time, but if they're not able to position themselves right in the post plant, then it's all for naught, as Zeus gonna be attempting a free push back on towards that Amian extremity. He has to be clearing up Rimuru Kid on the top position. Whips the shot and eventually dashes back to safety.
I wonder if they already have an idea what Zeus is holding. I feel like they do, because they're trying to divert their attention into B site. So that is a good decision to do. But at the same time, if they get, like what you've said, if they get the spike down in a site, they should be more than prepared and try to defend the very objective that they managed to do. Armageddon being used this early this round before they even put the spike down. And now the Viper's bit is already active from Erza. Marky being taken out by Rimuru. Wonderfully done. Side by side. Astro not quite sure he's gonna be expected here by Rimuru.
Oh no.
He's just gonna be wrapping around the Viper's pit, and even a no command being utilized by Slatum, taking out Funky. A fair trade. Couple of members already being damaged here from Orglas. Some stray shots from Zeus as well. And now Zeus is left alone. A stray and powerful shot from Rimuru Kid, being able to step up.
And forces Zeus to step down. Especially now that he is on the way to becoming MVP so far of this first half. 7 kills for him. And the entries have been clean from this kid in particular. He is fearless when it comes to finding the anchor and knocking him down when he has the opportunity. He did that in the previous round, where he actually kills off Marky before he could actually get some contribution done on the way towards that snowball or snowman position, excuse me. 3-3. And as the spearhead, Rimuru Kid now has a very huge responsibility really now. Sa ganitong sitwasyon, kailangan masuportahan pa tong si Rimuru Kid, but he's more than willing to be a self-sufficient duelist in this own regard. So now they just have to, the support staff has to play for the whole team this time, not just for Rimuru Kid now.
That's true. I mean, they can have Rimuru as one of their catalysts into putting their team in a better direction, I guess. But at the same time, they should follow through. I mean, it's team effort after all. And currently, we're just going to be waiting for these teams to prep themselves, a bit of a tech pause. And granted that Zeus has been on his prime from the whole duration of this match so far, I feel like this is where the head-to-head comes into play. most especially in terms of how they address every single scenario differently. Zeus, as much as possible, well capable of himself as well as Rimuru Kid, but the question is who are the people who's gonna follow through after the executions that they've been able to accomplish. So hopefully Orgless would be able to get their gears going or for the rest of the squad, most especially that earlier on maganda naman yung naging utilization of Viper's Pit and even the save that they've been able to do. It's all up to them how will they be able to hold out.
So sino sa tingin mo mas pogi? Si Astro o si Eman?
Gusto ko yung ang random ng mga tanong. Hindi pwedeng lahat sila pogi. Ganon.
Ay, oo, sabagay.
Grabe.
Comment nyo na lang. Sino sa tingin nyo mas pogi, guys? Yun yung poll natin ngayon. Kung si Eman ba o si Astro mas pogi?
Hindi, ang pinaka-pogi dito ako. Ganon.
Ay,
Char.
pwede. Si Mochi na lang.
lang.
Si Mochi na lang.
Same guys.
Okay. Well,
LFBB girl. Charot.
ay,
LFBB girl.
AF, LF, hanap ka ng Asian baby girl. Yun ba yung hanap mo ngayon?
ABG pala, no? Meta pa ba yun? Parang hindi nakata meta yun eh.
Hindi ko alam eh.
Ano bang meta ngayon? Pa-comment nga below. Actually, curious ako ano yung meta ngayon. Ang bilis kasi magbago. Nakikita niya, oo, tama. Yung parang Philippines patch. May nakita ako. Sino ba nag-post nun? Patch notes ng Pilipinas. May mga na-nerf, merong mga na-buff. Tapos yung iba, steady lang. Pero wala ang pony lang. Nagagawa nila ng ganun. Tama ng utak nila.
Wala na daw sa meta yung short-haired chinitas. Parang tapos na yun.
Iba naman
Wala
daw.
na.
Iba na. Tapos na.
Doon tayo sa mga morenas, mga kaibigan.
Nalipas na yun, no? Morena. It's Morena season. Nga pa, summer pa naman. Diba? Mga Morena girlies do be glowing. Especially.
I know. So, shoutout nga pala sa mga morenas natin in the chat and everybody in across the world as we're back into the game. It is a 3-3 and it's Orgless still on the attacking side. Now the user guided salvo, so tried their hand at trying to deny them from taking the ult orb para sa kanila. Nag-push up na agad doon si Zeus and he's expecting at least one of them. Funky gonna be the first contact, but he expects him! Perfect usage of the crouch, just dodges from the first headshot. Early first blood onto Zeus. And that's a big pick usually. Kasi siya yung lagi nagpo-push para sa team nila. And now they have to play a little bit slower on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, there are also these moments na parang nanggigigil si Zeus na maka-early pick-off. And sometimes it doesn't end out well. The Mirror Kid will be able to take Platinum out with the Blade Storm. Marky trying to attempt up and trade. And currently the lockdown finally being put by Zind. And they are yet to act up upon this as much as possible. Just gonna be playing for time as the lockdown dissipates. Or activates rather. But Astro, all alone, will try to take these three people from Orgless down. I wonder what is the possibility of that catching Erza off guard. Naiwan nata ni Eman. But
One enemy remaining.
he's gonna try to defuse, try to kill, and he's almost been able to do or get the job done, which is a breath taker, I guess. That's scary.
Medyo nag-stop yung heart ko for a moment there, especially with knowing how low Zind was doon sa encounter na yun. But they eventually went out the fight with the quick peek from Zind this time. Parang pixel peek pa nga yun if I have to say so myself. So it's a 3-4. On top of the jail door para sa Orgless side. Now knocking Oasis into the eco round, pistols in hand for them as the press comes through. Their presence has been felt and that also demands their attention of Oasis. Triple stack onto the ace side itself. Zeus in a lot of trouble. That's Rimuru Kid with the first blood. But Tesseract follows with a 1-for-1. Shorty in hand, but Latham able to adjust in time. Funky and Zeus, they trade off each other. And Zeus even pulls out the Blade Storm. Right place with the right ultimate. 1v3 for Zin. He was far away from the fight. And in the end, Oasis Gaming, they're at the perfect window to upgrade every gun in their arsenal thanks to Oasis Gaming and their defense on the A site.
I got the spike. Wala ka. Anong ganap natin ngayon? I mean, I feel like they really didn't expect for Zeus to pop off like that. I mean, with just the kill from the Sheriff and as well as the Blaze Storm, well, it all boils down to this current situation. We're at a 1v3 with just Send all alone trying to make this work out for the
30
team.
seconds left.
Might have some utilities, placing up the sentry and all the rest of the nano swarms, but
Spike planted.
seems like it's gonna be able to pull out that spike down, but immediately gonna be taken out by Astro himself. And they've been able to get some guns for every single one. Even it's a buy one take one deal.
50 round comes through, they steal all the guns, they get the one taps, and they eventually also compare. They're able to get the 4-4 scoreline, and they didn't even need to use a Viper's Spitting Marking at the end of the day. So, really, yung pag-push ni Murukid, masyado siya atang naging masyado siyang dangerous eh. No? Nung nag-drop siya from that 410, he was expecting that he was in the perfect spot for a shorty 2-tap, but he was that close towards Latam as well that he was in a position for a ghost 2-tap at the end of the day. Init kumbaga on the icebox map. And we kind of expect this from games like that this close.
I can't use that.
Now lumalabas ang star power for both of these squads. The resiliency coming through for Oasis. As they now go back towards having a full buy in check. Napaka-healthy ng economy na ngayon. To the point na alam kong kapag katapos na yung round na to at panapatay si Zeus, bibili siya ng operator mamaya. Quote me on that.
Wow. Coach Yarn. Gusto ko yung may pa-prediction tayo kahit yung mga binibili nila mga baril. Kung yung mga pa-play nila strats. Okay yan. Solid. And they can actually do that. More than likely, rather, to do that. But there's already a lot of people being detected at A entrance, which is a bad sign for them. But they will still try to prime themselves into pushing onto here. Anyway, Tesseract super close! And we be taking 2 in the process! Not quite sure bakit kinumit pa rin nila yun despite of all the odds! I mean, the moment that they were detected by the drone, that's already a disaster waiting to happen.
Man, oh man. And when you have an IGL popping off like this, you know that you're in a lot of trouble. Tesseract, a double kill from him, that spray transfer, you said it. Still committed in towards a fight, but it became a meat grinder of sorts. As it's now become a timeout called for the Orgless roster. Seemingly burning a lot of steam off sa pagpasok on that 8-side extremity. And I think this timeout is gonna be at a justified timing. Talagang, if napapansin mo, nag-iinit si Zeus, nag-iinit si Tesseract, that kailangan nila ng adjustment, kailangan ng mental reset. So, hindi lang dahil doon, syempre kailangan nila ng stop yung momentum ngayon. So, kung forced yung timeout na to para sa Oasis, edi sure na kailangan nila mag-chill.
Yeah, and it seems like Hourglass became a bit more serious than ever. Kung kanina nakikita natin silang umingiti-ngiti, ngayon it's different. I mean, it's just a 5-4 after all. Sobrang lapit, di ba? Pero kasi, when you increment all of the confidence and even all of the rounds na nakukuha nila so far and even the room for mistake that they're inflicting to their own team, well, that might affect your mental in the long run. So it is really important to take these types of pauses or even try to brainstorm what is going to be the most beneficial step moving forward. But
Alam mo
we're
yung-
already...
Alam mo
Uy,
yung
anong
gusto
alam
ko
ko?
dito sa mga, alam mo yung gusto ko sa mga cast natin. Minsan kasi nagiging TED Talk yung hati sa kanila eh.
Yeah. Parang nagiging semi-podcast, nagiging pep talk. Yes. That
Inspirational
pep talk.
quotes.
Yeah, but all we can do here is talk, but they will get the action done, which is currently unraveling right now.
B. One
Funky
enemy
and
remaining.
Lopez. Or rather, wait lang. Ano nangyari? Si Funky na lang ang naiiwan.
In a blink.
Rendering their timeout useless even, which is quite unfortunate on their end. It seems like they've got no choice to just receive all of the bullets being thrown at them. And it's now a 6-4. Wow.
Oasis Gaming just reaching closer and closer towards their reverse sweep dreams. It seems like their plan is working out so far. Sa Icebox map, mukhang nasa wayside of the defensive side so far. Pero pistol round nga lang naman yun, so it's not something that you also gotta completely consider. I like the flash na nilabas ni Slatom in combination with Astro's Nano Swarm, because then he doesn't know where to run after that. Now it becomes a push shot for Zeus into the guided salvo, which is not going to be the best place for him. Tesseract feeling himself a little too much, 10 HP. Vulnerable up thanks to the alarm bot as well, so he has to run back towards the safety of his teammates as that operator is also posted up on towards that belt spot position. Everybody taking the respective positions as a whole. Kitchen being held. Mid side also in full control of this Oasis roster as Orgless are now seemingly slowing things down para lang makir nila yung bawat corner dito sa B-side.
And what's the struggle here for Orgless is that they can clear a site, but right after they put the spike down, they keep struggling because it's either they don't free enough space or they're playing for plus plant too much. And currently they don't even have a pickoff. They've been able to inflict a lot of damage onto Tesseract though, which is wonderful. But at the same time, it's really important that they have some unexpected, quote unquote, on their end, similar to what Tesseract is doing onto them. And before we even knew, Urza's gonna be removed, no controller, no coverage, no denial of information. Marky taking out Rimuru in the process, which is bad for Orgless. And before I even know it, just Eman and Zind left here in the site. And even the lockdown being utilized against them, but they're trying to reach the tides as much as possible. Making this work out in some sort of way. Some way, somehow, they were able to get the advantage onto this one. The quick decision of putting themselves on the A side actually became the best decision they've had for this round. And instead, it is already finally a round for Orgless once again.
We appreciate the movement from Zind in that nest fight because really, despite the struggle, it was impressive that he was able to dodge the bullets as well in this replay.
Yeah.
Look at that. Astro was this close to kill him, but he was able to dodge left and right from the phantom shots. And his rope timing all the way towards belt as well, that was just after he planted the spike on for 10. It's a difficult position for you to play on. Actually, get up upon kapag naglalaro ka all the way from the site itself. So, impressive to see that from the veteran. As Oasis now rely on Zeus. The op shots do not hit. Even in the previous round, you could feel that he is feeling the tension. Maybe a little nervousness back into the mix as they tackle the lockdown in place. Orgless want to take this as much as possible, forcing them outside of this B site while Marky is going to try to prepare for this. A perfect flash. He's trying to destroy the lockdown, but it's not enough. The damage has been done. Eman kills him off. A double push shot in towards the mid side as well. Orgless have so many layers coming into this as they plant the spike down. Zeus has to hit the shot. Eventually he does. A flick onto Funky, and Tesseract follows but a second as well. A double from the IGL. And finally, Tesseract reconvenes in the fight. 3v2. The Muro Kid tries to equalize the numbers. Brainstorm in hand, but Zind makes his presence known. A 1v2 now. And it's up against the superstar himself, Zeus. Upgrades back into the Phantom. Has to reposition, find himself. Rimura Kid on top of yellow.
Oh,
But he's done a really good job of burning so much time. 7 bullets, and it's enough. He only needed 2. A triple from Rimura Kid. Forcing 6-6 against Oasis, who really want this game 3 so badly.
Guys, may nangyayari na. I mean, that is pretty much a wonderful way to end the first half. I mean, good half for both of our teams. And it seems like Orgles found a way how they would be able to recuperate and wonderfully been able to prep themselves up in victory in the last round possible for that half. And now that they are on the defending side, I assume that they must have a greater advantage. But let us see if that is gonna be prevalent. Most especially that Oasis is pretty good and cooking up some strats here in Icebox as well.
Just shows you the caliber of these players as a whole, right? This team, both of these teams, just showing different play styles, different forms. And Zeus now on a position where he can actually be the entry for the squad. He dashes in towards the yellow spot as Urza has to repo, and Funky, being a little too aggressive, gets himself one. Marky also falls with a 1-for-1, runs back in towards the mid side, and wants to go back into the fight. He kills off Eman, but Lopez able to get the pick off in the 3v2. Lots of damage done. They also planted a spike all the way towards the B site, where they now are relying upon Rimurkid and Zin to win out these fights, but they're also isolated, so no trade potential whatsoever. Spotted the barrel, and Slatum could not be long for this world. It's now 1v2. Now you remember, this is the king of the local Valorant scene. Will Zen clutch this up? Spots a recon dart, knows that the Sova is on the bottom floor. But will he expect Zeus to be on top? I don't think he even spotted the barrel. Kills him out. That's a triple. And a 1v1. He expects him. Zeus, he's dangerous. He is disciplined. He tripled from the young gun, and a 7th round for the pistol of Oasis. They claimed the 2nd pistol in this Icebox map.
Wow, I mean, the pistol record so far from Oasis has been splendid. And their record is clean, all in favor for them. And despite of the efforts being put out by Zid here in the last few moments, I guess once again, Zeus is more than prepared to address this guy, and most specifically, all the time pressure that's being applied onto Zend in the last few moments. But also, with that being said, more favor in terms of having this buy round for them. They can try to deplete their creds, but I wonder if that is going to be a possibility. Icebox is too much of a big map, if
True.
I may say so. And most importantly, they only have classics, so this might be a struggle for them. But we can already see some aggressive angles being put out here by Erza. Might be passing and putting himself back to safety as they wait for Oasis to do what they do best.
Which is play the timeout. Which is really the game plan for them ever since the started. So they notified about the position of the Viper. Suppresses him down, and the dash comes through for Zeus as well. You know, tried to knock him down, and Marky with that mid presence already. This full swing. And Lopez already getting himself a double kill from the Sheriff. This guy really is exploding out of the mid-side corner. Full upgrades for both players coming through from that side of the map, and it really becomes a 3v3. Shock darted himself. Tesseract, a fumble in the beginning, but Zeus and Slatham, what a flick! Knocks off Rimura Kid. Could not handle the reaction in time. 8-6 for Oasis Gaming. You thought they were sweating, but they remind us why they're still winning out those first 2 rounds into the 8-6 scoreline.
Nada pa. Nada pa. And I feel like that is such a good effort by Zen here as well. Definitely catching them off guard in the best time possible, even getting themselves the loadouts that they never had earlier on due to the disparity in terms of the eco. Wonderfully done here. Kit naman ang pagkabato dun sa sa cloud, poison cloud, but we're just gonna check it out if Oasis is bound to do the same thing again, like committing here on the B side, or would they do a safer approach? I guess not. They're doing the same thing, and Zeus will be their spearhead. He would be the one who put out the red carpet for the rest of the team members, and they would be able to free the space necessary for their execute. And they are yet to put the spike down. Might possibly be baiting them out, but I guess they're just gonna be taking their time of day. And then they're ready to part two! Dude!
remaining.
Dude is going marbles here. This current situation actually vouching for another one, but I guess not gonna be possible. Both of the Sovas might be facing off against each other. All of the utilities still complete. 35 seconds on the clock. And they are yet to secure the objective here and might
30 seconds left.
actually be boiling down into a duel. Oh, that it is. That is it. That is it, man.
Oh man, Tesseract displaying that he's the better IGL, displaying his dominance all over Eman right now. That flick on the way towards the other side. Alam naman natin magtropa sila, so okay lang yung mga ganyan, diba? So, dash on in. And this is kind of what you expect from Zeus this time when he really feels himself in the moment. He will try his best to entry.
Last player standing.
Sobrang unfortunate kasi si Zind, sobrang clean na ng shots niya. He was able to actually equalize the numbers. And even forced it out into a 1v2 against Tesseract. Unfortunate for Emma, and he could have waited for the spike plant attempt at least before the peak gone down, but he decided to try to get the 50-50 in time, but in the end, it's not going to be enough for him. Zeus spotted tong si Remura Kid, dashes back in towards the site itself, so it is a 9-6 scoreline, and the Orgless roster is feeling the pressure so far, thanks to heroics from Tesseract, Mochi.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a struggle for Orglas for the time being, considering na magpakaganda na ng position nila kanina eh. They've got the guns, but now everything's was spent, and Zeus is taking out people again, being supported by the rest of the squad. Eman already good for 2 from the Sheriff kills, but still the advantage is on Oasis as they try to wait them out. There's just 2 more people here from Orglas looking into the attempt of retaking, and I guess that is nowhere near possible.
Definitely not, especially with the better weaponry, especially with the confidence rising up yet again for the kid himself. Really is feeling it so far. It doesn't help that the support staff's also waiting with him. Who's just fully utilizing the elevation provided by the map itself. And look at how calm they are now. Look at the difference that they have played now compared to how they were on the first map. It really is night and day. Really. It's just,
Yeah. It's
just
like
good.
a different team.
I know. It's just Oasis just wakes up when they come into game 2 onwards.
Crazy. You don't even know what happened, but for some reason something awakened in Oasis, and they're no longer an Oasis, they're the whole ocean now. For some reason. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys definitely stay true up to their, I cannot say playstyle, but for some reason they evolve as time goes by. They're like a Pokemon.
They are. Yeah. It's pretty accurate, I'd have to say. So now a timeout's been called for the Orgless roster. I think we've seen a theme where whoever is down in multiple timeouts, or at least multiple rounds, they're going to invest all their timeouts to try to get that mental reset ongoing. But right now, it's going to be this Orgless roster that has to step up, has to find that mental reset. So back in towards the thick of things, 6-10. Zen gonna try his hand at taking control of that kitchen spot, but I like that Oasis is also like trying to bait out at least these aggressive positions. They kind of already know that Orglas want to take their early fights agad. They're not the type of team that likes to play the passive game. Investing util, investing a lot of it to try to get themselves some early info, but in the end, this Oasis roster is thriving in the patience that they have been forcing Orglis into. So now it's a question of who makes that first step, who makes that first mistake right now.
Indeed. I mean, Oasis can offer to execute anytime they want here. As much as possible that Zeus takes the lead, there is... Oh, well, never mind. Marky turns out to get a first frag right now. Being supported by Astro himself. Well, it seems like their push here onto B side is benefiting them well. Edmund attempts to answer back. And it's now numbers all equalized except for the fact that it's going to be a difficult retake here for Orglis considering that the Viper Spit has been laid down by Erza.
Player standing.
Even taking a couple people. Marky, I don't know where he is gonna go in this location, but I guess that's already an immediate answer. He's gonna go to heaven. Literally.
Holy Week, as he's been blessed upon. So it's a 7-10 score line for Orglis. I think it's also thanks to the willingness to actually take that B main fight yet again. And if you think about that, and how many times Marky has been trying to influence the fight, the fact that they're able to fight off that kitchen push, I think it's kind of reminiscent to the amount of mistakes that this Orglis roster also made at the start of this Icebox map. They played a bit too aggressively, which was also the case for Oasis. They pushed a little too far on that kitchen side. I think there was also somebody who was also willing to fight against the Viper Spit also, so...
That is true. I mean, the intent is good, but unfortunately how they execute it, sometimes it's a bit half-baked, if I may say. But Zeus, yeah, hello siya. Pero ngayon, okay, papaatras na bahagya dito si Zeus dahil na-discover siya ni Eman. And they might actually rotate with a good hold, and just in case someone tries to flank here from Marky. And with that being said, there's gonna be some information not being taken here by Orglis as Oasis takes their time into doing these types of diversions or rotations.
I mean, they actually held off like so many people still on the A side. So they done a pretty good job of keeping that in mind as Oasis. Not back in towards that beam in extremity. They're also going to be expecting Urza to be the only anchor
30
here.
seconds left.
They cleared off yellow. Nobody's going to be there. It's going to be easy or post-plant if ever. Spots out the Viper with that jiggle peek, and now I have to play for backside this time. Flash on through. They want to push through it. They want to fight for Snowman. They spotted Urza, and Slatham also follows with a kill onto Zind. But Rimuru Kid and Eman, they're fighting back with everything. 3v3. Fight back through from the Snowman position. You also got Rimuru Kid gonna try to retake from the mid side. Eman gets a double kill. In a 2v3 scenario, that's an Armageddon as well. Invested in towards the side itself. Rimuru Kid spots him out. It's a 1v2 now against Zeus. And you know how talented this guy is. Demanded of his presence. Spots out one. Has to kill out the Jet first, but Rimuru Kid with the shot. A triple from the Bladestorm. And if it was ever the right moment for him to show himself, it was right now. Against the young gun of Oasis Gaming, Orglis and Rimuru Kid have stepped up into the 8-10.
It's crazy how the tug
One enemy
became a
remaining.
pool as the round goes by, and Rimuru Kid being able to pop off with the Bladestorm being utilized. Wonderfully done here by Orglis as they are trying to even out the numbers here. It's the closest series that we have so far in the whole duration of Kings of PH.
Yep.
And so far, they're super good in looking each other's mistakes, how they can adapt, how they can improve. But for some reason, they always find a way how they can exploit each other.
Did he react kasi akala niya, defender ko yung lockdown yun, nakalaban na.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, possibly.
That's possible. Oh well. Well, at least they give the site 4-man flank, possibly in the cards. Maybe they're designating their tasks now. 3-2 possibly.
Ooh.
And the Orgless, they never expected Zeus to be that pushed up. As Marky is the flank watch, and he kills off from Murukin as well.
my!
Look at the precision! Disgusting from Marky. The Predator is activated, holding up the flank. A 5v2. And Oasis Gaming, they're feeling the heat. They're feeling everything in towards the Orgless roster as Urza is able to catch off Zeus entirely, but that's only the consolation prize that they got for themselves. As now it will be that 11-8 scoreline. Oasis Gaming with a perfect attacker culture lockdown has pushed away Orgless out of the site and out of this round. And possibly another on towards Tesseract if he's lucky, but except it's Urza who wins out that fight in the end.
They redeemed the Orgless, Roundless, and unfortunately, they haven't been able to win that. It's a winless round indeed. They haven't been able to retake, and Mark is just so powerful in the flank position, rather anti-flank position, and they didn't even let them get an inch closer to the spike. So instead, they're just one more away from the match point. I'm not quite sure how Orgless will be able to win this round, most especially that they're also moneyless, I guess. But they have a couple of buys on Erza and Zen, so... Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Wait.
okay. I
Okay.
mean, we've seen this multiple times before. One of the organizations that have a higher win rate when it comes to converting the ecos, but when it comes to the man count advantages, maybe not the same stat. 1-for-1, Urza down. That's the smoker for the Orgless roster, so that makes things 15% more difficult for them. May statistic pa nga no? As the Guided Salvos come through, the Flash also as well. They push on in, close the gap onto Zeus, who loses the fight to a classic. Remura Kid explodes out of the sight. Tesseract knocks him down early. It will be the 2v2. Marky wins out 2 in a 3k for Marky! He wins it out and even gets match point for them. That will be one more round on the way towards the grand finals. Orgless need one more to try to get themselves another lifeline, pero just one more chance to go. Kasi lapit nang matapos na ng Oasis Gaming.
Lapit na. And even though that Erza got the Viper split, not quite sure how they can actually make the most out of that use. And seems like a timeout has been pulled out here by Oasis, I believe. Or never mind, they're not gonna be pushing through with that.
Joke lang.
Dude, that is crazy. The last 2 rounds is all Marky.
And will Marky be enough to actually take them down in this last couple of rounds now? Zeus pushes up. No dash needed, but Urza flips his wings and he can't soar to the sky. Lopez also falling through the second frag for the team. And this Orgless roster is seemingly making the most out of the chances that they still have into this 3v5. And once they push up into kitchen, they'll get spotted by the... Joke lang, I just realized that Lopez is still alive, so...
Still alive, yes, and kicking. But... Oh, okay. He's gonna be the one making someone else lifeless. And seems like Mark is already out of the equation. One of the very damage-inducing players earlier on. And a quick kill here from Zend for 4 people against Oasis. Dude is unstoppable.
I mean, 22 kills to his name. I mean, remember back then when he was trying to qualify for Predator League, he was making his name. He is a Predator League champion after all. And then the Kings of PH, he's looking to take the crown back over to the Orgless roster side, but he has to do it in the hardest difficulty at all against Oasis, who are still in touching distance of closing this game out. Still have some money in the pocket, but if they lose this round, then might become that eco round that they have been fearing for the longest time. Orglis will be playing that passive position, 2-1-2 setup. Some priority on the mid side. And they didn't push, but they're leaving Emin in a position where his util has to speak for himself. And knows that the Killjoy is still around the vicinity. What kind of ultis do they have? They still have a Viper Spit. They still have the Blade Storm from Zeus, who is going to use this in this round. They flash on through. Also, you have the drone in check, so they are fully confirming that the A site will be the call for Oasis Gaming. Spots him out. Rimuru Kid does not hit the shot entirely, so Zeus has full control of the site. Even gets the one tap on Rimuru Kid. That's one instant button for them to claim this A site plant as the defender Killjoy locked down. The Viper Spit also invested. They want everything to seal this game off. Oasis want to end this right here, right now, Mochi.
Yes. And they're just going to be taking the time of day, keeping themselves safe here in the Viper Spit, but also Funky is trying to tip them off. But now Erza all alone. The counter, but unfortunately being caught off guard. Dude has been Jose Rizaled in a fashion, in a way. And Oasis has been able to mark this map for themselves. A powerful way to end it all off. Definitely aging like wine.
And what a way to do it as well. All three games with one of them almost heading off to overtime and almost up to double digits for every single game as well for this best of three. Kung hindi pa yun grand finals, eh, hindi ko alam kung paano yun if-follow up. Congratulations to Oasis completing the reverse sweep and finding an opportunity against the Orglis roster, which honestly has subverted our expectations. We thought that this Orglis roster was going to have a really good future into the Kings of PH, but Oasis has reminded us why at the very point they were also at one point a Predator League champion as well. So talaga nga namang we gotta stop denying these guys from how good they are. And it's a well-deserved win considering how much of a grind they had to do para lang makaabot sa puntong to, Mochi.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Orglis really set up a really good fight because all of our matches have been super close. Almost an OT, I guess. And you can see every single one of them has their own highlights. It's just that none of these highlights have been able to materialize into something more beneficial or specifically in numbers because it's a numbers game after all. In terms of the scoreline, it's really crazy how some people here from Oasis have been able to step up. And massive shout out to Zind because this dude is crazy as well as Rimuru Kid. But once again, sometimes it's not enough. Our individual play is not enough. It is important to have some support as well.
I mean, at the very end of the day, they've been trying to gain their bearings back in. We kind of had this thing at the back of our heads. I think it started out as an inside joke between us that Oasis Gaming really are slow starters. But I think for a lack of a better term, yun yung naging parang na-settle natin term para sa kanila. I don't think they're slow starters. I think they're just the type of team that really get going once they have fully studied your opponent nila. So if there's a term for it, I'm up for debate for everybody in the comment section, or maybe we can talk about this in the post-broadcast. But in any case, here are the stats for today's for the last game of this BO3 for Oasis and Orglis. You can see that the efforts have been distributed evenly across the board. Slatum with his assists also has been very pivotal for the team. But if you wanted to find the highlight person for this moment, it has been Marky, who, let's be real, this guy's been very consistent sa buong naging icebox game natin, finding flank watch timings as well as evening out the odds whenever he's down in the numbers advantage. So congratulations to Oasis Gaming, but you can say the same as well for Orglis. They really had a good effort coming into this last best of three.
Of course, and we can see some signs of life and even some consecutive rounds being won by them, but it's just Oasis has been able to prove that they are the ones above all. But let us check out who's been the predator of the game, who's been able to just show himself as the best and most impact-inducing person. It is no other than Marky from Oasis Gaming with a 1.82 KDA ratio and a 291 ACS.
I mean, what more can you say about this guy? He's been all over the role swaps. He's been a duelist at one point. Now you're seeing him thrive on the initiator, the smoker. Let's just say he's a flex player, guys. I mean, what more can you ask for from Marky? Always there when you need him and always so reliable whenever the game gets a little tougher. That's what you get from having one of the original Oasis Gaming members still playing up to this point. And when you kind of have that veteran experience as well, then talagang mas nagbe-benefit talaga yung buong Oasis roster as a whole. So congratulations so Oasis Gaming. We'll be seeing them on the way towards that grand finals where they'll meet up against Chronicles Esports. And I think that is a banger of a BO3 to watch out for. Before we close it out, Mochis, do you have any final thoughts right now?
Any final thoughts? Well, really excited for our grand finals. I mean, it is evident that we're seeing some underdogs facing up against the greatest of all times, I guess. So, put your picks, guys. Comment down below. Sinong pili nyo? Sinong bias nyo? And hopefully that they would win and show that they are better than another. It's gonna be a David versus a Goliath later on in our series.
And sometimes kapag double check mo kung sino yung David at Goliath, baka magkamali pa tayo kung sino pre-predict natin as we're heading off in towards a short break, mga kaibigan. But before that, we would like to thank our official sponsors. I would like to start with the PC Game Pass. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, then you have access towards a pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass for free. And with that, you can also have access to a couple of 100 plus high quality games, the AAA titles, as well as a lot of benefits, including an EA Play membership, as well as Riot Games benefits where, let's say you play Valorant, and then you also have your PC Game Pass affiliated next to you, then you'll have access to all the agents coming up to you, even the ones that are released since day one. So, talaga nga namang ang ganda ng PC Game Pass, kaya kung bumili na kayo ng Acer Predator notebook nyo, ay meron na kayong libre na ganitong PC Game Pass na napaka-swak sa budget niyo. So, thank you so much for PC Game Pass for sponsoring today's broadcast.
And of course, if you're looking for a specific recommendation of a notebook, well, check out ang engineered for the elite, the Predator Helios Neo 60 that pushes the boundaries of performance. Featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and the revolutionary 4K mini LED display, this machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. If you're ready to dominate, be sure to check out the Predator Helios Neo 60 on the Predator or Acer Predator online store.
Talaga nga namang napakainit ng ating naging pangalawang semifinals for today. But ladies and gentlemen, the main event has come upon us. It will be that grand finals to see who will be the king of PH. Will it be Chronicles Esports or will it be the Oasis Gaming? We'll find out after the short break. Ang mga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and this has been the Predator Kings of PH.
Lumapalan sila dito, nagbablang laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is fully inside of P. Nag-aabang mga kagat dito sila Owen Duty wins sa Bandito for another
Mistaken kicks. Safeog. Oh my God! And he finally gets the one point.
Wala, maiisaan niya dito. The Exotic sinatan, and the next, with just the red, with the play score, the Exotic was the wrong cover, and fully in the close to an
This tournament is brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and PC Game Pass.
Mid-side of this. Silang.
Yes. Kalma.
Mid-side.
Play ko, Nes.
Now isa, smoke. Nice! Akala nyo sa akin. Akala ko.
Omen deep.
Fake lang to. Fake lang to siya.
Panit, gago ka. Mo! Nice! Tayo dalawa, kalma. Laban lang.
Good job, Pime.
Baka mag-i-rush na to, pre. Wala na silang maisip na play legit.
Nice, Killer! Let's go! I miss her! Pati mo out, guys. Tulo.
Tulong. What?
What happened?
Nice one. Our map.
I think no need ang one way. Yeah,
Stunning.
Nice. Alright! Fucking shit, this is our map, mother chud. Ay nako, mga weak.
Close behind you, Haim. Kasi smoke ata.
Nag-hit site na lang sila pre, wala na sila maisip, nahirapan na sila bro.
Ay, wasa na headshot naman to, 136.
1A1
Dalawa.
easy clutch.
Mga left na.
Oh! Grabe ka, Dolls!
Nice.
Gago Michael Jordan, high score. 69. Nice. Let's go!
Oh my god!
Let's just keep it simple, guys. Come on, it's gonna be easy.
Flash yung oras mo, Sus! Flash yung oras mo!
Good shit.
Hey bro, you're picking Kenny S bro.
I love this game.
No! Oh my god! Time! Holy shit.
Tapos split A agad tayo, Astro. Mag-presence ka rin sa B main, Astro, parang tinake natin.
Oh my god!
Alright!
Guys, anti.
Possible arcade.
Obvious na ginagawa nila eh. Patay na sa mga
LeBron James.
Patulong ako! Uy, kalma!
Nice one, boys.
40.
Nice!
So, pakaliwa.
Sabahan natin to mix, sabahan natin to.
Isa pa.
Nice!
Hold down. Holding down.
Akit lang. Mas akin.
Slow. Nice one, Astro.
Pre, makapat lang tayo sa dep, kaya natin ang
Yeah,
Good job pa rin, boys. Good kill. Round this around.
14. Go back. 14. Nice one, let's go, Sus. Dalawa pa, outside. In. Okay ka.
Lakas ko tol. Lakas ko mag-bridge na lang ako lagi. 18 yan. Nice!
Kita ko, cross.
Finish.
80. Nice on MD.
Ako na to, mga bastos. Pasok dito. Pasok.
Drop, nagpapadrop.
Wala na smoke. Patay ko.
78 ang Teo, Mau.
1v1.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
Take fully B.
Hindi ka na muling mag-iisa.
Ako sa. Close. Saan, Leo.
Nice.
Nalakas ko, ba't ko nun?
Teo, good.
Out. Playtime.
Flashing. Layo pa pala bro.
Smile daw,
I heart you.
Smile daw, sus.
Ano, flash ko.
Okay ko ni mo, Danle. Flash lang mo. Okay ko.
Pagdautan.
Nice. Dalawa stairs. One course.
Dalawa stars.
Out. Nice Spectre.
Waterfall, Mau. Shotgun, waterfall.
Deep.
14 flower. Nice, flash flower.
Balik ko. Take tayo.
Nice!
Coach!
Luwan na raw! Why this mother jiggle picking with Judge? Who do you think you are, bang? Nice!
So,
Good.
7 last.
Guys, nice read.
bago yun. Dadyo!
Nice! Yancy! Kulit ng ulo na ito.
Judge.
Judge lang yan.
Nice.
Come back to boy. Come back.
Last.
Tete last.
Bang! Shot!
Nice,
dang! With a one tap, holy fuck!
Nice.
I could have killed both, bro.
Ang jail belt. Stay alive, brother.
Uy! Ino mo! Superman, nagising na!
I love you! Nice! Last. Out! Default! Nice!
Nice, Yuri, the clutch mode!
Nice.
Simula sa pura-pura, papapansin sa'yo.
Hindi na natututo mo.
Nice!
Good team. Let's go, bro.
Nice!
Ay, ang lakas ko!
Sana one tap ang ulti ni Neon.
Auto mo ka.
Ako tumalas yan. Maganda yan.
Pwede pa nga bit.
Wait, get the saves, wait lang.
No! Atak ako!
Stand.
Knife,
Disrespect
tayo.
guys.
Good shit! Good shit!
Good shit, utang ina. The demons are waking up.
Nasa akin yata. Gagalaw. Close lang.
Kaya ko.
Kalma. Das,
Salva pa ako.
Ako tol.
Try mo. Wala akong smoke.
Wait lang ako.
Pel pa ko. Dala. Sapa. Para sa
Ito.
Nice!
Fucking kiss bomb on that shit. Holy f***.
Tanyan.
Goy na kayo.
Goy na kayo.
Okay, walking na kami.
Takbo, marami doon. Takbo.
Tapa, 106 ko yung breach.
Yo!
Oh, your ass.
I got it anyway.
That's fine.
Good call, bro. Good call.
Someone use discipline. Let's go.
No scope.
Salbo nga.
Boom! Let's go, guys!
And at the very end of it, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the races. We are back to the grand finals. At sana naman ay nag-enjoy kayo so far kasi syempre kaming mga casters nyo, ako si Ramon, si Mochi, we have been dying to find out who will be this year's Kings of PH. Dahil dito sa grand finals ay napakainit na ang laban. It will be Chronicles Esports versus Oasis Gaming para sa ating last showdown dito sa Kings of PH. And Mochi, honestly, the story has not been written any better for us. It is Oasis Gaming back on the helm, Chronicles Esports, the new kids on the block. Meron ba tayo underdog? Meron ba tayong overlord na pwede makapag-dominate? Ano ba yung may masabi mo nga parang overview ng laban natin ngayon?
Literally a David versus Goliath theme, and it is gonna be crazy because we have seen the contrasts in between these two teams as well, and how they've been able to advance here on our grand final slot. Most importantly, for Chronicles Esports, they started in a really steady journey, I believe, and especially it is a 2-0 series earlier on from our semifinals one, but on the other hand, it is quite of a different one. It's a reverse sweep here from Oasis Gaming, and I believe they've been able to take some fair share of rest time in comparison to Oasis Gaming. So it is gonna be about a crazy one. Most importantly, that we have seen how Oasis has been able to defeat Orglis earlier on. For Chronicle Esports, it's pretty much a straightforward one in comparison to them. So really interested into seeing if what's gonna be the flow right now, most especially that we have been able to point out that Marky and possibly Dritch has been like the MVPs from each team so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and usually it's the supportive players that actually have been stepping up so far ngayon, no? While this is also the case, we also have to remember kung ano yung head-to-head natin for our for this grand finals right now. Zeus versus itong si Sovano, which honestly, these are players with very, very similar styles. You have the death ball that is Zeus, where Sovano usually has been more comfortable with being a little bit more flexible with the agents that he has been putting up for himself, while Zeus is usually going to be somebody who just wants to go in, and he doesn't mind if he always dies to do it. That's why you see the comparison in KDA ratio. He dies a little bit more compared to Sovano, who really has been going for the multi-frags right here, which doesn't really kind of take away with what Zeus has been performing on the roster. He's still one of the best players that we've had, and in terms of his age, he is just gonna get better, which honestly is in line with the Oasis slogan, which is getting better like fine wine, right?
Yeah, and we are gonna see if there is gonna be some changes, especially earlier on for Zeus. May mga times na medyo nag-a-aggress siya or nag-overextend. For Sovano so far, though, I feel like we didn't point out much mistake that came from him. So that's gonna be some of the differences that they might have. Pero let us check out ang ating map dito right now. It's a good mix of Haven, Split, and Icebox. Some familiarity and some of something new for each other. Kung kanina nakalaro na sa Split at etong si Chronicles, ngayon naman sa Icebox nakapaglaro na si Oasis. So Haven is quite of a new mix in this veto that we have.
It's a bit of a refresher for us that we've been seeing a lot of these maps being played all throughout the day. I know we didn't see a lot of Pearl. I think we've only seen one game of Lotus being played on this map in particular. We don't normally see some sort of days where nakakapagkita tayo ng lahat ng maps in the map pool also being played on the same day. So it's usually a rarity because there's an ongoing meta in terms of what the map pools are for what you want to do. Hindi na tungkol sa comfortability to. It's now about how you kind of strategize kung ano yung gusto mo maiging map against your opponent, which honestly could be a really big factor coming into this, right? So Haven, I believe, split dun sa second game. Yung first two games na yun, for me, is very important. Mas lalo na doon sa ating first game, di ba? Kasi usually, we're normally expecting yung Oasis Gaming to actually be slow starters. But may mga times din kasi na hindi sila slow starters, di ba? I think you also mentioned this in the pre-broadcast too, Mochi, na may mga times that right out of the gate, Oasis Gaming just comes out swinging.
Yeah, and especially if they came from a match beforehand. And that's just what just happened earlier on. But I also want to put some confidence for Chronicles as well, because they addressed the semifinals one as if they are just chilling, like literally no pressure at all. And sometimes you perform best if there is no pressure, if there's nothing to worry about. But now that they're on the grand final slot, that is gonna be some pressure, especially that they are against Oasis. They might be panicking right now a little bit, not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure that their coach, shout out to L, might possibly be priming up these kids to prepare against Oasis and be more chill about it, I guess.
All right. Well, I think it's like time for us to talk about our predictions so far. At dahil ako yung anchor dito, Mochi, dahil ako yung may control dito sa show natin, sino yung prediction mo? Ikaw yung una kong tatanungin, di ba?
Talagang binauna pa. I wanna go for... I'm a sucker for underdog story. Sorry. Nag-alis pa ako ng muta. Pero wala namang muta, nangati lang mata ko. Pero I really want to offer a 2-1 in favor for Chronicles. I really want to see them succeed. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a tough fight. So I gotta go for 2-1.
Okay.
How about you, though?
Well, I think I kind of want to be a little bit logical, even though I kind of want to root for the underdog as well. I think it's gonna be a 2-1 in favor of the Oasis Gaming. I think this tournament has proved, and not only the tournament, but this organization has proved that they are very comfortable with letting the game play out for itself, letting the series play out for itself. Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Hindi na kailangan natin mag 2-0 ng lahat ng mga games natin. If nahihirapan kayo sa first, then that mental reset will be everything for them. And that's been the greatest weapon for Oasis Gaming with their history as a roster. So, a 2-1 for Oasis for me and a 2-1 for Chronicles for you. So, pareho tayo naglalaban. Tignan natin kung sino ang magtatagumpay, not only in the predictions, pero pati na rin sa grand finals of the Kings of PH, mga kaibigan, as we're slowly gonna be building up towards ating agent select as ayan na nga, kita na natin kung ano yung mga players natin, boss. Na. Oasis Gaming. Isa tulog na. I think it's Marky.
Si Marky yata. Pero, let's check out the kids here from Chronicles. Yung isa, tulog ba yung isa or umalis sa setup? Parang nakayuko eh.
Baka tumatay. Nag-uusapan natin. But we're heading on into Agent Select, ladies and gentlemen. The Haven map. Para sa first map natin, double ISO coming into the server. And Aoru coming into the mix as well. It will be a mirror matchup for both sides. No Jets, no Neons, no nothing. We're getting an all-out war in it comes to the same team compositions. And it will be a big difference in terms of kung sino yung mas makakapanalo sa mga gunfights nila. Yung ISO, maganda sa mga isolated frags. Maganda din para mahanap mo yung anchor nyo kapag ginagamit nyo yung ultis. I believe this is also gonna be one of the first times we'll see Astro in a long time be playing yung kanyang magiging Cypher, which historically, if you follow yung Nigma Galaxy niyang name numbers, this was one of his favorite picks. But once we went back into Oasis Gaming, puro Clove, puro Killjoy yung nakikita natin. But now, it will be his classic Cypher. So this history is going to be making it speak for itself now, as it's the first game of this grand finals, the Kings of PH 2025, the Chronicles Esports versus Oasis Gaming, a battle for the ages in the main event. And the winner of this will not only get themselves in towards the group stages of Predator League, they will also have a 60,000 pesos para sa kanila.
Omsim. Pwede na, no? Pwede nang pambili ng bagong Predator notebook. Yo!
Pwede.
Yan ang plan.
Pwede.
We're just gonna be checking out for these players as well. I mean, it's been a while ever since we saw a Haven map. Parang nung leg 3. Paano tayo nakakita nito? Parang wala nito last week. Yeah, parang wala. Rather, nung leg 2 tayo nakakita nito. So, mukhang nagpapanumbalik. Really exciting. And I'm pretty sure all of our players are more than primed and well-prepared enough. Iba rito, actually curious kung ano yung mga ritual ng mga players natin pag lumalaban. Like, anong iniinom nila, anong kinakain nila, anong preparasyon, nagpo-push up ba sila? Pero, let us check out what's gonna happen right here as they try to end here on our seaside area. So, Bana really close onto Mark, and Mark can be able to take him out.
Yun nga lang, because of the smoke, it does actually provide some cover. Nabunk pa nga ng flash, and that will be an explosion in towards the CT position. Aeonix with the run and gun, and a 1v2 for Zeus. That's spot one, but it's only a dink towards Dignified. Could not confirm the shot onto the initiator. He only had a light shield, and it actually provided him a little bit more defense. A little bit more survivability dito sa pag-push in towards the C site. Remember, that was yung smoke ni RU, if I remember correctly. That kind of provided a little bit more cover para sa Logs player natin. And the fact that Marky was also trying to cross through both sides of the C site. Had his head on a swivel. Had to cross both ways before he could get towards the street. Kaya, narin-happen pa siya 1-0 so far. And Chronicles Esports off to a good start.
And it seems like they've been working super close with each other, which is what they want and what we want to get the best case or the best or the better end of things, if I may say. But for Chronicles, nako, they better make this buy worth it, and hopefully that they won't be gunned down by their members here from Oasis. Not quite sure, but as much as possible, they want to deplete their economy. And it's the same thing time and time again, but it's quite of a waiting game, if I may say, in the current time. And seems like they're not spotting anyone as of yet. I'm not quite sure if they are aware of the cipher cam. Yes, they are, and they're just gonna be taking that out just in a bit while they prepare for the next step, as they might actually commit into Seaside once again.
Yeah. Second time's a charm. Jumping from Marky confirms it. Reach with the trace shot through again. He was at the perfect position para matrace niya yung wallbang. You don't normally expect that every day in your Valorant games, but it's pushing in. So Vano spots out one. It's still going to be the ISO, so a lot more of that protection, that double tap. Deech also getting the second for the squad as well, and it all falls apart. All leaving it up to Cheserac doon sa loob ng garage window, but Reach is able to get the headshot. Yet again, a triple from somebody you don't normally see on the duelist role, but he's been performing pretty well. He surprised us with this Yoru pick on the Haven map nung qualifiers pa lang, and true enough, he's still pretty good with it.
And no one's been taken out from Chronicles, which is interesting because you might have expected that there will be like a couple of casualties from their end, but I guess Oasis didn't get the chance to answer back in some sort of way, or I feel like they're just overwhelmed with all of the shots that's being thrown up from Chronicles. But Slatan really aggressive positioning here, trades coming in, and also still evening the numbers out. For some reason, somehow, and they might actually be committing to C-Site once again. And Aeonix and Ryu gonna be a bit close with each other. Ryu has taken some damage though, which is not the best thing at all. Astro just gonna be in quite of an off angle. I'm not quite sure if there is gonna be expected. He's not. And instead, RU is going to be critically low. Literally 1 or 6 HP left. And that is going to be an immediate round here from Oasis. Just Astro anchoring Seaside.
Full trust as well. You see the Tesseract wasn't even moving a muscle, not even rotating, because he knew that Astro had it in the bag. And look at the patience from him as well. No damage whatsoever onto the Cypher. And they still had equal amounts of defense as well dun sa may A side because of Tesseract's position alone. They were fully willing on fighting for that C-long control, and in the end, they get themselves 2 rifles into the next coming round. 1-2. Each coming through, and Marky raise on in, teleports back to the cubby position, even gets a double kill. And Deech starting with that dimensional drift, but in the end, he's got baited. Baited because of the TP, the gate crash from Zeus. In the end, that dimensional drift meant squat nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just from one gate crash, absolutely nullifying the effects of that dimensional drift. Reach had nowhere else to go with that.
It seems like the mind games are already starting this early in this first match. And they really want to break the morale of Chronicles here. And so far, it seems like they're inching their way towards a site. Paunti-unti. Susubukan nila. Libreng-libre pa naman, no? And we might also see Aeonix just holding his ground here. Let's see long. And also gonna be putting his attention here at A. But it seems like Chronicles are very, very careful in how they will do your executes.
Ito na naman no? The communication on point. The clear tactics is still ringing true for everybody across the board. Kahit numbers disadvantage, nakakaghanap pa rin ng paraan. Dimensional Jeff also gonna be invested para kay Zeus, giving them all the info that they need. Spots out 1 and 2. Well, at least just one of them. Astro kills off Aeonix. That's gonna be the 2 versus 3 now. Dreach very low. And Tesseract will follow up. It's all gonna be down to Zovano. Short position unnoticed. Kills off Zeus. Triple kill. Finds out where Astro is too. And he's pushing onto him, but Astro wins out the fight in the end. It will be that 2-2 for Oasis, but it came at a very steep cost. The money already drowned in towards the toilet, but still winning it out makes it an equal amount of round wins against Chronicles.
Yeah. And valiant effort for Aeonix as well, but I feel like he really didn't anticipate Astro that's just gonna come from, or will be gunning him from the back. And also Silvano could have almost made that work. It's just that he didn't also expect that Astro is gonna be there. It seems like Astro has been like the hero from the shadows here from Oasis on that round. Not quite sure if he is gonna be carrying over this name as the time goes by, but some presence on a site. Wala pa namang commitment, wala silang pera. Pero I feel like we have already seen this before. I mean, sheriffs seems like not gonna be an issue for them at all. And they're just gonna be creeping their way into a site and no one's even in there. It seems like Oasis is playing for a retake, respecting them.
1, 2, 3, 4 people from Oasis to try to attempt the mid push at the very least. Have a bit of guns, so they are looking to try to overwhelm them. That just seems a retake scenario. Hunter's Fury already invested all the way from a lobby. Nobody's getting tagged. Nobody is even giving them the time of day this time. Dreach already affected by the paranoia. Double tap also invested right now. But with that, it will be an ISO 1v1. But Socano doesn't have his double tap shield, so it will be an easy isolated frag. Slato wins it out. 3v4 as he pushed outside of the smoke. They even kill off Aryu from the smoke. 2v3. A lot of time invested. Aeonix, run and gun, and Slatom trying to win out the fight, but in the end, it's Dignified who wins it out. A 3-2 for Chronicles Esports, winning out what could have been an important round for Oasis Gaming, but look at that, their money already gone at the seams again.
Pre, nakita mo yung ngiti ni Dignified?
Parang nireplyan lang bigla.
Parang nireplyan lang bigla no? Pero at the same time, you can see the smile in this guy's face the moment that he took that round for the team. And they know what they did. They know all the advantage has already been given to them right after that round win as well, depleting their economy. I mean, despite of the fact na hindi umubra yung the win expansion nito ni Silvano, at least they managed to turn the tables in some sort of way. Zeus gonna be utilizing fake. Is that a gate crash or a real gate crash? Or just gonna be checking that out in a bit? Might be a fake, actually. No, it's real.
It's real.
Yeah, it's
No
real. It's
fake.
not fake. Yeah. And I like how we took our maybe good 10 seconds in thinking kung real yun or hindi. But what's real is the action that's going down here in B side. While the rest of the people here from Oasis is trying to fend for themselves and just holding their own sheriffs, well, they won't manage to do so because, once again, they're just holding pistols. So that is going to be an immediate round for Chronicles and even a lot of ultimates here for Oasis ready for them to use.
That's as real as it has to be. The only bit of damage that they had was Astro with that one tap, Zeus with that shorty. And into the B site as well, where normally you could expect like a ton of economy damage coming through. But even in the eco round, they had no hope whatsoever as fast as possible for Chronicles, despite them not having a dash duelist, as Marky picks up the double kill, activates himself in towards that A-long extremity. Aryu beaming himself at 2 for 1, but they're trying to get some damage done. Slatham, especially with the double tap, becoming as dangerous as he has to be in this A lobby control. Supported by, from the shadows from Aryu, is a little too far away from the safety of his teammates. Has to isolate the frag. Slatham finding a double kill as well as Marky swings into a triple kill. Oasis Gaming are becoming dangerous as time went on. They're beginning to age like wine, which it's 3-4 now.
Yo. It's closer than ever. You're really good in keeping... I feel like they're really good in depleting the energy of their opponents for some reason. As much as possible, they want to prolong the game. They want to consume some energy from their opponents because they know as much as possible this is going to be giving them more information and more opportunity to mature as the series went by. But currently, it seems like Chronicles has no choice but to make the most out of their mixed buys, and some will be resorting to just SMGs and assault rifles. But they might actually make this work. Pretty similar to what they did in Ascent last time.
I know, right? I think this is a tactical pause coming through. As just been confirmed by the voices in their heads. Alam mo, Machi, do you have those moments where sometimes may kumakausap sa isip mo? Sa tingin mo, ano siya? Babae siya? Lalaki? Or ano ba siya? Guwapo? Ano ba? Who is the voice in your head?
I don't know. Can I just be plainly and blatantly talking to myself? Maybe brain rotting even?
Pwede naman.
Might be a possibility, yeah. I think that's it. But, Marky is in a quite a sneaky position, but not for long. And Slatham will be taking out the kill onto Aryu, though, definitely rendering him lifeless. Astro, not quite sure if he is going to be expected from the C-Link. I guess yes. I think if I will be able to take him down in the process. Now a 3v3, so I'm occupying each and every angles here, but unfortunately they won't be able to support each other in that situation. It's quite unfortunate. Rich all alone might possibly be playing for himself here, but once again they're just gonna be sticking in the defuse, leaving no room for Rich to advance forward. And before you even know, it's already a 4-4. Neck and neck battle, as it may seem.
As always with Oasis Gaming, isn't it, right? Showing their guns off very early on, swinging for the fences. Kill contract from Slatham, and it's not even just the kill contract itself. It's the impact that he's had with isolating each frag, right? Able to get the triple kill from him. And if you think about it, the way that he gets these multi-frags, it's from opponents that are at very far distances. Kaya nakikita mo yung impact niya. So Tesseract starts off strong onto Savannah, who's had a bit of a tough game so far. Showing off how well his aim is, not only his calling, as he's spotted out by Aryu, his fellow IGL, swings into Dreach, but Aryu still here to get the trade-off in the end. 2 versus 1.
And we are even seeing some trades and answer backs here from Chronicles, but once again, I feel like it's not going to be enough. Dignified is going to be left here in a site, and finally been able to secure Vandal for himself, but doesn't have quite the idea where anyone's gonna coming from anywhere. Zeus will be able to take him down with the operator shot as well, and I feel like this is yet to be a statement that Oasis is waiting to make. As much as possible, they're just gonna be inch 1 point further from Chronicles, or even more.
Even with the buys, right? Don't think RU has enough to buy something for himself as well. And considering that he's with the team, he's gonna have to rely on getting a gun for himself as he's walking in towards the Hornet's Nest C site. Full control of Oasis Gaming. Dimensional Drift also activated, but Sovano had no weapon, no double tap, nothing to stop him within his tracks. It's the operator shot from downtown. Dimensional Drift active from the reach, already out of it. Tries to kill off Marky, but the Omen still standing tall in between the seaside defense, but a double kill for Marky. Everybody is hitting on all fronts. A double for RU as well. A 1v3 for the leader. Scanned, blinded everybody running up to him to slap him with a bit of within his face. A 6-4. And Oasis Gaming standing tall with an eventual C-site push from Chronicles that does not result to anything.
Man, that is so unfortunate for Chronicles. The moment that Rich tried to step up, unfortunately, he just discovered himself in a bad area to be in. Most importantly, that everyone's been able to respond to C-site completely, depleting the numbers from Chronicles. And it is now a 6-4. Just 2 more rounds for this first half. We are yet to see if this or if Chronicles will be able to get the last 2 rounds, but this is going to be really difficult for them to do. Most especially, they've only got a series of pistols. Dredge taking out Slatham. Surprising. And they guess they're just going to be taking their time of day and making the most out of the early pickoffs that they can get in this round.
Yeah. Kasi yun lang naman yung puhunan nila dito, di ba? Slatham knockdown is going to be a good thing moving forward. They try to pull off all rotations in towards the B site. Even investing fake out. They're trying to find where the corpse is dahil doon sa kanyang neural theft. Marky also taken. Warden shot, and Sovano, 1 tap is enough. Kills off Marky. And Zeus trying to reconvene, try to steal away the process, but it will be that 3 versus 2. Tesseract also falls through onto Sovano. Flanked all the way from downtown, but remember that neural theft still coming up clutch, finding out where the is, but Zeus could have actually done more with that dimensional drift, but Tesseract all alone, 1v3. He's been really good so far, but he gets knocked out with a 2-tap to the head from Aeonix as well. So it's a 6-5. Chronicles catching up on that first half, slowly building their momentum to a T. Aeonix still that consistent force. And Bleach, well, he's been hitting these sheriff shots a lot.
Yeah, and also the Guardian. Their crosshair placement is always near, it's either perfect or near perfect. And look at that. That's a 50 round from Chronicles, and they feel like they're definitely determined into taking this last round, and if and only if Oasis will be letting them, or will be getting some sort of mistakes, or rather, pretty similar to that, aggression coming from Chronicles here actually benefiting them well, which resulted to just Astro being left alone here. And seems like A-side is gonna be their grounds for commitment. And seems like Astro's just gonna be accepting his fate right then and there.
6-6 now as Chronicles, they went out an eventful A lobby control take. Double peek on towards the short position. Tapos may DP pa si Marky. I think in that position, mas magiging successful siya if you had somebody to stun for you, maybe like a breach. Pero since you don't have one, it didn't really work out too well for him. Well, something to delay, something to try to stop them within their tracks. But it wasn't for a good, it didn't result into anything good for Marky in that regard. So I wonder if Oasis have been feeling the pressure, or they're just talking about, alam mo guys, ano kaya gagawin natin sa game 2, guys?
Not gonna lie, with the caliber that they're playing right now, I feel like there's no pressure at all. I mean, it exists, but not too much to tip them off in their game, I guess. Especially pulling out those types of strategies, early pickups in favor for them. And wonderfully done Although also being detected here in Seaside, they should be careful. Through the smoke, Slata will be taking out RU. The IGDL already gone. But as much as possible, Dritch wants to answer back and is determined in doing so. Good for three. Adobe 2 currently right in front of our eyes, and Ionic still living. But until when would he be able to actually win this round, clutch it out for his team, or would Marky and Tesseract put an end onto him the moment he tries to defuse the spike?
First tap. And Tesseract spotted as well on the copy position. That will be the recon dart at the first possible time for Ionix. You can call him Louis, you can call him Ionix, all you want. Many names, but will he be the clutch master for the team? Lots of damage done onto Tesseract, but not enough to capitalize on the frag. Half coming through. Has to kill off Marky first. They have to try to bait him out, but the amount of pressure, the amount of weight on his shoulder is definitely too heavy to handle for Louis. As Marky picks up the last frag, Oasis Gaming, off of their C-long defense, off of how much they wanted to trade off each other. It started with that garage push from Slatum that eventually became a very decisive call to take towards that C-long control afterwards. It really has put the final nail in the coffin in that round for Oasis this time, 7-6. Bulldog buys for the three of them, which will make it very hard against Chronicles, who are fighting for scraps when the Bucky's in hand.
Man. Starting us super strong here for Oasis. And as much as possible, they really want to make the rounds here on the attacking side. Are you taking gonna be detected by Tesseract as well? I'm not quite sure if he is already aware of him. I guess not, because he's just gonna be deleted like that. And it seems like Chronicles is quite lost in how they be able to keep every single space in check. Most especially that there's just 3 more people remaining, and they don't even have the necessary guns that they would love to have in these types of moments.
Savannah's mocked up, and he only has a Marshall, remind you, but Dignify does win it out. Only has the classic in hand, so he will have to have a tall task ahead of him. But as he jumps towards Astro, he still hits the shot. So you can tell how precise this guy is so far in this grand final. Expects at Ionix, but no, he's just peeked onto the wrong corner. That is an unfortunate task at hand for Chronicles as they give up all their lives towards the side of Oasis. With Zeus being the only casualty. It's not going to be that big of a deal since one of them already saved up the gun. That's Tesseract. Even gets himself that early kill over to RU. And you've been noticing, Tesseract is one of the only initiators in this tournament that is more than willing to actually play for picks alone.
Yeah. Which is wonderful. And of course, not gonna be foreseen by Chronicles themselves. Who would have expected that the initiator will be separated from them, right? But also, it seems like we're seeing some aggression that might possibly come from Chronicles. Although I'm not quite sure if this is gonna work out for them. Dritch might be pinpointing something, predicting that someone might be in the smoke. Or at least telling him to be careful! The moment you look away, you're gonna be going down. Tesseract on the trade here for Ionix, taken out. As they now put themselves here on C site. Someone's just gonna be at the regionite box. It's not quite sure if RU is aware. He might be caught off guard. Blind might actually be connecting onto them, but now spike being planted here. Now, oh, still a favorite here for Chronicles, though. Right after that breathtaking scenario, Astro and Slatum, never mind. Both of the members here from Chronicles definitely being caught off guard. Wonderfully done here by Oasis.
And you can kind of tell that they're in their element with the way that they've been playing these rounds, right? Despite their first kill, it wasn't the C-site where they got full control back. Zeus with that double kill. And even across the other side of that smoke on that C long control, it was it was still going to be a good map awareness coming through for Zeus. Lining it up with a double kill in hand. A difficult task at hand for Chronicles right now. They have just given up their bonus round.
Ooh.
And with that TP, it's just going to be
Ooh.
even harder of a retake scenario. But Sovano and Dreech, they greet both people on Oasis Gaming with a sheriff shot to the face. We'll make it a 3 versus 5 early on. He TP's back onto the safety of his teammates. And Dreech is already on top of this heaven spot. Just so that to greet everybody from that A-long control.
What's with this team and sheriffs, man? For some reason, they managed to get a lot of kills from those. But Zlatan will try to take out Dreech and would be successful in doing so. And they're just gonna be penning every single member down here in Oasis as much as they can. But what they might not anticipate is them pushing forward.
Stopping fire.
Possibly putting out the wall, but they didn't even expected that they're gonna be looking that way. Actually, great usage for the wall as well in hopes of segregating, but actually became a bait for the counterpart. Sovano and Ionix falling into the hands of Zeus. Zeus, killing machine himself, is going crazy every single round alongside the rest of the squad. All positive KDs. And of course, a 4-round advantage against the counterpart.
Hirap kalaban kapag gantong ka-precise na. Parang si Slatom at saka si Zeus. A 10-6 scoreline for Oasis Gaming now. Zeus already jumping in the leaderboard. Back then, he was just 8 kills. Back then, he was just a bottom frag. Now, he really is rising to the occasion in more ways than one. Chronicles Esports on a timeout now, realizing the situation they're in. They're giving away so many rounds thanks to individual performances from Zeus and Slatom right now. Can't count out Tesseract too. He's been pretty strong on the supportive role. Not only that, talagang hirap din niyang i-pinpoint minsan eh.
That is so true. I mean, it's good that they've been able to put out this timeout, but you can see some of the players actually zoning out, or rather trying to clear their minds some sort of way. And that's only possible if they can calm their nerves, because for some reason, for Oasis, they're super critical in addressing every single member here from Chronicles. And despite the fact na merong mga niluluto na mga strategies itong si Chronicles, is hindi siya naglalast that long. But also, Dreech, really aggressive angle, getting that shot onto Tesseract, doing the same thing that Zeus has been able to do earlier on. Some sort of a copycat, but I mean, if it works, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it still gives you the effect that you're looking for, then it doesn't really matter who does it in the end. Not every play is actually copyrighted by one of our pro players, as we now have the Dimensional Drift, and they use that para may info kung saan nalagay Hunter's Fury. They got a scan coming through C-Long. Buti na lang they dodge from the third shot. RU and Ionix. They get 2 of the first picks in the post plant. Sovano with a double kill, and Dignified even spraying through the smoke as well. It's as easy as that. Layering their ultis and their utility makes it so hard for Oasis to try to get out of this choke point, as it will be the 7th round coming through for the Chronicles Esports side up the timeout, mind you. And honestly, if you're looking for signs of life, this would have been a good sign for it, because back then, Chronicles were a little stagnant. So kung paano nila sa starting round, and they put a wild card into it para magulat na lang ang kalaban nila. Yung up kay Dreech, and yung in combination of the Dimensional Drift at saka yung Hunter's Fury, it was chef's kiss by the end of it, man. And that's how they got somewhat of a flawless round coming out of it.
It was wonderfully done. And I feel like that might already be their recipe for success here for Chronicles, although that is gonna be consuming a lot of resources, so they better be certain, if ever, that they will try to do some sort of fix. But Dreech is at it again. taking out the very person that he took out the last round. And he might be looking out for more though. Zeus, right in front of him, just gonna be TPing out onto safety as he didn't been able to secure Zeus. And on the bright side, he's been able to take the early pickoff that he wanted, and possibly just gonna be holding their ground from there on.
Okay na yun. Sometimes the one and done is more than enough for him. DC's still alive. They trade the paranoia for the undercut. I think it's more benefiting the defensive side as they now try to invest all the resources into this B main push, as it's from the shadows. It's the plan coming down on Slatum. They also get themselves a kill contract, 1v1 between the ISOs. The double tap, it's not working out for Sovano. He's the one who initiated that ulti. Now delaying the inevitable for Oasis Gaming. They plant the spike down on the B site. A 1-3 setup for Chronicles. They need to get this retake going, but Slatum stopping them within their tracks. Sprays through the smoke. Blind shot. Hail Mary. Triple kill for Slatum. He is walking away with what could have been murder without having any punishment. 4K for Slatum. And possibly the ace coming in the cards, but Reach, he's running all the way towards the other side of the map, but you know that he's hunting for it. He wants it. This young gun. He's smelling him inside the A side. He doesn't know where. Pulls out a classic. Tries to get his attention, but he does get him in the end. What the hell?
Wow.
A wall bang coming from Slatum, the ace from the young gun on Oasis Gaming. I was trying to set it up. I thought he did not get the ace in time, but he fully trusted the spray down, and eventually he gets his prize.
Dude is crazy. I don't know what happened during that round, but all I know is Slatum is awesome. It's crazy. Even fulfilling the kill contract, securing the last 3 ult orbs or kills in order to get those ult orbs. And look at that. It's a round with all him. And before we even know, it's just one more round away from the match point. They're not going to be stopping anytime soon. I mean, Chronicles might have the guns right now, but how would they be able to use it in order to get the edge? I mean, they have to follow up and catch up with 4 more rounds needed in order to even out the numbers. But also, are you going to be consumed by the paranoia? Will be taken down by Zeus here as Ionix attempt to offer the trade, but once again, the Arya is going to objective. Oasis has been able to do that, just that, and even a bonus skill here from Zeus, depleting their numbers as much as possible, denying the capacity for the retake, but for some reason, they're trying to reverse the tide. Tesseract all alone and will have no chance whatsoever. An 11-8, and seems like Chronicles is still alive.
You can thank Dignified for that. The instant 2-tap onto the 2 players on site really has opened the window for Chronicles. And just after that recon dart as well, Marky could not even reposition in time. Thanks to the timing of this retake, Reach able to kill off the strongest pillar on the Oasis Gaming roster. And to couple that up, Chronicles, even putting all their eggs in one basket in this retake right now, 11-8. The defense looking so precise so far, even though Oasis is at an arm's reach of claiming this MERS map for themselves. Doesn't seem easy, does it, to claim this off as they destroy at least the tripwire with that shock dart. Fake out coming through again over to garage position. Double tap also activated. They know that they want to conquer this garage control. C site fully invested. Are you a lone survivor? And because of the smoke now, all eyes are going to be on him. So Vano and DJ get 2 in the process. A triple for Cray RN. And at the blink of an eye, everybody's falling like flies. Oasis Gaming, they give another round over to Chronicles. And it's as precise as ever. Chronicles really winning every single gunfight that has been forced on Oasis Gaming. And I was surprised it wasn't a team ace. Everybody really has shown their legwork coming into this matchup.
That is so true. And look what's happening right now. Dritch even has the operator again on the Yoru. And we also have 3 ultimates online on their end. Where earlier on, I feel like Tesseract hasn't been able to make the most out of the Hunter's Fury it's been able to use because it's been immediately shut down by Chronicles. But currently, Oasis has no choice but to make use out of the sheriffs that they currently have and a bulldog in the hands of Marky. But let us check it out if there is a possibility for them to pull this off. Most importantly, that okay, shot not reconnecting though. It's quite unfortunate. Might be taking another peek, but he's not gonna be spotting anyone. But there's a lot of sound cues being leaked onto him. Got no choice but to just teleport out from that location, but they're gonna be stepping up the gears here. No room for breaks. So Vino, are you every single one? Zeus on the operator. Taking it out, not quite sure. Rather the bulldog. Not gonna be getting any chance in claiming that round for themselves. So 11-10. Favor for Oasis still, but inch by inch, Chronicles is making it for themselves.
I thought you were going to say they're going to move closer and closer towards this 11-10 scoreline. And this timeout call is justified for Oasis Gaming. They are losing a lot of steam coming into this matchup against KRN, who are responding with pure, raw firepower in this defensive side as well. So they need a bit of a chill pill to try to work out all the kinks so far on the attack as well. So they already invested that dimensional drift, so that's also to take note of mamaya. I can kind of also appreciate the willingness for Dee to try a lot of these different angles with this operator still. I think it's been a various amount of times that he's been peeking on that A-short extremity, but he's also not afraid to try to fight off C-long control with just that operator. It shows his growth as a player because you don't normally see this peak out of him anyway, right? But he's been performing at a top level. Also showing that he's also a pivotal part on why the KRN boys have reached up to this point. But no man is an island. Everybody has been putting all their legwork, so they have to do what they can to get back into the matchup. It will be that dimensional drift activated for the Reach this time around. Remember, he has an operator. We're trying to find out where the Hunter's Fury has to go. Dignified even kills off Astro. I don't know how he got that first shot in. I don't know how Astro was so low just to take one Hunter's Fury to kill him off. I need a replay of that later on. I need to see what happened.
That is so weird, but at the same time satisfying. And yes, that's already one man out here for Oasis. Chronicles is yet to get more, or if Oasis would even out the numbers. But I feel like Dretchawariad is an idea who might be here in C-long. TPing out into safety. Yes, there is already some intel that some members are going to be coming from Garage.
Over there.
And they might actually try and pull off a completed all-out retake here. Not unless these members from Oasis pushes out. I don't think that they're going to be expecting this at all. Although, going to be blocked here by a series of utilities resulting for half and half trades. Now a 3v3.
Zeus is still low, and he's playing for that C-long control. They're leaving Marky all alone in sight. I have no idea why this guy wants to do this, but he's gonna do it anyway, and he starts off strong. Ooh. That's a first kill, a second frag. There's no doubt that this guy's the god of Oasis, but it's all falling apart into the IGL 1v1. And RU has to stick on the spike, but because of Tesseract's presence, he wins out the gunfight anyway. Either way, it will be Oasis Gaming reaching match point 12-10 against Chronicles, who really are this close to even taking it against them, but against all odds because of the rotation. The ball's on Marky. to keep himself inside of that C site. Cutting half of the numbers from Chronicles in this retake. Make it also difficult for them to respond to the C long push. And now putting them at their mercy's edge at match point from this first game. And Oasis Gaming might have stolen it away from them.
And what's wonderful is they really played around with all of the utilities that they've been able to put out on there. Oh wow, seems like that's a foreshadowing. Might possibly be the end here, right in front of our eyes. But another kill contract being utilized and used here by Sovano, but he took the clone. No way.
No way.
No way. But Zeus will be well aware of Dignify. The trade-off here from Ionix, already good for 2.
Ionix!
Still living. And will still try to actually defuse the spike, but the lineup from the shot start is gonna be able to take that one, and the wildest is it, everyone! Indeed, the end for our first match as Oasis takes this in the 13-10 in the map of Haven.
And it's unprecedented. It's something that we haven't seen for a long time now, but Oasis Gaming take game number 1 as decisively as ever. And in that second half as well, you can tell that the fire started in them very early on. Zeus hitting shots, Marky also with his determination. And if you couple that up with the support staff also doing so much within them.
Yeah.
And shout out to Slatum as well for showing how dominant he can be on the ISO. It has become a recipe for disaster against Chronicles Esports, who really have been faltering at the end, even though they have been putting up a really good fight. But man, on their attacking side, you see a lot of layers for Oasis Gaming. So many times that they have wanted those first few fights, but the real magic comes through with their mid-round calling, talaga, Mochi.
Yeah, true. And for some reason, despite the quality disadvantages that they find themselves in some specific rounds or some certain rounds, they always find a way in order to pull out some call-outs that is bound to change everything, the flow and what is happening in favor of Oasis themselves. And seems like, despite of the fact that Chronicles have been able to pull it up in a quite of a close one, heading on to our second half, once again, some of these moments are just being snatched away by Oasis in some sort of way. Most especially with Zeus being there, Slatum being there, especially his crazy ace. Man, it seems like Oasis is definitely being fired up.
I think fired up is an understatement right now.
It's a whole forest fire, I
Yes.
guess.
You could say that. You could say that. And I'm pretty sure they're going to feel the heat once we head on into that second game. But before that, let's take a look at the stats across the board. Slatham, 24-16. And there's no surprise here. He's been winning a lot of kill contract duels. And not only that, they don't have anybody to be the entry. At least with any sort of movement ability. If we don't count yung dimensional drift at tong si Zeus. But Slatum has provided that opportunity na hindi na kailangan ng dash, hindi na kailangan ng slide. Ang kailangan na lang is patayin na lang kung sino yung nakikita nila. So that's for Slatum and the rest of the squad. I think I'd like to give a lot of props as well to Dreech, who I'd say was the team MVP for Chronicles. He has been putting up a good performance. I think he shines a little bit better on the rifle more than him on being on the operator. So sa tingin ko, if may opportunity pa tayo makakita si Dreech to shine on the supportive role, I think we'll see a little bit more of a splash coming from him. But overall, I think Oasis Gaming has thrived in their individualism as well as their calling from everybody. So I think that really has been their strong point so far, Mochi.
Yeah, that is true. But let us check out who is the strongest amongst the members of Oasis, who definitely stood on top. It is no other than Slatum 999 with a 2.00 KDA ratio and 308 ACS on the ISO pick. Which this duel, let us get a game here, chat. Like, ilan yung kill contract na ginamit ni Slatum the whole duration of that match? I'm curious if anyone actually tracked that, because it seems like it's quite a lot.
Yeah. At kung tama yung sagot mo, bibilan ka ng Battle Pass ni Mochi para may Tactibeard daw kayo.
Uy, siya
Joke lang.
nagsabi niyan.
Joke lang. No. I'm just kidding. That actually is not gonna be the promo for this name in particular. Pero mga kaibigan, it is gonna be Isolatum? That's really good. That actually rolls up the tongue a little bit well. At siya yung MVP at Oasis Gaming na din naman ang makakapanalo ng first map nila so far. But it's not done just yet. We still have a second map coming through para sa atin today. But of course, if you have been enjoying yung stream natin for today, i-like at i-follow nyo na din ang Predator Gaming at i-share nyo na din yung stream natin. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time, and I think this is also a good time para makakuha din kayo ng tubig. When we return from the short break, makikita natin kung sino ang magtatagumpay between Oasis versus Chronicles. But before that, we would like to thank our complete sponsor, and I will start with the PC Game Pass. Purchase any Ace or Predator notebook at magkakaroon ka ng PC Game Pass for free na 1 month ang duration. Ano ba yung Game Pass kung tinatanong mo, kaibigan? Well, I got you. Para sa mga PC gamers to, at makakakuha ka ng napakadaming mga high quality games at saka yung mga pwede mong makuha na affiliated games ay makikita mo released on day 1 as well. You have a lot of benefits when you do purchase your Ace or Predator notebook, katulad ng mga discounts, ang mga deals, as well as a Riot Games membership or Riot Games benefit as well, na kapag ka naglalaro ka ng mga affiliated games na PC Game Pass, medyo meron ka magkakaroon ng mga perks when it comes to the PC Game Pass. So thank you so much for sponsoring today's broadcast.
Yes, and syempre, if you're looking for a recommendation ng Predator gaming notebook natin, check out ang engineered for elite, the Predator Helios Neo 16 that pushes the boundaries of performance. Featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and as well as a revolutionary 4K mini LED display, this machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Ready to dominate? Be sure to check out ang Predator Helios Neo 16 and possibly order it today at the Predator Gaming online store.
We're kind of confused at this point because I don't know if Oasis Gaming has succeeded or exceeded our expectations, but we'll find out if they're able to bounce it through in a 2-0 victory, or will Chronicles Esports survive for another day. We'll find out after the short break. Ako nga pala Sir Mon, kasama ko si Mochi, magbabalik ang Predator Kings of PH 2025.
And welcome back once again to the Kings of PH 2025 Grand Finals, wherein we have already seen Oasis get their first point of the series up against Chronicles Esports, and it seems like they are definitely proving that they are the Goliaths or even the Behemoths so far. And we are yet to witness if there is gonna be a rebuttal for Chronicles, and we are still your casters for tonight or for the whole duration of this league, I guess, if I may say. I'm Mochi alongside with Ramon. And what do you think with the last result that we have so far?
You know, surprising ba na nanalo sila, or mas surprising ba that KRN actually put up a better fight that we kind of expected out of them, right? Because if you ought to be honest, that is Oasis Gaming playing on their comfort map. It was their map pick, if I remember correctly. Tapos si Chronicles, hindi ko tanda kung ano yung second map natin. I believe it's gonna be the Icebox map. So if it is gonna be that, then I think it will be an advantageous position for them. Ano ba? Yung parang naging surprising sa akin was the performance from Tesseract noong time na yun. Kasi we kind of expected them to kind of be the type of caller that would usually would not hit the shots, usually is going to be reliant upon to get the strats going for the team. Pero hindi eh. Pati si bro ang init din ng tutok. Imagine. Nakikita mo naglo-lurk siya even on the initiator, even taking fights on the mid side. Kahit na nasa ascent tayo, ang layo niya sa team niya kasi gusto niya magkaroon siya ng forward space. This is how big-brained of an IGL he can be when he's at his peak form. And when you kind of supply a lot of that knowledge, a lot of that support doon sa dalawang mo naging fraggers kanina na I believe was si Slatom at saka si Zeus, mas lalong mahihirapan ang kung sino ang kalaban nila. Lalo na kanina, noong nasa first game nila tayo on Haven.
Yeah.
Slatom has been hitting a lot of shots, so that consistency is there. And Zeus has been pretty much improving habang natagal yung game para sa akin. So I think it's gonna be a very interesting thing if doon tayo makakaabot sa game number 2 ngayon, which I believe will be an interesting thing to watch out for since Chronicles have their backs against the wall.
Of course. And I feel like we are bound to see Oasis improve and improve more, most especially that like what you have mentioned, they're just continuously polishing up the playstyles that they already have since earlier on and making it better, which is wonderful. Let us check out our current agent lineups, and seems like they are going to be sticking into the deadlock pick against under the hands of Tesseract, but on Chronicles they will be focusing more with another or rather a double controller and a double initiator lineup,
which is definitely the same kind of lineup that we've been seeing from split maps. I think Orglis have played a similar composition as well, who don't have a Sentinel on their lineup, so they're focusing more on the smokes becoming like the pressure point that the defense have on their side. As I look at the minimap, it looks like it will be Chronicles going to be starting on that attacking side right now. So, ibig sabihin, may maglalurk the Viper. Ibig sabihin, may aggressive na Yoru mamaya pagdating natin dito. But, nevertheless, I'm expecting a bit more of a tighter game on our hands. Chronicles now becoming that underdog that we have been expecting out of them. But for some reason, Oasis, I have it in the back of their heads that they're still going to reach game number 3, whatever happens, diba? So, do you think that now that they're up 1-0, that they're confident to actually close this out?
Might possibly be the case. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that Chronicles wouldn't go down without a fight. Most importantly, that you can see their faces earlier. Oh, yung iba nangiti na, no? Baka nakapag-mental reset na from the break that we had. But let us check out
Baka na-replyan na.
Baka na-replyan na. Pwede rin. Could have started better. But it seems like them being on the attacking would be a leverage for them, since this is their better side after all here for Chronicles, inflicting some damage onto Slatom in the process. But the quick rotations are already prevalent here for Oasis. As much as possible, they want to catch up with what Chronicles is trying to do. Lots of bodies in the floor here in the ramps area. And some attempted trades, but once again, the manpower still in favor for Oasis.
3v4 now. They have heaven control. And Oasis are still wrapping around, possibly for a vent and a flank all the way towards the A side as well. So KRN have a bit of breathing space to work with, talk through what their plan is going to be, but it looks like with that TP,
30 seconds left.
they could probably favor that CT push in time, but Aeonix knocks out Tesseract. And remember, Savannah's still low on HP, so you could interpret this as still going to be in favor of KRN, but Aeonix and Dignified able to trade off Savannah into a 1v2 for Astro this time.
10 seconds.
Has to hide off this plant sa likod ng maps, and because of that, Molly has to push out a bit, but the Onyx finds a little torn, a little space to work with, almost with the lineup, but eventually Onyx will peek it off in time. A triple kill for KRN, and the first run on the board for the attacking side.
Look at that. Despite of all the advantages pickoffs that Oasis has been able to get early round, seems like once again, Chronicles has the capacity to turn the tables around in some sort of way. I mean, it's just a pistol round after all, and of course, it is going to be a buy round for them. You can even see a couple of Phantoms and as well as a single Vandal in the current time, which is quite crazy. Because this means they really want to go all out and reserve some more credits as they head into the third round. Medyo advanced sila mag-isip in that sort of way. Pero Tesseract will get an idea. Someone might be here and maybe. Oh! Why? Why would you do that, man?
Bit of a ballsy attempt. Just wanted to land a Pokeball on them, Mochi. Bro, pag may nakita
Wala
kang
siya
rare
yung nahuli,
Pokemon,
boss
nagtitry ka.
eh.
Kaya nga eh. Siya yung nahuli. Diba sometimes when you play Pokemon for the first time and then you spot out your first legendary, you try to use a Pokeball na normal. Hindi Master Ball, ay normal na Pokeball para makatch sila.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. It's funny, yeah. It's a funny analogy and it's quite accurate from what we've just seen. Pero, yun nga lang nga mukhang madadagdagan yung mga casualty here from Oasis as there is going to be that kill present. With just two more people that might actually go up from the flank area. Are you taking one? Possibly another Astro. Oh, you better be careful. Kasi kumpleto pa ang Chronicles, and as much as possible, they really want to make the most out of the buys that they took this round.
You know, right? Has 3 rifles invested into this next round, so the core of Chronicles will have all the firepower that they need, especially in the start of this, where they need to win the pistol round, hold up some momentum. That's also going to be Savannah with the spray down, finding Astro, finding Satom, and to go back to my point, right? When you're down 0-1, your biggest win con will definitely be the pistol rounds, right? Kasi doon ka makakapag-build the momentum that sometimes will guarantee you 2 rounds for free. But it's not always the case, considering na sometimes baka malasan sila ng mga eco rounds nila, diba? But Chronicles really converted this pretty decisively. And normally, sa gantong sitwasyon, hindi natin i-consider yung buys eh. Pero if you look at that, that's 4 rifles. They almost seemingly have the same amount of firepower compared to Oasis right now.
And, by the way, may nagpapa-shoutout, no? Si Miss Juliana, Miss Ali, na sabi daw sana raw si Oasis ang manalo para naman manalo ang kanyang bebe cakes sa giveaway.
Yun!
Pero, yun nga lang nga merong ibang gustong manalo din in this point in time. As much as possible, they really want to defeat Oasis. And now they are already here in B site, securing the plant and successful in doing so. Hindi pa man din nagsisimula ang retake dito, pero ang kailangan na ngang mag-ingat ng Oasis, ang daing harang, ang daing hindi nakikita, pero ang daing naroon sa B site natin. Just gonna be running in through with the shots here of the judge and as well as the rifles. Might possibly be sticking in the defuse here. Parang wala na magagawa sa Ionis kundi tanggapin na lamang. ang pagkatalo at that round. Valiant effort. But still, Oasis is just pretty good in terms of addressing that retake situation. Not gonna lie.
The waterfall retake too. And it came from that heaven position. No split up whatsoever, Mochi. They all came from that heaven spot. They all came like angels of death. It's a retake scenario on Chronicles. Kills off the backside player, which honestly, I believe it was Sovano. Actually tried to get some space for the team, but in the end, this cost them a lot of their lives so far. But remember, the buys that they had in the previous round, it does still net them a very healthy full buy into the next. Lots of util, lots of damage be used dito sa next round natin as Oasis seemingly just reacting to the situation. Almost an aggressive push out for Zeus as well. Spots out the Onyx. Trying to chase him off all the way towards that source position, pero he's privy to the fact that the Onyx might have the better position in this fight, but it's a lot of time bought, a lot of time spent also because they know that both the presence of Zeus and as well as Dignified, well actually Satom has been noted. That gives KRN the confidence to push up into B main.
And even so, Astro might be surprised at the amount of people that's going to be entering here on B site, but also with the sensor being activated, that is going to be some ample delay being inflicted here from Chronicles. That's back and the judge already good for a couple here, but still the immediate trades from Dignified has been wonderfully done. Definitely taking away this off guard. Zeus not even aware of Aeonix's whereabouts. With the plan coming in, Zlatan to the rescue. 1v1, he might actually stick it in. Snakebite is not connected onto Zlatan. And he's been able to take him out! Yo! That's crazy play!
The Clutch Master does it again. The 1v2 clutch for Slatham kills off the backside player and fully decisively runs in towards the default plant. Classic in hand, he knew that he dealt a lot of damage to him. And because of Zeus, because of his death, that gives all the communication that he needed, telling Slatham that the Viper was so far away from the team. I almost thought that he was gonna fully commit to the spike defuse, but the Onyx made so much noise that it gave full confidence for Slatham to swing off that corner into a 2-2 scoreline. An eco round of 4 Chronicles, except for Aeonix, who decides to build up that eco. But Aeonix knocked down early on. It's a very bad Viper wall that results into him dying to the hands of Marky right now. Push on in from Zeus as well. Expects the judge and a double for Zeus right now. This guy, the lightning god, is popping off as Ryu tried to spray on through the smoke with the sheriff in hand, but it's not the best weapon for the job. The spike's also not within his vicinity.
They might already be losing their goal here, which is quite unfortunate, most especially that they're forced to take this eco round. And even so, someone's gonna be coming from the back lines as if the disadvantage is not enough. Astro just gonna be prepared. But I feel like that's not even gonna be needed at all. Oasis taking the lead here, and even 3 ultimates online on their side that they can certainly use any time of day that they may please.
Sobrang faulty ng Viper's wall na yun. Kita mo yun? That was from Aeonix's side too. He was the one who decided to peek first. Sayang eh, no? The only Vandal and the wall put up gives Marky the confidence to keep holding that aim in extremity, and now they even invest yung eventual drift. Tried to kill off Tesseract. They both get concussed, so that's a bit of an unfortunate timing for Sovano. Tesseract gonna try to fight them off with the smoke on the other side of this as well, and spots him out. But it looks like the spray is gonna kill him off eventually. Dignified, good for 1. Viper Spit activated. They have a full upgrade invested in towards this A side defense. Armageddon also missed at the worst possible time. 5 versus 4 for Chronicles as they now have full control over the A side and CT as well.
Ooh. And even a spicy shot here from Sovano as they try to even the numbers out. Oasis is still at a disadvantage here, but Zeus is looking into evening out the numbers. And hopefully even win this round for themselves. Overdrive connecting into Dignified. Already good for 3. Ryu's now left alone. The TP so close. The overdrive will connect and Zeus is just getting perfectly connecting all those zaps from the overdrive. Getting over this round that quick. I'm out of here.
And a quick zoom into the next round. Zeus really has become that closer and opens up in towards Aeonix as well. Remember, he had that Viper's Pet activated and he sprayed him on through the smoke, perfectly placing himself
Kidding me right now?
into the victory lap, and that overdrive slide in towards Ryu as well. Really, that game awareness that we've been looking out for this young gun, improving after the fact 11 kills so far. And into this 7th round, you could tell that he is on perfect form. As we start off with this 7th round. Push on in again from Sovano, clears off the box in towards that mid-side aggress. You can tell the Tesseract, his calling card has been that wall in towards that male position. Just so that he could buy some time for this mid-aggress to happen, but in the end, Oasis Gaming are happy to kind of respond to this with the rotate all the way towards B Heaven. Just to play for the retake.
And as much as Chronicles really wants to dictate the pace here, it feels like Oasis doesn't want to give them a chance in doing so. But Sovano is already good for 2 here at the A tower. Just making a couple of numbers fall apart, and RU is also gonna add up onto that. Just 2 more people remaining here from Oasis. Not quite sure how would they be able to address this one. Oh, Sovano, good for 3. With just Slatham. Slatham from Oasis. Dude, it's been the clutcherist so far, but I guess it's not gonna be the same thing this time around. And seems like Chronicles really wants to even it out again. I mean, once again, it's continuous push and pulls in terms of rounds from both sides.
And this type of scenario for Oasis is not doing well. Kasi kung napapansin mo, nag-alternate yung mga panalo-talo nila to the point na sa sobrang close na mga rounds, nauubusan na ng pera yung Oasis Gaming. Light shields. Definitely see the pistol coming through for Slatom. Not the best weapon for him right now. May palag pa rin ng Chronicles. They even refresh their economy in the best possible way. Eventual drift. Again in the back pocket of Savannah, decides to use it sa pagkuha ng ace site push. Finds at least one of the sonic sensors. Now both of them. Para maging free yung ace site retake scenario for Oasis Gaming. But that's a perfect annihilation all the way towards Marky. Actually, to RU, excuse me. Have to destroy that. Kaso mukhang perfect. All the way from Heaven. They kill out 2 players from Chronicles. And they even have the spike within Heaven as well. That is the worst possible place that you want to have that objective. 2v4. Kills off 1 again. And Slatham becomes, or gets that double kill. So falling onto the hands of Sovano. That superstar that we've been looking for has to come out from him. Battle in hand, full HP. 16 bullets in the dream. Peeks onto Slatham. But knocks him down to a triple kill. A 5-2 for Oasis Gaming. They regain control of the split game.
Man, everything fall apart, and it's been one of the few chances that we saw Cocoon become a butterfly, I guess. I mean, it's been about time that the annihilation actually connected into someone, and boy, did it actually happen. But now it seems like there is some struggle being faced up against here by Astro and Tesseract, but that despite of the KDs that they currently have, that is an, a lot of things comes into play, especially their utility usage has been super good so far. Slatom already good for one of the trade-offs here from Sovano. Quick answer. But again, There's already a lot of damage being inflicted for some of our members here in Chronicles. Dritch will be taking out Astro. Marky will try to make a follow-up on that, but unfortunately, he's not really getting the chance. Zeus will be taking out Silvano as well. All these segregated
Marky?
duels. Marky just pushing into the smoke that he himself placed here at B main. And before we even know it, RU will try to secure the objective, but how? Most especially all alone here and almost half HP.
Has to cross the smoke at least. The objective is so close, but yet so far away from him that
30 seconds left.
Oasis is not hesitating to actually give him the space to play with. And towards that mid-side push for them, as now RU will have a Paradise inside B, and because of that tap, it now gives them the full confirmation of where RU's location is. He has to rotate. Actually, he has to reposition. Doing a safe plant, or maybe just plant onto the smoke. They're trying to buy a lot of time for him, and before he even pulls out his gun, Zeus
Nasty.
will just slide into his DMs. 6-3. A nasty shot from Zeus right here. And the impact is felt from the young gun himself. And it started with this attempted spray transfer from Slatham. It made it easy for Zeus to pick it all up. Marking that the smoke that he placed down, I had a lot of doubts into how he used it, because it would have actually given,
Get these losers out
or
of
made it
here.
easier. It could have been easier for them if they pushed it with it, but Marky pushed against it. And this caught KRN with their pants down, especially for Ionix, who was really, he was not aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently happening at the very moment that you're stating that as well. I mean, for some reason, Oasis is super good in setting up Chronicles in a trap, if I may say. Most especially, they keep on getting disoriented in where they should go or which areas they should be looking for, which is bad. And Oasis is just gonna be making the most out of that, knowing that they have the upper hand. And also, they don't have the guns. Ionix, though, will be taking out Zeus. Ang bilis ng trigger. But also, some damage will possibly be inflicted here for Slatham. Never mind, he's the one's gonna be inflicting some damage with a quick trade-off here from Ionix. Everyone's already here at the P tower, although I don't think they have enough information of where these members are gonna be. Dredge and gonna get kill here onto Astro. It seems like there is a chance that they might actually make this work out, and I believe that they should be taking out all their guns, but unfortunately Tesseract will be pushing it at the best time possible here for Oasis, and will be taking out Ionix right in an instant.
Tesseract, the hero that we have been looking out for on Oasis. The clutch coming through for the 1v2 scenario. And you can tell that he's pumped up. That's the 7th round win coming through for the Oasis squad. Who, let's be honest, their pillars, when they were, their foundations, when they were gone, we thought that this would have been the opening for KRN. Especially with that B-main aggress, especially with that one tap from Ionix. Really has been stepping up with his performance. He's not the passive player that we known for him in the previous season of VCT. A lot of growth really has shown, especially for his performance all throughout KRN, but it's not enough for him this time around. Tesseract will be the one, and Zeus even getting himself the shot, the operator, making its debut on the Neon itself as well, as you mentioned, Mochi.
That's crazy. I mean, this dude is literally unstoppable. You would find him in the most potent of duelists, but at the same time, gonna be holding that operator for any time of day. And he might have already spotted someone's leg. Unfortunately, that's definitely the blind spot. And RU will be taking him out. They can actually make their way here on A side already, not unless the possibility of them being sandwiched. There's a lot of people here. Latam and as well as Marky possibly be waiting for Aryu to appear from vents, and he will be forced to back out. And once again, they left the spike here at A tower. It's just once again not something that they would want for the team.
think they're just banking on the Onyx to get the perfect timing. Walking all the way from that screen's position and possibly gonna catch Tesseract on an off timing.
Oh,
Gonna peek on in, but Tesseract expects it,
that's
fully
bad.
trusting in the communication. Zlatam also with the follow-up into the 8-3 scoreline. You can tell that Oasis Gaming are dominating this game so far. This map pick of KRN, they thought it was gonna be enough for them. But so far, their first half has been all Oasis.
Down A.
In this defensive side, at least. You can kind of contribute that to the amount of times that they've given the space off mid. That Ren side has been an open window every time on the defense, but I think Oasis has done a good job of trying to mitigate that fact. Because KRN have been trying to take that chance every single time they get that. As Armageddon has to push on into it, they have to slide on in towards Zeus and into a double kill. This guy's unstoppable, ferocious. And a demonic ascension from Oasis Gaming. You cannot stop this man unless you kill him off, but right now they respond with that Rolling Thunder. Dignified want to start off strong and a double kill for him. The young gun is possibly making his presence, but Marky also giving up a double kill for Oasis. A 1v2 now. And he can't hit the spray down. Not just yet. Notice the spike has already been taken, and with that ulti, it puts him to the other side of the map where Astro's already here responding to the right place and possibly at the right time. In his spray down, he's so low. 1 HP, pulls out the shorty at the worst possible second. Aryu will get knocked out before he gets the objective, before he does anything. That's a 9-3 very early on from Oasis. It's no slow burn anymore. Right out of the gate, they come out swinging, Mochi.
They're literally being overwhelmed by all of the ultimates being thrown at them by Oasis. But not only that, there's always someone that's gonna be waiting for them to take the next step in hopes of being gunned down by these members from Oasis, which is crazy. I am in awe, most especially in how Astro definitely hold the B site down, expecting that ultimate to actually be used by Aryu himself. And now it is a 9-3. And I mean, they are now on the attacking, and there's a lot of possibilities having a 9-3 scoreline, but I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, wala rin kang sinasabi.
Yeah, we're just saying, man. I mean, share lang namin na 9-3 na, di ba?
Oh, diba? Baka kasi may mga audio listeners lang tayo dito. Zeus pops in. That's a relay bolt, and that's a clean headshot. Dignified, and a guided salvo kill. The utility not only speaks for itself, the guns actually work their magic. And Dignified, again, becoming somewhat of a demon on the server. That's a Onyx with a double kill as well. So it's not only Dignified, it's a Onyx already following through with the 4th round win. Remember, it's the 9-3. I'm not saying something about that, Mochi, but they needed a pistol round. They needed a hero. And Dignified has stepped up.
Dude, not only Onyx, I mean, Dignified actually spearheaded that round. It's crazy, but now they're actually, it's quite different from earlier on. Since they won the pistol round from the first half, they tried to get like a couple of Phantoms and a Vandal, but now they're keeping themselves safer on that one. But Aryu is gonna be in a top spot. Marky, though, we're just gonna be marching forward, having the judge in hand, keeping it safe under the dark covers, but seems like the judge is too short of a distance of inflicting enough damage to take someone down. But they're seeing the trades here still in favor for Chronicles, most importantly with the Spectre and the Phantom buy. Dritch is just gonna be well prepared, seeing the elbow of Astro, and even checking out where Dignified, or rather Zeus, is. And Dignified and Dritch is just gonna be there, well prepared.
No. Well, they still kind of keep the guns, but it's still a lot of damage done. 3 people from Chronicles. They knocked down to the sky, and I like the combination that they had. Got a Sabo plus, and also got the grab net. And it's not in a way that they combine the util to kill one player. It's to try to deny them the space. At the same time, if they run in towards the grab net, naapektuhan sila agad, diba? Kaya talagang walang takbuhan kay Uncle Tesseract.
Real Tito. The Tito of the team. And
Tito
Sim at ang ehemplo ng kabataan ngayon sa Oasis, which is currently been able to breach the distances and showing up or rising up to the standards themselves. But now, some walls gonna be placed here from Zeus, but no one's gonna be, or there's no signs of commitment so far. Here from Oasis, as much as possible, they really want Chronicles to make a move in some sort of way. Both of these judges are just waiting for each other to push forward. And even on RU, medyo
We have 3 judges on the server.
Yun nga eh. Medyo nakakabahan ako dito para kay Tito Tesseract natin. RU might possibly be pushing once again. Nako, baka ikaw ang madehado dito, bro. Bro, wait lang, bro. Ala ka, bro. Bro, nag-iisayan lang kayo, bro.
Are you nandyan kayo?
Oy, bro, magkabila yan, bro, ah. So kayo nag-iintayan lang sila. Eh, binatuhan ng grabnet.
Ayun!
But behind you, man, it's not it. It's not just him. Which is quite surprising. It took so much time for all of that to unravel. Just 10 seconds left. They are yet to put the spike down. So Vano, bantay sarado ang A site natin.
No time.
RA right beside him. No time at all. And even giving away some guns here to Chronicles. Slalom has no choice but to just save.
Oh, that was an awkward round. I think just 3 things were happening all at the same time. The execute on mid, the execute on B main, and then the long lurk from Slatom. I think he was going from point A, point B, tapos balik to point A na agad.
Yeah.
He was running all over the place while all that was happening. So, pati kami nalito. Saan kami magpo-focus, not gonna lie.
True. Gulo, man.
Okay. Sorry, ha? It's just it's gonna be another slow crawl all the way towards B main. Oasis are done playing games. So crawl in towards RU, spots out the shoulder of Tesseract, ready with that grab net. Already countering with that paranoia, but that's already big util. All done and dusted, spots him out, and even with the slighted shot, Zeus and Tesseract, they explode out of B main. That's both of the anchors already taken care of, and with that dimensional drift, KRN are looking to fight back with this.
Okay, so Vano even securing all the intel that he can here from Oasis. And at the same time, gonna be securing one from the shorty shot, and even another with a major switch up here onto a Vandal. And they are even yet to take the spike for themselves. It seems like they were taken aback from what just transpired. So Vano just gonna be making some micro movements and changes in terms of positioning, but I feel like he's gonna be expecting that someone's gonna be there. Tesseract taking the spike. He's well aware, might possibly be taking out the ace, but never mind. And seems like Dignified is not gonna be taking the memo that might be a possible ace here for Servano. And it seems like that's another round for Chronicles. That's so...
Patay.
Yeah, this is closer than ever. 9-7, no? I mean...
May mararant tuloy. May mararant si Sovano sa bebe niya mamaya.
Ano ba yung pang-highlight reel ko na yun eh? Ganon.
Hindi ko na ko yung ace ko, babe. Sorry ha. Bad trip ako ngayon.
Yeah. Ganun pala yun, no? Pero, dude, may napa-time out. Time out ba to?
I think si Oasis to eh. I think, if I remember correctly. Kasi it's been a couple of rounds now that KRN have actually slid the round away. despite like having like good executes coming through for Oasis. You see that Zeus actually has been popping off on the entry, but what's lacking from them is their lack of priority on the heaven push, right? Kasi yun yung parang naging entry point lagi ng KRN. Masyado na ata sila reliant on the 50-50 fights na masyado na sila nagiging aggressive. Masyado na binibigay yung sarili nila dito eh. What if we just take a chill pill, guys? What if we take a step back? Tas habang nagre-retake yung kalaban, what if magkwentuhan na lang tayo habang nakatago?
What if they don't want the chill pill at all? What if they really want to finish this already? Because I feel like they're already aware of their tendency to pull things off into a third match for some reason. And they want to prove us wrong with that one. They want to get the 2-0. But unfortunately, Chronicles is finding their way in order to even out the numbers. And it seems like they're just 2 more rounds away from doing so. And Tesseract might actually see someone. Buti na lang hindi dumampi ang bala ng operator sa kanya. And I feel like that's more than enough information for them to put their butts on a site.
Damn. Hindi kamay eh, hindi paa. Yung puwet talaga.
It's their butts, man.
I know right now. All 3 putts coming through towards the Rams push, and Sylvano hits a very beautiful op shot. And usually, with Tesseract gone, that means Oasis have to commit on their initial push, and you consider their position on the map right now, Heaven. They've already made some noise, kaya papasok mo tong si Zeus, clears off every corner of the 7 push out. Even puts out the fast lane para mas maasistehan pa ang mga tao dun sa may loob ng A site. The first priority has to be Sylvano, spots his shoulder and eventually takes him off. Has to take care of the last 2 players yet as Zeus, he tries to peek up on the other side of the smoke, but does not expect them to be on the other side of it. It will be the 3v4. Marky is hiding right behind the smoke right now, trying to lasso right here, right now. Aryu and Dignified. They knock down the foundation. It's Aryu who actually follows through and becomes that first contact, giving Dignified an opportunity to trade for himself. Kaya it will be that 9-8 scoreline. May konting squeeze from the Tactic Bear pa nga.
Stress ball. Pampalis doon ng stress. Maaaring nasi-stress na nga rin kasi sila, pre. I mean, imagine from 9-3 to 9-8, oh, no? Parang wala naman tayo sinabi kanina, no? Sinabi lang naman natin yung score. Pero for some reason, naging 9-7, no? Ano kayang nangyari? 9-8 na. Oh, 9-8 na pala. Wow.
Wala naman akong sinasabi.
Wala tayong sinabi. Wala,
parang nakaka-concern lang na may 5-round winning streak lang naman yung KRN. Bakit kaya?
Bakit kaya, no? Ano kaya tawag dun?
May tawag sana dun eh kapag ganun yung score. Ay, wait, sorry. Parang hindi naman yun yung mangyayari. We're back into the game. Zeus gets a bit of chip damage done thanks to the Phantom shot. Says Slatum's gonna start things strong, and with that overdrive, Zeus gonna want to actually open up the site for the team. Good thing that special delivery stopped them kasi the shorty would have actually done a lot of damage towards him, as Astro also stops Aeonix before he could actually get the last kill from the smoke as well. Alam mo yung mga accidents na nangyayaring ganun? It actually becomes like really good things for them. Yung over-aggress ni Zeus na stop ng special delivery. Tapos si Astro, tinalo niya agad si Aeonix bago mamatay itong si Slatom. Yung mga small things na gano'n, yun yung nangyayari ngayon, Mochi eh.
Legit. But look at that. Seems like Sylvano's the last remaining person here, and I guess with the operator in his hand, I feel like there is no possibility for him surviving that one. But at least it is already finally a round here for Oasis after the 5-round winning streak from Chronicles. And at the same time,
Last player standing.
I mean, it's still close. I mean, it's still a 10-8. They still gotta be wary. They still gotta be careful.
Mukhang lahat ata, Mochi, ilalabas na sa atin, no? Dahil Grand Finals. Tech Boss, onti lang. Mabilis na panahon lang to, guys. Makapagtuloy tayo sa laban in just a short while. Kaya konting chill lang muna tayo. Konting kwentuhan lang habang Hinihintay lang natin na mapag-reconnect pa tayo dito sa game. Kamusta naman kayo dyan? Ay mga viewers out there, time check, it is 8:12 so far at mukhang 7:04 na ang ating viewers natin sa stream. Kaya ang ganda ng mga nanonood sa kanilang mga team players, sa kanilang mga kaibigan. Shoutout ka pala sa mga nanin ng mga naglalaro dyan or mga nanonood, sorry. Kasi narinig ko si Shobe last time nanonood siya doon sa TV ng living room nila. Kaya, malay mo hindi lang si Shobe yung ganun, di ba? Shoutout kay Shobe nga pala, natutulog yan.
Oo, may lagnat si ate ko. Ang pahinga kami. And hopefully you get better ASAP. Para naman you can do whatever you want. Pero what is also wonderful din ngayon sa scoreline natin, or rather dito din sa mga teams natin, as much as possible, they're keeping it close, no? Parang kanina, medyo malaki yung diferensya, pero ngayon na nandito sila sa split, parang may nag-iba. Which is wonderful signs of life here from Chronicles, but the question is kung uunusan ba nila itong Oasis o hindi? Kasi biglang bumawi eh. Nakaramdam eh. Sabi nila, uy guys, parang parang ayaw natin ng 9-3kers. Like, parang ayaw nating mangyari yun ah.
Sorry, ano sabi mo?
9-3kers.
Ay, nako. Ayun na nga yung sinasabi ko.
I mean, nabawi na. Kasi nakakuha na sila ng isang round eh. So, pwede na sabihin. So, hopefully yung mga watchers, hi chat, ayan, chat na lang. Hopefully yung chat natin chilling so far. Antabay at sumusuporta sa ating mga teams ngayong gabi. And hopefully nakakain na rin kayo ng masarap na ulam for your dinner. Pero ngayon, rumirekta na nga itong si Sus. Napakalalim ng pinuntahan from up above and beyond. Dude has been able to just directly take out itong si Dignified, even the annihilation connecting onto a certain someone. Hindi ko sure kung sino man yan. Pero, Aeonix would try to offer the trade, but still, yun nga guys, mukhang maraming nangyari doon. But it all boils down to a 4v4 wherein they've been able to put the spike down and seems like Suvano's making the most out of the dimensional drift. Sayang, medyo na-delay yung paranoia or nakakita lang siya or for some reason he's been able to connect those shots despite the paranoia. Hindi ko alam kung anong nangyari, but all we know is already a 1v2. Slatom is gonna be able to try and fend them off, but Regina 3K taking our boy Slatom, and he's like, this retake is just gonna be phenomenal for them.
An impossible task at hand for them after a beautiful execute from Zeus, spearheading this execute right now. Kita mo ang bilis, nasa ramp, nasa heaven, at pagkababa bumagsak si Dignified. They did connect with that annihilation, yes, but I'm not really sure who was it. But it was still the effect of it that kind of isolated everybody from Chronicles. The waterfall push from heaven making the difference this time. Dreech also with his utility providing so much support despite the kill on Sovano right now. A 10-9. Oasis Gaming still banking on possibly one of the last buys before an eco round. Seem to be set as well for KRN. They're gonna have to try the same exact push from Zeus para man lang matapos yung game na ito. Push on in, and they even invest both of the wall and yung Viper Spit para man lang mahirapan sila from the split position. Spike planted. It's all the way from heaven. You know how this goes. Oasis Gaming, they're gonna play for that heaven position.
Ooh, and Aeonix is even gonna be found out by Tesseract here, which might cause some certain delay. But also, medyo magiging mahirap, no? Zeus is already good for one. With the trades coming in here, the A site, the battlefield now becoming a graveyard. Bro, ang daing nangyayari, and they're trying to offer the defuse here for Chronicles. They're just gonna be sticking it in. Marky, masyado ka malayon. Wala kang magagawa. As Rich will be well aware of your whereabouts. 10 scoreline. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Mayday. Mayday for Oasis, man.
They had a 9-3 score right after we headed off into the second half. At nun dumaloy tayo sa ating second, it was a 5-round winning streak in Chronicles. Back-to-back rounds or retake scenario. Dreech has come up online and has claimed them off either with good utility or with multi-frags from this guy. Talagang ang init pagdating dito sa mga retake scenarios. And the tech pause kasi malim, alam natin na talagang nagpapakitang gilas na ulit ang defensive side ng Chronicles. So we're back into the caster cam. Gusto naman kayo dyan? Sana naman ay nakainit na kayo ng ulam. Sana ay nakapagsaing na din kayo kung marunong kayo magsaing. Ako hindi eh.
Grabe, no? Ano nangyari, pre? Oh, happy birthday daw, sabi ni Repulsive.
Uy, happy birthday. Hindi ko birthday. Pero, thank you.
Dahil nag-iingay actually sa comments natin ngayon ko lang nakita. Pero pakiayos po, top 1 PH, Alvin Oronche. Sabi ni Ishi. Tama ba? Ay, hindi, sorry. Si Francesca Grageda. Yan, guys, habang naantay natin na makapag-prep itong mga players natin, no? Na mapapanumbalik. May isa dito nagpapagpag. Nagpapaalis ng kaba sa katawan. Ayan, guys. May nangyayari na.
Oo nga eh. Sino ba yan? Hindi naman yun si Digny eh. I think that's...
Si Aeonix.
Is that Aeonix?
Oo. Huli ka, boy!
Yun lang.
Parang kanina nagpupunas ng kamay dahil pasmado ngayon nagpapagpag si ate ko. Pero it seems like we're gonna be diving right back into our game right now. Considering that's been a lot of action that just happened. I mean, guys, parang ganina lang 9-3 to, tapos ngayon 10-10 na. Hindi namin alam anong nangyayari. Pero nangyayari yung nangyayari.
May brain cells pa naman tayo. Kaya pa naman mag-isa pang game, if ever. Hindi ka naman kinocall, pero mali mo naman. Dumating tayo sa point na yun as, are you?
Wow,
thought that it was gonna be a difficult spray for him, but Sylvana was actually there with the Outlaw. A lot of damage done, and Zeus not able to actually get himself in towards the site itself. At dahil doon sa elbow ni Astro, at mukhang mabibigyan pa nga ng isa pang patay. 2v5. Has one bullet in the chamber right now. Slatan and Marky sprays them off for 2v3. And considering the agents that they still have, possibly winnable since Marky still has his smokes down.
Pero di ko alam kung papanghasan nilang i-push to. I mean, 3 people already here in B site waiting for them to push forward, but at least Latom will be able to take Dignified out with a couple of bullets from the Sheriff. 20 seconds the clock, man. Parang wala silang choice kundi mag-commit dito. And also, kahit nasabi mo na may mga abilities pa sila, parang ang hirap gamitin. Glitch stopping them on their tracks with just 10 more seconds and the clock trying to spray the Stinger. Not quite sure kung paano ko connecta yan at that rate, but Chronicles has been able to make this work out. Sabi ni Leon Klish Supe, sorry if I'm butchering your name. I love your name, by the way. Aatikihin ako sa larong ito. LFG. KRN. Sabi. I mean, really.
I think yan yung jowa ni Louie. Yeah, jowa ni Louie.
I mean, not gonna lie, there's a lot of things happening right now. I can't blame you, man.
I know, right?
Time out.
And now, kung tactical timeout tayo kanina, tactical timeout tayo ng isa pa, may tactical timeout tayo. So medyo chill lang muna tayo dito. As Oasis Gaming are gonna have to use all the resources para makapag-reset na. And honestly, you can't really blame them for a lost round from that. They had the eco round. They also had Zeus only on the Bucky, if I remember correctly. Kaya a lot of things not working out for them. They even used their last timeout para sa last round na to. Kaka-reflect lang sa stream ko kanina yung pagtayo ni Aeonix. So medyo na-enjoy ko pa for the second time.
Ayun, bro is really making himself calm down. Pero okay naman yun, no? I mean, kanya-kanyang diskarte yan kung paano mo papakalma yung sarili mo, especially in these types of situations na talagang all-out pressure. And as much as possible, guys, ito, paalala ko lang kung anong pinaglalaban nila dito. Maliban sa bragging rights, 60k, ayan ang una. And second is yung slot para sa ating Predator League PH Qualifiers 2026. Okay, so as much as possible, gusto nilang makuha ito. And now, mukhang meron na agad pipitas itong si Dritch this early. As much as possible, they're definitely just tipping them off the balance, which is quite of a stretch here for Oasis. Medyo mapapatigil sila.
Medyo may konting impasse pa nga. And an impasse is basically a pause in between what's happening. Dahil merong parang away na nangyayari at sa kasalukuyan. Oasis Gaming relying on scraps right now, especially giving up their star player na si Zeus. A very interesting smoke as well. Marky deciding to TP back onto his teammates at napakalayo pa nga ni Astro. Nasa vents na siya agad.
30 seconds left.
You see the calling card, right? Always giving up that vents position. Kasi may defense pa naman sila on both CT and that B site. They also have that Armageddon set up on that split position, but look at that stun! Look at that position! Dignified, ferocious in his position right now! And a match point para kay KRN. They really want to push it to game number 3. Icebox within the horizon. But Oasis Gaming still have one more chance, one more, if they want to deny them from ever claiming the crown.
Shoutout po ulit kay Miss Juliana na baka paiyak na. Charot. Wait lang dahil nangyayari ngayon. And look at that, match point secured here by Chronicles. May nagtatanong dito, the heck is a 9 Curse? Sabi ni Pete Vince. Nako men, kung dati ka pa nasa VCT, kung sumusubaybay ka na ng VCT pa lang or kahit ngayon nakikita mo, ito ang 9 Curse. Nababaliktad yung laban. So, men, now you know. Grabe! Uy, Silvano gonna be able to take out itong si Zeus on that operator shot. Malalim-lalim ang lokasyon ngayon ni Astro at mukhang mapipinpoint pa. Concuss connecting the combination is astounding and also gonna be having some follow-up shots here onto Tesseract, which is definitely not the go-to, but even that aftershock actually being received here by Tesseract, putting them away from the spike further and just gonna be secured here by some people. Marky and now Slatham as the last person remaining here from Oasis is just gonna be taken away by Ionix. From the 9-3 scoreline, it's now a 13-10. Look at the smiles in these guys' faces and the other people, like couple of people just chilling. Parang alam mong kinikilig sila eh. Like, dude, natapos natin yun. Naraos natin yun. From 90 to 13-10. Prolonging this series further here on our Grand Finals.
Kaya nga talagang if you consider the fact that Oasis Gaming would have actually gotten a cleaner first half, it would have been smooth sailing all throughout, but Chronicles, off of their defensive side, literally has been knocking down Zeus early on. Kaya medyo nagugulat na lang siya, nasa-slow down sila. Tapos, hindi pa nagkakaroon ng heroics tong si Slatom, even in the clutch scenarios. Everything's falling apart for them. But for Chronicles, everything's going right as well. Treach is still hitting so many good rounds. So many rounds where his Breach has actually done so much of the legwork all throughout this game so far, na parang na-nullify pa nga yung efforts ng Oasis on their entries, despite Zeus being very clean with it as well. So talagang ang dami na kailangang isipin ngayon. Is the mental game still strong on them? Is it going to be enough? Is their firepower going to be enough to actually affect itong KRN so far? Because now they are within one game away from claiming 60,000 pesos and their spot at the group stages of Predator League. Everything on the line so far in this grand final. And you can tell that both of these teams have been pulling all of their best work so far. Alam mo, at this point, hindi ko na alam kung sino yung MVP mo, Chi. Ang daming standouts. Ang dami ding naglalabas ng mga magandang multifrags. Pero yung parang pinaka-importante lang sa akin is that we're getting to a point where now we don't even know who's gonna win this game.
It's just wonderful. I mean, we love these types of moments. I mean, dito mo makikita kung ano nga ba ang nagagawa ng pressure sa tao eh. Or even as a team in general. But let's check out kung
Napapasayo
ano.
na lang sila eh.
Ayun nga, napapasayaw, mapapapagpag, mapapapunas ng pasma sa tao or something like that. But let's check out ang ating statistics ngayon with Chronicles at the 13-10 and of course, so look at those KGs. I mean, some are negative, some are positive, but pretty close to each other here. It's just that Tesseract and Astro definitely struggled a lot during that match. I mean, fair. That is so relatable, if I may say. But also, you can also see who stood tall. Zeus is as consistent as ever, as well as Sovano.
Yeah. I mean, they can hold their heads high, knowing na they had a pretty strong performance despite the loss that Oasis Gaming will still have a bounce back. Alam mo yung nakakatawa dito? Yung Oasis na nga yung nanalo ng first game and they still have a spot at game number 3. Isn't that funny? Kahit anong mangyayari, basta Oasis ang
Lagi may
iyong
game 3.
makakalaban. May game number 3 tayong mangyayari. It's not that I'm actually complaining. I love it. I actually get to cast a lot more Valorant. We get to enjoy a lot more Valorant and we get to see who is the best at that as well as we unravel our MVP. Dito pa lang sa ating second game, it will be Sovano. The op shots, the rifling, the amount of times that his dimensional drift has actually gotten impact has been well noted. Good enough to be the MVP of this game.
Yeah, and then congratulations to Chronicles for taking the second map. And also, I believe, parang hindi dito natatapos yon because it's all up for the taking. Para sa ating ikatlong mapa, specifically in Icebox, no? Nagsisilabasan na rin ng mga taong may bebe buff dyan sa comment section. We're seeing every single person cheering for both teams. But so far, oh, look at that. El Sovano and the El Yoru, the trickster reigns. And I mean, that's true. It's crazy how these people or how this team actually adapted for maybe a good 15 minutes for all of the rounds that they tried to play off themselves in and made it into a 13-10. Wow. Parang bihira lang tayo makakita ng 9 triggers, Ramon. And for some reason, yung mga oras na hindi natin siya ginijinx, or rather, nung binanggit ko siya, akala ko tapos na, hindi, tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Ang lalamin.
Kaya dapat wala talaga tayong sinasabi. At this point, it's a lesson learned for all of us and a lesson learned as well para sa Oasis Gaming. They're gonna have to fight for one more round. But at this point, kailan ba silang hindi, di ba? As long as they still have some fighting breath, then it's still a chance for the Oasis roster. But for the side of Chronicles, they bounce back in with that second game win. At sa third game on the Icebox map, dito natin malalaman kung sino ang hari ng Pinas, kung sino ang Kings of PH dito pa lang sa ating magiging tournament. Pero before we head on into a short break, syempre shoutout natin yung sponsors natin that is Startco with the PC Game Pass. If you purchase any Predator notebook, kayo talagang entitled ka sa isang pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. At kapag meron ka nun, makakalaro ka ng plus 100 high-quality AAA titles as well as have a lot of benefits including an EA Play membership where you can play a lot of EA games. You can also have Riot Games benefits as well. Let's say you play League of Legends. Every champion is unlocked for you and so much more. Kaya kuha na kayo ng kahit anong Acer Predator notebook para ma-activate nyo na ang inyong free 1-month PC Game Pass. Thank you so much to the PC Game Pass for sponsoring today's broadcast.
Yon, mamats. And also, if you're looking for a recommendation, be sure to check out ang Predator Helios Neo 16 natin that pushes the boundaries of performance. Featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and the revolutionary 4K mini LED display, this machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Mapa-productivity man or more on gaming, you can use this Predator Helios Neo 16 for whatever reason you may think of. If you're ready to dominate, be sure to check out and even secure your own unit of the Predator Helios Neo 16 today.
The underdogs have risen to the occasion, mga kaibigan. Chronicles Esports have shown one of the best teams in the Philippines that they got what it takes. So now we move on to the last game of the Kings of PH. Will Oasis Gaming find their form? We will find out dito sa Kings of PH. Ako po si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. And the last game for this tournament starts in a bit.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat at naririto tayo sa Grand Finals Match 3 ng Oasis Gaming and as well as ng Chronicles Esports, wherein we have witnessed the first map being taken here by Oasis without a doubt, pero biglang nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin dahil yung Night Trickers natin nangyari nga. As our members here from Chronicles been able to take our second map, and kami pa rin, ang inyong mga kasama, Ramon at Mochi nga pala at your service. And paalala rin siguro natin, Ramon, ang ating predictions.
And I think i-flash natin sa screen ngayon kasi feeling ko maganda pag-usapan to eh. 2-1 for me, Oasis side, KRN for you, 2-1 ngayon. And I would have been so confident na mananalo sana ako sa prediction ko para sa Oasis until nakita natin yung split game na yon. It was after one timeout that it was Chronicles that have been able to actually stomp through. Ano, ang dami action natin naging timeouts doon.
Yeah.
Technical pauses, the tactical timeout called by Oasis as well. And I believe Chronicles has also taken that timing as well para makapag-usap kung ano yung magiging strat nila. It gave them a lot of breathing space to actually try to reset on down. So you can kind of see the difference in their playstyle. Nakita mo si Sovano nag-hit na ng mga op shots. Nakita mo may mga double setup si RU at si Sovano para ma-gatekeep nila yung B main. Hindi nila sinasmoke para doon sa very reason na yon. So may mga strats talaga sila. May mga hindi pa sila na ipapakita na feeling ko dito sa game 3 uubusin na nila lahat.
Wow, may pa ganun. parang nakaka-threaten naman yung sinabi mo. Pati na hindi ikaw yung player ha. Pero ang crazy lang din na nga naging pag-step up ng mga membro natin dito from Chronicles. Nagsimula sila on a slow route and we didn't even see anything that bright. But as times goes by, we are seeing some pop-ups happening. Most especially din kay Dignified, no? Hindi lang si Dritch, hindi lang si Aeonix, lahat sila merong fair share of all of the bulk of the work, especially for RU as well, which has been really crazy for us. And we are going to witness, once again, ang split at itong icebox ay pinili ng Oasis, guys. Remind lang namin kayo ang icebox at split ay ipinili ng Oasis. And ang unang mapa natin na nakuha ng Oasis ay pinili ng Chronicles. So that might have already leave some idea of what's happening right now, which is crazy.
So, alam mo yun, parang in my opinion, if they want to keep this going para sa Oasis side, they gotta fully mental reset after that second game. That second game was so hard to watch, especially those mga tail ends where they were so close. They were losing on time. They were losing on how they were trying to entry onto the site. Zeus getting picked off early does not help them at the slightest as well. So completely forget about what's gonna happen or what happened the second game and just focus on where they are right now. So Icebox, I don't remember kung sino yung nag-start on the attacking side, and I think that's also gonna be a big factor. But once they do have control over the map, then that's gonna be a really big thing moving forward. If you remember how Oasis also has approached yung Icebox map kanina, they usually play it at a slow tempo and possibly try to bait the rotation when they are having that initial push. May iiwan pa silang lurk doon sa may B site, for example, tapos doon pa lang sila mag-move after sila makakuha ng first pick. Ayun, para mga ganun, para puro mind games lang.
Kumbaga sinasayko nila, no? And it did indeed work for quite some time, but for some reason something changed, which is really interesting. I feel like it's just a series of pop-ups and just focusing more on the objective rather than thinking or overthinking every single executes na gusto nilang gawin despite of whatever side they may be in, might have been able to seal the deal para sa Chronicles. And if they can actually maintain that type of mindset heading into our third map, everything might be bound to change. And then also the same thing goes for Oasis, lalong-lalo na I'm pretty sure they're still recovering for all the stuff that happened during that split map. But at the same time, if they were able to reset themselves, maybe in that quick 10 minutes, maybe, they might even things further or even secure this one. It's all up to the audiences as well. Kung sino nga ba ang kanilang binabouch dito, pa-comment na lang. Pretty sure ang daing mga nag-susuporta dito sa mga member natin ngayon or mga teams natin ngayon. But check out ang ating lineup. It seems like Dignified will be sticking with the Gecko, and we are gonna be seeing the KO and the classic KO and Sova initiator setup here from Oasis Gaming.
Back to the basics we go for both of these team compositions. Already tried and tested from their previous Icebox encounters. This will be the third time in a row today na makikita natin siyang played. So, medyo gamay na natin yung game plan for both of these teams. Kung paano nila i-approach ito. Dignified's usually gonna play somewhat of like a second duelist for the squad. Usually gano'n naman talaga yung team style niya. On Chronicles esports side, no? I want to expect a little bit more out of Dreech as well, who has been performing really well all throughout the series. Definitely started strong on the Yoru, picked on that Haven map. And now he has to go back towards what he knows best, supportive role para magkaroon ng tagumpay the side of Chronicles Esports side, as it will be that game number 3. The do or die matchup para sa pareho nating kupunan. Oasis, a Predator League champion at one point, now facing up against one of the new guns coming into the block of Chronicles Esports, a new organization. But the individuals, you have known them from VCT alone, so they're not ones to be stifled with. They're not ones to forget about after this matchup either way. 60,000 pesos on the line and a spot in the Predator League 2025 to 2026 Philippine qualifiers group stages.
Ako, kung ako sa inyo guys, habang naantay natin na mag-setup or magkapag-prepare yung mga teams natin, kunin nyo na yung dinner nyo, tubig nyo, and be sure to be in a well-ventilated area kasi tulad nga ng sabi ng bebe ni Aeonix, munti ka na daw siyang atakihin sa laro kanina, no? So, chillax lang kayo dyan. Kalmahan nyo. And use this ample time in order to prepare of what's about to come because I'm pretty sure na it's gonna be a really explosive last match for tonight. And shout out kay Shobe. Ayan buhay na si Shobe, guys. Musta men?
Oh, ayan. Medyo nangamusta nga sa chat bigla na hi casters, hello Shobe. Sana nakakain ka na ng maayos at
nakainom ng gamot
ka na. True.
and
Sana since masakit yung ulo na, sana nakabili siya ng bagong ulo.
kala mo replaceable yun. Ano yan, component? Sabi ni Sir Jeff Napire, good luck watching from New York. Anong New York yan, boss? Curious ako. Saan
New York
yan?
New York, USA, New York, Cubao.
Oh, dalawa lang naman yan eh. Isa sa Cubao, isa local, isa international. At nagbabalik din itong si Manuel Leo Dumagat. Parang kanina ko pa naririnig sa tenga ko yung pagwuho niya. Kanina niya rin pa chinachat.
Okay.
Man, lala ng mga teams natin tonight.
Okay. Game number 3. Grand Finals. And prepare to take it in, guys, because this is the last game for Kings of PH 2025 as we start with Oasis Gaming on the attack. So Vano not cleared at all, but B-site is an afterthought for Oasis. They're walking into the nest of RU and his utility. Pero nag-iisa lang siya dun sa A, kaya mukhang full retake to para sa KRN.
Yun nga lang na Swarm will be delaying the spike that is supposed to be planted. I mean, it doesn't change a lot at all, other than the fact that Sovano will be taking out Tesseract, which is unfortunate for them. It seems like Oasis wouldn't be able to expect this rotation that's coming in, but Aeonix is already well aware of how deep Oasis sits in the site. 3-man flank, indeed. Mukhang may idea na ang Oasis dito. They better be prepared. Wingman spotting some people here. And even the trade-ups coming in. Yung shock dart ni Dish ay kumonekta pa isa sa kanila. And it's all up to Zeus. Zeus, what are you gonna do? The belt area. just sticking in the defuse. Doesn't even know where the spike is planted. I'm pretty sure that the pings are already there, but unfortunately, it's not doing it for him.
Definitely not. And a retake coming through from behind Zeus. If you remember correctly, I believe he also wrapped around from that mid-side aggress as well. And honestly, he started this strong really well kasi kita mo, napatay na yung isang nasa mid. But then you see him kind of rotate and kind of miss the timing on KRN, who fully invested 3 players doon sa may flank. So what could have been a strong opponent to actually have in that defense on the spike became an open opportunity para sa KRN para makapag triple flank and open up the site for the team. It will be that 1-0. So Vano, top of that right fridge position, even kills off Tongzi Slatum. Dignified not too far behind. No flash needed. Even gets a spray down, gets a double kill, possibly a third kill. There he is, Dignified. We've been looking out for him for so long now. And finally he reveals himself. It will be that 1v4, but Ionix will take off Marky in the process. 2-0 para sa Chronicles Esports. A good start for how well their split map ended. And again, their dominance possibly beginning to show itself para dito sa laban against Oasis Gaming, who really have been slowing down at the seams.
Grabe, man. Such an explosive round, if I may say. I mean, I know they've got the buzz, but I didn't expect it to be this explosive, you know? Pero it is going to be a buy round for Oasis. It's about time for them to finally secure this round. If they can, most especially na kompleto ang sarekados sila rito, no? Kompleto ang abilities, kompleto ang mga barel, and hopefully they can make the most out of this one. Pero si Sova, no? Tumatrabaho, yun nga lang nga, hindi tatama ang mga bala mo. And instead, Slaton would be able to take him out. And currently, we are going to be seeing them just going to be marching their way onto a site. Someone's holding this location here at spawn. Tesseract onto Dritch. No answers as of the moment, but now Ionix would be able to do so. Now a 3v4. Definitely a favorable spot for Oasis, but never mind. Just as I was saying that, parang nabati bigla. Malapit-lapit sila sa isa't isa dito for Oasis, which is good. But at the same time, seems like utility is gonna be thrown at them, and they better be on the lookout for that.
Push shot. At mukhang si Dignified pa nga yung first contact. Spots out Zeus, kills him off. Flash on in as well. 1-for-1 Astro. Also knocked down by Dignified. It's all coming down to the 1v1. The young gun versus another young gun. And Ionix is going to try to bait out the shot. Has to reload Tongzi Slatum. Commits to the fight. But in the end, it will be Slatum.
Wow.
Fully commits into the spray. And I don't think Ionix had time, even though he kills off Slatum. It's a 2-1. And they finally find a breakthrough in the round, but at what cost? Slatum also got swallowed by the spike. And the triple flank from that pistol round somewhat affected yung naging trusty Tesseract from the flank as well. So you see him try to hold it up. And even killing off at least one of these players from KRN, but still Ionix has done his best work para ma-equalizing numbers. And almost made it count para mapatay pa nga niya sana itong si Slatum. Yun nga lang.
Nahulog
Very
din.
rare. I think napasmado pa rin yung kamay niya. Someone kind of checked his hands.
Punas check, guys. Punas check muna tayo sa mga players natin. Baka pinagpapawisan na uli yung mga kamay nyo. Pero at least that's more than enough intel for them to actually find out that Oasis is looking into committing here into B site. Better be careful. But what's also good news here for Chronicles is that kompleto silang magdi-retake. They're just gonna be setting themselves up for this one. Oh my! It seems like Dignified will be able to take someone here in the process. Tamang hold lang sana si Astro ng mid, but unfortunately, he's gonna be taken out unexpectedly. So Vano, close quarter combat operator? That is actually working out for him. Interesting. Tesseract on the trade here. They're trying to offer the defuse, but look at that. Oasis just making them bullets rain. Slatom sealing the deal heal for our 4th round. Wonderfully done and executed by Oasis in the last few moments.
The second time in a row that he wins that head-to-head against Aeonix too. A triple from Slatum. In the final stages of that round, you could tell that they actually had the round at the palm of their hands. Hitting every single upshot was Sylvano, but as the smoke dissipates, Slatum clearing them off one by one. Vandal shots to count for in this regard as well. An eco round for KRN, punishing them from their mistake in the previous round. Not able to fully secure that yellow position. That's why Slatum has an optimal time para makapag-spray siya ng malayo into the 2-2 scoreline. Tesseract. You normally expect him to play the long-range angles yet again. The lurk coming down from Sylvano. It's already on top of that belt position, but Zeus, he fully expects it. Hears him. Smells him at the face of that. It's going to be a 4 versus 5. Nettle on the clock, and they could still have a lot of time to try to reconsider their options now that they have killed off one of the players on A.
Yun nga, napatulog si bro, no? Kakakuha niya lang. Mangungutsilyo pa lang sana siya. Bakit may paghilik, man? Mangungutsilyo pa lang sana siya. Yun nga lang nga, hindi umubra. But, Tesseract, yung ganda ng position ni bro. Yun nga lang nga, one tap lang ni Aryo. And even the mosh pit being utilized to hopefully delay them in case that they are planning to go right into B site. It seems like they're gonna be delayed further. 20 seconds on the clock. Ito na naman tayo sa mga last few moments commitment ng Oasis na laging pumapabor sa kanila for some reason. Are you quite in an awkward position? We're just gonna be seeing Zeus dawning on him. Dretch, mukhang makakuha pa ng isa. But the question is, until when would he be able to survive? Not for long, because Latam would be able to take him out as well. Dahil pa nilang ultis na available dito, Ramon, no?
Oo nga eh. Precise on the shot from CRU, rolling back the years, but I really like Oasis and how well they're able to control the map as well. Styling on them with the individual peaks, individual kills. They also took notice of that snowman position. Talagang nowhere is safe for the KRN players. We have a technical pause on our hands right now para ma-make sure na everything is A-okay. Sana naman A-okay kayo guys. Nakapag-Yakult na ba lahat?
Bakit merong men? Bakit merong advertisement? Not sponsored, guys, ah.
Not sponsored, by the way.
Ang saan ni Chauvin, lakas ng tama ni Mochi. Men, ganito ata pagpagod na, Char. G pa kami rito. Action lang kung action, especially yung mga players natin. Ganito na ko. Walang-wala.
Gawin natin BO5 to.
Yun!
BO5 nyo na to, nahiya pa kayo.
Yan ang trip natin. Hanggang alauna tayo ng umaga dito,
Tama.
men. Hanggang bukas na to. Happy Sunday.
Oh, it's not like may gagawin naman ako mamaya kundi maglaro lang ulit ng Valorant.
Yun, umaga, tanghalian, merienda, no, kinagabihan, and even yung midnight snack mo, Valorant, man.
Wag natin kalimutan na yun dun yung pinapanigipan ko minsan. Diba?
Omsim.
So, you know, if you live, breathe, and just sleep off of Valorant, then it's a happy time. You know, I'm living example. Hindi naman halata na may eye bags ako dito, di ba? You know, this is, I love this game.
True. I mean, sino ba namang hindi? Di ba minsan kakandatig-yawat na nga rin ako. Hindi ko alam kung kita sa camera. Kakandatig-yawat na ako kaka-Valorant. Pero, yun nga, na-point pa ako. Ayun nga eh. Pero hard stock plat naman, guys. Help. Charot. Naka-flat lang ako hanggang ngayon, men. Ang hirap umakyat. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari, pero I'm dying smurf ngayon.
Yeah. Isa na ako dun, sorry.
Ayun.
Mahirap.
Dali, men.
Mahirap. Medyo mahirap nga dun kasi in the rank state right now. But let's kind of talk about who we think is gonna be the Kings of PH. Not in terms of kung sino yung mananalo sa contest na to. Pero sa kung sino sa kanila ang pinaka-bagay sa singing contest. Sino sa tingin mo? O sa dance contest? Sige, sa dance contest na lang. Sino sa tingin mo yung mananalo ng Kings of PH? Yung dance contest siya.
Si Dignified siguro. Hindi ko alam, man. Hindi ko sure. Hindi ko masyado familiar, pero si Dignified yung unang naisip ko. Hindi ko rin alam bakit eh. Parang yung vibes niya lang ganun. Vibes lang.
Matangkad pa siya. Medyo may katawan siya for the dancing part, right?
Gusto ko yung gusto ko yung ang random na lang pinag-uusapan natin. Pero hopefully, yung mga audiences natin dyan, kahit na 9 p.m. pa lang naman, the night is still young, pretty sure. Lalong-lalo na yung mga manlalaro natin dito, laging nagpupuyat yung mga yan, imposibleng hindi. So, hopefully, okay naman sila, and they're just gonna be vouching din yung mga bias nila rito, no, ng mga players. Sino bang favorite nyo dito, guys? Sino, kung hindi like, sinong love nyo? Ganon, diba? Sino mga love yung players, guys? Parang curious ako dyan. Kasi kanina nagsisilabasan nagpaparamdam Ang cute nga
Sino yung bebe? Sino yung mga bebe nyo dito? Yun yung
Sim.
i-shoutout natin, di ba?
Siyempre naman.
Yung si Shobe, best friend na yung isa dito sa Oasis. Narinig ko. So,
sino doon? Sino doon?
Teka lang, pa-shoutout daw sabi ni Tristan Abeleda.
Uy, what's
Pa-shoutout
up?
po, Thanos Dupe. Si John Serdinola. Shoutout nga po pala sa inyo, Sir Tristan.
Hello, P. Ang angas na. IGN ba yan? Yung Thanos Dope? Angas Parang
Angas nga Thanos
Diba?
Dupe.
crazy
Okay.
IGN. Ikaw,
Former
bakit?
player, former coach ng Ivy League. Oh, si Wes. Si Wes pala to
Ivy League. Uy, good old days din yan I mean, not gonna lie.
Oo nga
Yun yung mga times na sabi ko, parang dark horse moment ng mga Ivy League na players natin at the time. Tagal na rin. Kailan ba? Tama, di ba?
2023 ba? Predator League.
Oo, 22. Wow. Tagal na.
Grabe.
Grabe. Tumatanda na tayo pa unti-unti, no? Are you guys already paying your taxes? Kasi parang wala tayong choice. Darating tayo.
Oo nga Yeah. Sumasakit na ba yung likod mo, Mochi? Kasi narinig ko, hindi din madali maging 27 years old
27, hindi ba, sino man 27? Ay, shoutout kay Dadum. Isip ko, sino man 27 sa atin? Ayun si Dadum yung unang pumasok sa isip ko. Shoutout sa iyo, pre. Wait, pa lang ako. I mean, to be fair, 23 pa lang naman ako. Somewhat. Somewhat. Ikaw. Age reveal. Age reveal.
Age reveal? Hulaan mo. 18.
Ganon!
Ay! Ikaw talaga!
Binubolo si Tito Ramon no?
May 50 ka sa akin mamaya. May 50 ka sa akin mamaya.
Merry Christmas.
May 50
Early
ka sa
Christmas, man.
Ganun talaga. Gusto mo din ba ng ice cream? Ice cream tapos meron pa tayong off para dyan. Pero para sa mga kakarating lang at medyo nawiwirduhan sa pinag-uusapan natin, it's 1-1 para sa KRN at saka sa Oasis Gaming. Kung para tayo umabot dito, syempre, KRN nanalo ng Haven, tapos, yung Oasis Gaming nanalo ng Haven, tapos yung KRN yung nanalo ng Split. Pareho silang close games. Tapos yung third game ngayon, kakasimula lang. Kaya kung napapansin nyo kung bakit malamig siya, nasa icebox kasi tayo. So,
Ayun. Tama. So, in short, chill lang kayo dyan. Kasi prepping pa tayo dito, no? And we're just gonna be waiting for our players to prime themselves up. Gusto ko.
Tingin mo?
Wait lang, share ko lang. Hindi ko na sasabihin kung sino. Merong player na nag-chat sa akin, sabi, ang tagal po. Parang Gina silang maglaro, guys. Kaya mag-alalahat tayo dito. Gina G, for tonight.
Kami din, gusto din namin mag-G, honestly. So, we're gonna have to wait and see for that mamaya. Ikaw, sa tingin mo, Mochi, kaya na ginamit yung technical post to kasi may natatay na ang player?
Baka, no? Parang kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan to. Guys, kayo, tatanungin namin kaya, kung Marshall kayo, at you guys have the decision, saan nyo ilalagay yung post sa player pag natatae sila? Tactical o technical?
Mas
Hintayin na lang
mabilis kasi
namin yung sagot nyo.
pag tactical, 'di ba? Mas mabilis. Kaya dapat mga tactical talaga. Unless matagal silang hindi pa naiihi, 'di ba?
Well, okay yan naman, kung natatai yung isa, tapos punta lang siyang CR saglit, tapos balitaan na lang siya kung anong pinag-usapan dun sa takpos. Pwede rin.
Ito.
Di ba? Pwede
Pwede.
rin. Possible din yun.
Pwede. May naging opportunity ba na yung kayong dalawa ng best friend nyo, sabay kayong tumae, tapos sabay din kayo nag-chat together na, ay, natataya ako. May tumataya ako ngayon.
Ba't natin pinag-uusapan to?
Hindi ko din alam eh.
Di ba? Ganito ba yung mga moments na wala na tayong maisip pag-uusapan? Yung podcast natin napupunta sa mga topic na hindi usually tinatalakay ng karamihan. Pero,
Oo nga eh.
aliw daw, all out support din tong si Shobe, no? Tama ka dyan, my best friend Tesseract, yun! And Markin our
Yun.
bunsok Zeus, aliw. Shout out,
Eh,
sabi ni G-Flash. Sup, man? Shout out sa'yo.
What's up, G-Flash? Ang angas ng pangalan, no? G-Flash. From
Yeah.
Cebu City, Philippines. Wow! Kakapunta lang
Wow.
namin dyan nung November. Ganda dyan,
Yeah.
boss.
Team. Sobrang saya. Actually, napunta kami sa Cebu.
Oo.
Nung dun ginanap yung finals ng Pred League noon, which is definitely a crazy experience for us.
First
Wow.
time natin lumipad.
Nakakamiss din yun,
First time natin pumunta ng Cebu.
Yeah.
Actually, alam mo, kung since mangyayari ulit ng Pred League sa Pilipinas, saan sa tingin mo mangyayari yun? You know what? Mamaya na natin pag-usapan yan. As we're back into the game, it's 2-3. Finally,
Chismis.
Tech pause out at Oasis Gaming is still on the lead so far. Blade Storm activated para kay Zeus. Tamang seryosohan lang tayo dito, Mochi, kasi mukhang maunahan pa ata si Ionix dito eh.
Sabi nga na chinachat niya ni Ionic, sabi niya nanlalamig na raw siya. Okay ka lang, pre. Kalmahan mo, ha? Okay, ano muna tayo? Ano tawag dito? Pag-back check, tsaka pasmado check. Ayun sinyo yung mga kamay niya kasi mamaya. Medyo na tayo. Kinakabahan, nadadala ng bugso ng damdamin, no? Pero
Tatay.
let's check. Si natatae. Kung ano man. Pero, uy! Zeus! Di ko alam kung anong nangyari doon, pero kabilis ng pagka-secure niya onto Sovano, utilizing the Blade Storm in itself as he tries to just push forward here onto A site, waiting for the best time to strike. Lockdown already being activated by Astro as well, and the Viper Spit in hopes of denying any plans gonna come from Oasis. Tesseract, masisecure niya rin itong si Dignify. Seems like they were taken aback by what's happening.
Yeah, it looks like it. Viper Spit also invested. Zeus with a double kill as well. That Blade Storm has been so precise from him so far that really, he doesn't need a gun.
Ooh.
He is the gun. He is the explosion. The weapon of Oasis, but it's shut down by Aryu. A double spray down! And it's becoming a 1v1 with Astro fully utilizing the Gravnet, or actually, yung isa sa mga nano swarms na dito for Oasis Gaming. So it is that 4-2. And it would have been a very nice ace coming through for Aryu, especially but how he ended this round. Pero
Enemy remaining.
hirap na hirap siya. Sobrang low on HP thanks to the spray down of Slatum. It's a 4-2 now. Talagang napaka-low na ng mga weapons nila dito. Chronicles have given up too much from that round.
Di ko alam ano nangyari dun. Pero ang masasabi ko lang ay magaling sila mag-Valorant.
Totoo.
Kasi tingnan mo naman, that could have been such of a different story if Ryu's HP is not that low. Not gonna lie. But, Astro, may mga makikitaan, may mga nagpaparamdam dito sa mid area natin as they try and gather more information as much as possible. But also, seems like they are gonna be securing the objective just a bit. Slatom will be taking some damage from the shock dart that's been let out here by Dritch himself. Tesseract already good for one with the outlook. Kill onto Sovano. Aeonic sumusunod. No command gonna be nullified. But also, will just gonna be taking their time with day as much as possible. They really want to make use of the time existing before the spike goes kaboom. but I feel like they're gonna be denied in doing so, as Zeus will getting the rest of the members here from Chronicles. And for some reason, right after that technical pause, there's a lot of things that change here. The demeanor from Oasis garnering that 5-round win on their end.
Triple kill from Zeus too. You could feel the tension in the air. And him oozing an aura that his confidence has fully revitalized, reignited within him. 11 kills for him in the round. And so far, Oasis Gaming are feeling the heat in the Icebox map as they start with this 8th round. Double peek onto the mid side, not meeting yung turret ni Astro. Possibly set up over towards the A side itself. Not on Kitchen. He possibly dodged away from a threat, but Ionix, he's the threat. He wants to take a dangerous approach, even expecting Slat to be on the other side. Taking the same angle. Both crouched down. They even use out yung isa man naging util ng Sova, but Ionix quickly flicks onto Slatum right now and has to go back. Mollied himself in the panic just so that he could get himself back to safety. And a job well done from him. No refrag whatsoever.
And it seems like Oasis is yet to put out an answer in some sort of way, but also we are just gonna be waiting for any movements and commitments na manggagaling dito sa Oasis. Kailangan na mag-ingat kasi merong bot. At ayun na nga, mukhang may idea na. Itong si Chronicles. Are you taking Zeus down? Might be looking out for another and will be succeeding in doing so. Mario will attempt for the trade here from the tube area. Pero yun nga lang nga, it seems like mauudot ang kanilang push as Tesseract is the last one remaining here from Oasis yet to move or try to address the situation he is in. And the spike is not even with him, so got no choice but to give away this round to Chronicles themselves. Ang tataka ako, sabi dito ni Rafael, ni Repulse, bakit po magkamukha si Sovano at si Zeus? Really ba?
Hindi ko din alam. Parang hindi eh. Parang niloloko lang ako ni Rafael Balaguer.
Ewan ko dyan kay Rap. Kulit na niya kay Rap.
Kaya nga eh. Ewan ko. Parang iba ata yung Sovano tsaka Zeus na nakikita natin, boss ah.
Parang may underlying lore, charot. Pero
Long Lost Brothers.
Long Lost Brothers pala, no? Crazy. Ano, may operator pa rin tayo dito sa kamay ni Sovano. Hindi pa naman ito nawawala sa kanya from the last round, which is wonderful. Hunter Shuri, not quite sure if that's gonna be connecting onto anyone. Seems like, oh, it will. It connected onto Marky. And some was gonna be detected from the drone as well. Lahat na ng mga utilities ay ibinabato dito ni Tesseract. Hindi ko lang sure if this is gonna be in favor of them. Zeus already deep here into the A-site nest. Will also be found out by Dignified, but not to be quick enough to react on that. And it seems like they're up in quite a passive position here. So Vano making that operator shot here work for Zeus. Marky, side by side. Ang lapit nyo sa isa't isa, kinakabahan ako, pero wait lang. They're just gonna be holding their ground here. Marky taking out Sovano in the process, and they are yet to put the spike down and commit onto A. The Viper Spit is doing it for them, and they are bound to make the most out of this. Tesseract and Slaton, the last couple of members surviving here for Oasis as a 2v2. Pero si Dritch, gustong-gusto niya na ma-secure itong run na ito. Marky with just 1 HP left on himself.
One enemy remaining.
Ay, nascan pa nga.
Wow.
Yun yung pinakamahirap kapag ikaw yung Viper, ikaw yung sobrang low at kailangan mong hanapin yung kalaban mo. Sila yung nakahanap sa'yo. A perfect recon dart all the way from the reach. Supplying the info and finding where the Viper is in the Viper's pit in time as well. So 4-5. And it would have been a very good performance from Marky. He was well aware that he was getting surrounded by so many people from KRN. So he had to keep moving, he had to keep dodging, but a timely recon dart really just made all the difference in the world.
Dun mo na lang malalaman na mapapa-ono ka na lang pagka wala ng Viper Spit. Especially if you're down that low in terms of HP, you've got no choice talaga. And especially you're in such a vulnerable position even. So, mapapabuntong hininga lang or mapapakamot ng ulo. And still, it is a 4-5. Napakalapit ng ating scoreline. Is reminiscent of what we have in the last 2 maps that we have in this Grand Final series. Worthy of being in the Grand Finals, I guess. Pero, also, they're just gonna be putting themselves here dito sa A site natin muli, no? Some commitments and plans commenced here at A site. And seems like they're gonna be preparing themselves for a post-plan situation. I believe they didn't expend that much utilities as well, which is wonderful because kanina inubos ni Tesseract yan eh. So ngayon, some changes, some micro changes were happening in favor for Oasis sa ganitong sitwasyon.
Thrush pa. Pag-MG on in towards the mains position. They spot that two doon sa may jail. And Zeus, prime spot, has to take care of everybody coming onto him. Does they just want to fight them? KRN, they're the ones trying to take the space. Zeus up jabs in, tries to take the fight, but Dignify is able to reconvene the situation. 1v1, and it's with Sovano, pero nakapag-defuse na sila. Pero Sovano, still alive and kicking, hits all the upshots necessary. And because he was still alive, the wingman able to fully stick on the defuse. It was not the best place for the spike plan as well, kaya yung pag-play nila off-site, I'd say it was justified for the cause as well. So it is going to be a 5-5 for KRN. They are not letting this game go. They are not letting this grand final off without a hitch.
Let's do what we do.
Really wanting to take it to Oasis Gaming, who unfortunately are also down in an eco round right now, Mochi.
Wow. What is happening in this world, man?
I know, right?
Ang dami nangyayari. Pero also, hindi naman natin ma-underestimate, paborito na naman nating linya. Hindi natin ma-underestimate ang kapasidad ng mga sheriff. Mga one-tap ng mga sheriff na yan. Kung nagagawa yan ni Chronicles kanina, I'm pretty sure ay magagawa din ni Oasis yan. Pero let's see if it's gonna be in favor of them. Zeus with the Bladestorm already activated on himself. Tesseract, naku, saan ka nakatingin, bro? Buti na lang na-trade ka ni Zeus. And they're already in here sa A-site natin. And seems like they're just gonna be putting themselves in a much more safer position while that the spike is being planted as well. And they're just gonna be taking their time of day into rotating towards the A-site. And also, they have lots of utilities that they can use here.
That means if they're going to be able to use it. So a 4v4 wall put down as well. The retake scenario is on as Zeus follows through the weapon of Oasis. Right click from the Bladestorm, almost getting a spray transfer as well.
What?
But it's Astro who picks it up all the way from that main spot.
Last round is
What is happening for the side of KRN? They really are blowing off so much steam. Sa sobrang importanteng parte ng first half natin, they were dealing with an eco round from Oasis Gaming. And at the end, everybody had rifles. And even giving a double kill papunta dito kay Astro on Oasis Gaming.
one enemy remaining.
Sila bro ay namigay ng baril sa kalaban.
Holy Week nga daw kasi tapos na yung Holy Week, kaya share your blessings.
Yeah, share your blessing. Ano mga panahon ng pagbibigay ng mga blessing. But also,
Masyadong maraming blessings yun, boss.
ayun nga, parang napasobra na, masyado silang generous. Pero also, konti na lang magkakaroon na uli ng no command itong si Slatom. I believe this is gonna be the second ultimate na pwede niyo makuha in this first half bago matapos ito. And they can actually use that. But also, ayun na nga, wala na. And they better be careful with this one. Because, once again, they are on an eco here para sa Chronicles. Maraming pa silang utilities. Pero at the same time, paano masusuportahan yung utilities mo kung wala kang barrel? And as much as possible, really want to work closely with each other on this one. Someone gonna be detected here at the yellow area, Zeus. But he's gonna be going out the best time para maligtas sa sarili niya. And before you even know it, everyone's gonna be eradicated by our members here from Oasis.
Switching sides.
Was Zeus trying to fist bump from behind? Parang ano, okay lang din yan eh, no? It's a common effort. Oasis really taking control of the game this time, knowing that KRN really only had the pistols in hand. They had full control over the yellow position. Talagang tamang repo na lang pagkatapos ng plant this time. To take away that yellow position from them. At kung safe yung KRN dun sa green, hindi sila safe at all. Safe pa ba kung naka-pistols lang kayo, di ba? Parang hindi naman eh.
Wait lang, sino yung 19-9 na KD? Si Zeus ba yun? Lala kung siya man yun.
I think so. I think
No?
so.
Bro, 19-9 na yung KD niya. Crazy, man. Pero
Second half pa lang.
Yeah, magsi-second half pa lang. But look at this. It seems like they are gonna be starting this off strong here for Chronicles as they try to march their way into B side. Tesseract seems like hindi tatama nilang mga shots from the Ghost. Ionix will be pressured in the tube area. But at least Rich from the other side will be taking out Astro. So Vano, palalim ng palalim dito sa kitchen area natin. Mukhang merong manginginaan as he takes out Rich in the process here dito sa kay Marky. But unfortunately, not gonna be surviving for long as Dignified will be able to take him out. The first pistol round here for the second half will be taken by Chronicles, which is a great sign. Especially that they're looking into taking the buy round para sa kanila. Para naman somehow magkaroon sila ng advantage in contrary to Oasis.
Mainit si Ionix eh, no? Kita mo siya pa nga yung parang hungry to take kills doon sa may mid-side. Fully expecting the peek out from Zeus. Oh, 19-10 si Zeus ngayon.
Diba?
I realize it.
Ang lala,
This guy's
no?
on fire. Ang lala talaga si Zeus. Talagang fully trusting in his capability. They are fully supporting his cause. Now he wants to take the fight, but unfortunately, Savannah's gonna sit him down. And so a 4v5 Guardian in the hand para dito sa dalawa. Aside of KRN, they fully expected Marky. They even spot him out. They're eventually just gonna wait out that B main push or B main peek yet again. So it's about time for the side of Oasis Gaming to try to step up, but KRN definitely finding a way to delay this so far. I think that was to clear yung jail position.
Nakakaramdam na rin ng Oasis na mukhang ito ang punterya ng Chronicles papunta sa A site. They better be careful. Sinday nila makikita. Everyone's already here, actually. On A side, they can actually rotate anytime, anywhere, pero mukhang hindi nila yon i-consider. That's not in their vocabulary, and so Van will be taking out 3, being supported by Dignified in the process, even having a mosh pit kill as well. And that's been like a quick round, to be fair. I mean, they haven't been able to get the chance to put the spike on before everything unraveled. So pretty much of a crazy buy round. That's been Chronicles were super confident by. Ay wow, what a view. That's a nice view.
Ganda. Ano ba, pataas pa lang yung sun, so I think this is like probably 1 p.m. Doon sa Russia, if I do have to say so. But now, you're kind of seeing the buy round in place para sa side of Oasis. I don't think bumili si Marky. What?
Huh?
Was this supposedly going to be a technical pause dapat na hindi nangyari?
Is that real?
Unfortunate. I think it's real. Kita mo nag-disconnect si Marky, di pa gumagalaw yung kanyang magiging camera. Tesseract and Astro, they do get themselves 2 picks, make it 3. But I don't know if this match is going to be I don't know if this round is gonna be in full effect, right? Kasi wala si Slatom, wala din si Marky.
But for some reason, they're actually making this round work. Yeah, I mean, it's a clean round. I mean, I'm not sure if this is valid though. Is this valid? Seems like it's valid.
I think this is supposed to be valid, but we'll see. We'll have to get a little bit more word coming through from the production to see what's going on.
That's done.
Okay, it's valid.
All right.
One enemy remaining.
All right. Well, it seems like we got an update from our production. This round was valid, it seems, for Oasis. So despite them being at a 3 versus 5 disadvantage, ilalaro pa rin nila to. So since ubos na yung
Yeah.
mga technical timeouts nila,
Na kota na ang mga ate ko
gagamitin na
dito.
lang nila. Gagamitin na lang yung tactical timeouts para lang mag-buy ng time.
Yeah, and they've got no choice, I guess. And medyo kota na ang mga ate natin, ang mga kuya natin from Oasis Gaming, and in turn, they will be forced to use the timeouts. And I feel like there is an amount of traction and influence that comes from these timeouts. Either it's gonna work for you or not, but considering yung sitwasyon nila na may nagsistruggle na makakapag Valorant, and it's gonna be quite of a stretch here for Oasis, and it's quite unfortunate. I hope everything's going well for them though, especially kay Slatham.
So far, as we're back into the game, 7-8, validated na nga. Slatham just has to reconnect later on. Marquis is here, but Zeus, is he present? Is he ever present? Not this time. Silvano hits the shot from the op. That's the attacking operator that I've been looking out for from him. Finally, it reveals itself. Comes a 5 versus 3, essentially, para sa Oasis, considering that Slatham's not in the game yet. Napaka forward ng position itong si Tesseract, and he is willing to keep the fight 10 on. That's a double kill, possibly a third, not in time. Not this time para kay Dignified. But Marky able to catch him off guard on top of 410. Possibly another para sa kanya, pero I wouldn't risk it for him, not this time. Mochi.
Ako, Dignified, Astro. Oy, makikita. And it seems like it's all up to Ionix, and I guess he's not gonna be getting an inch further away into this site. As there's already like a couple of rounds in favor for Oasis here. Ironically, despite some of their members being AFK for a bit.
Taken out.
Which is a massive wow for us.
So gaano katagal yung wow na yun? Do you give it like 5 wows or 5 booms?
Maybe 5 wow. Question
Not 5
mark?
booms? Oh, okay. Gets. Sabi naman nito hindi ko alam eh. Sabi ni Shobe, grabe KDA ni Zeus, I think inspired. Pwede. Pwede. I do also remember that Zeus also celebrated his 17th birthday recently.
Imagine, mas marami pa yung kills niya kaysa sa age niya.
Oo.
Man.
Crazy, man. Nilikod ko na naman. Ang sakit.
Sabi ni
tayo,
Ishi
Mochi.
Esma, nakabukas na ba yung monitor nung soba ko? Sabay tag kay Boss Eldritch. Yun! Grabe,
So, mo
grabe.
pala eh. Hindi na ako gagamit.
Di na ako gagawin. Alam mo yung mga memes na akin
Sa'yo na
na
lang
yung
yan.
2025, yung mga ganon, parang ganon vibes. Ang funny. Dahil joke lang joke lang. Siyempre.
Siyempre.
Wait lang, nagamit din ba yung isa pang timeout?
I believe so, with the tactical pause.
Nagamit, no? Oh, no. I mean, pumapapor naman kay Oasis so far, so...
Yeah.
Malay mo.
We'll see. 7-9. Full rotate back on the A site. This grand final is going to be at an unfortunate disadvantage for Oasis, as it's KRN taking their rightful place doon to my A side. But Astro and Tesseract, they do everything that they can to deny them from ever getting space. Dignified with that Molly, also taking full advantage. Astro with a double kill as well, so it becomes a 2v3. Essentially, para sa kanila, Astro almost getting the shot kay Onyx. Maybe a second one. That's Guy. That is something that he never expected, but still, he reconvenes with a 4K. Astro fully readjusting to the shots and fully trusting in himself para ma-hold lang yung A site despite the numbers disadvantage, despite Slatham not being in the server. All that he needs is his full trust and confidence within himself para makakuha ng double digits on Oasis despite them having the lowered buys.
Man, What's happening? I mean, Oasis has been manning these people. Lalo na tong si Astro, biglang nag-pop up for some reason. Parang kanina sa single digits yung kills nila, pero ngayon biglang naging second top fragging in this lobby, which is crazy. Pero also, Blitz already activated here for Silvano. Once again, don't forget na AFK pa or wala pa dito si Slatom. And for context na rin sa mga bagong nanonood, they already used up the most of their technical pauses, so they've got no choice but to use up yung mga tactical pause nila kanina, and now they're down into just playing the game. Seems like Chronicles,
1v3.
bumabawi na sila dito. Yeah, 1v3. And Zeus is even holding the operator here, Ramon.
Hirap nito. Tatlo, pero low on HP sila, but it doesn't really matter if yung operator yung gamit dito ni Zeus, no? Slaton would have been a very good duo partner para sa gantong side na kanila. So yeah, they gotta take their time, take advantage of this 4 versus 5, and Chronicles are gonna be happy taking this 8th-round win. It's unfortunate kasi sa pag-push up ng Chronicles, they put the Molly down on the Raptor spot. They also kind of denied itong si Tesseract, or actually itong si Astro from taking the same position. Overwhelmed by the push out, and Chronicles just take full advantage this time around. So it's an 8-10.
8-10.
So parang asterisk natin na 8-10 siya kasi 4 versus 5 pa rin siya at the end of the day. But still, you know, we're playing by the rules.
Yeah. And also, I mean, to be fair, they've got like a couple of rounds wherein, despite of the fact it's a 3v5, 4v5, is they've been able to do it so well. So there might actually be some hope here for Oasis. And I mean, they've been here for quite some time. So, malay mo, pumiglas at lumaban pa ng tuluyan itong mga kumpare natin dito. Shoutout kay John Cardino. Pa-shoutout down with the double dot. Siya ang crazy ni Daryl, dropping the B word casually on chat.
Okay. So a bit of a update
Wait
para
lang.
sa inyo guys. May technical pause ulit tayo. This time it will be because of a Val error from one of the players. So hintayin lang natin sila mag-reconnect. Okay lang yan.
What's happening?
Valorant
Pero
being
ano kaya
Valorant.
yun? Yeah.
316. Bible verse.
Ano yan? John 3:16? What?
Ewan ko.
Di ko
619 para Rey Mysterio.
Sabi ni Shobe, inspired yung bata ko na yan, trust. Yung. Sabi ni
naman.
Mark Angelo Miranda Pajares, good luck po and nice game. Wow, ganun dapat, di ba? Ganun, ang bait naman ni Sir Mark niyo.
Pwede
Pero-
bang pwede bang mag-request? Sana pahingin kami ng Redeem Hydrate.
Name hydrate.
Oo. Redeem Hydrate lang. Mabilisan lang. Di ba? May birds pala dito sa Valorant.
Meron, may penguin nga eh.
Naman.
Nalipad.
Penguin na nalipad.
Hindi. Ibon lang. Pero yung nakakatuwa din kasi dito sa Valorant, ang daing ang daing nilang pakulo sa mga mapa. Yung mga Easter eggs.
Kaya nga eh. Di mo ba nakita si Nora Honor sa Ascent?
What? Hello? Pero, tama ba? RIP Kasi, I'm not sure if tama ba yun? It's recent lang.
Yeah, recent lang actually. So
One of
rest
the
in peace
best
nga pala kay Nora Honor. One
actresses,
of our, I believe, national artist din siya for film.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Unfortunately, hindi ako masyado ganun ka sa mainstream media. Pero of course, we acknowledge the OGs ng ating mga
So-
meme kicks natin from before.
So why don't we move on to our next segment dito sa Predator Kings of PH habang nandito
May
tayo sa tech pause
pa-segment?
natin. Nasa courtside tayo para ma-shoutout nga pala ang mga tao nandito na sa chat. Kasama ko nga pala ang isang mga casters para sa Kings of PH na si Mochi. Kamusta naman po kayo dyan?
Ayun, parang okay naman po, no? Maraming salamat po. Oh my God, hello po, Mapa. Nandito na po ako sa TV. Ayan. Nandito na po tayo sa sa Predator Gaming. Maraming salamat sa Predator Gaming. Pero ayun, I feel like we're just gonna be seeing them ourselves dito, preparing of in terms of the Val error. Hopefully ma-address real soon. And hopefully that you guys are having a great night. Especially na magta-10 na. So, munti na lang guys, mag-12. What if umabot tayo ng 12 a.m.? Char!
Uy, parang, what if we BO5 na natin to, guys? You know?
Yung best of
BO5 na natin, di ba? Tara, parkour na natin bigla. Kaya we're gonna have to see kung sabi nga sa production nga pala nagre-request na sila sa League Ops kung pwede natin gawing game 5. Tira natin, sige, go lang.
Hindi, Rilabi daw.
Rilabi. Akala ko yung BO5 yung na-request sa League Ops. Sorry. My bad. Na-excite ako bigla kasi akala ko may BO5 na tayo. But,
bigla, no? Pero, yes po, na-DC si Slato. And seems like they're gonna be relobbying right now since hindi lang siya yung nagsastruggle. Seems like the other players are suffering with the Val error as of the current time. So, yeah, we are just gonna be chilling here. Merong mga magpapa-shoutout sa inyo, it's your time. Now is the time. Not naos intended. Wala nang PH player doon, unfortunately. Pero, ayun nga, guys. Meron naman.
Si Mojer at saka si Javi 8K, shoutout nga pala sa kanila.
Yeah, pero di na sila kompleto. Which is
Yeah. What do you mean? I just woke up from a nap and then, nandun pa naman si Jan, nandun pa naman si Papi Chulo, si Patman, nandun pa rin. Oh, saya naman.
No, grabe nga si Patman din sa favorites.
Oo nga Kaka-proud talaga si Patman.
Ang lakas ng dating niya doon. Meron siyang inanong quote nga. May binitawan siyang quote. Parang ang sabi niya, I am in this team. I am here in one of the best teams because I am one of the best, I think. I think it's something that goes along the lines of that. And siya yung nagbitaw ng mga katagang yun. Pero right now, we are seeing both of the best teams that we have right now in Kings of PH. And we're diving right into the action. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, 10-8 ang scoreline natin ngayon na mas pabor sa Oasis.
Slatum is back in the fray right here. So we're fully going to be expecting him to pull out all the stops as KRN are looking to prime up themselves. They push in towards the A site, which we're going to be seeing the setup from Astro also come into play. It's flying on in. It is also going to be the Molly set up. And the defender kills their lockdown in place. Savannah has to walk out of the site. Caso, look at that. The flank coming through from Zeus. No dash whatsoever. No updraft. He has to take care of at least one. He does. Kills off Breach. Marky and Tesseract got their own, but dignified. To knock down Zeus from the flank itself. 2v4. Lots of damage done over to the attacking side. Kaya kailangan tumakbo. Kailangan maging aware. Si Astro nandito din. Trying to kill off the flank. Trying to find a perfect timing. Dignified spotted. Gets a triple but also denies the plant. But Onyx, he makes it a 1v1. 13 seconds. He has to run to the spike. Tesseract has to clear him. But it will be that 11th round. Oasis Gaming. They keep themselves going dito sa game natin. Slap them back. And it's all back in business.
Yo. That flank was everything, and even every single person here from Oasis definitely attempting to sandwich them. I mean, natakasan nila ng saglit, but once again, it seems like they haven't been able to do the rotation and the plant that they are supposed to do sa B-site natin nung sila Bignie and as well as si RU or Aeonix na lang ang naiwan. Pero ngayon, Fury parang di naman ko connecta kahit kanino, but they will try to move themselves into A site despite of the fact na maraming tao silang makikita dito. They really gotta be careful with this one. Slatom, hindi naman ko connecta sa kanya yung shock dart, pero may makikita siya. Ni right click nga lang ng bagya dito ni Sobana na ding pa. Malawa pa! Pero yun nga lang No answers as of the current time, mga Oasis. I mean, they've got the advantage in terms of guns, but for some reason, Chronicles is trying to make this work out. Tesseract, good for 2 already, which is wonderful trade-offs. Being pulled off by him. Aeonix ay papalagpa with the rest of the squad. Tesseract already good for 3. Now, 1v2 right in front of our eyes. I'm not quite sure kung magiging aware si Tesseract. Hindi niya in-anticipate that Aeonix will be at the nest. And instead, it's now a 9-11 scoreline.
Sobrang ganda ng timing na agad na tinake ni Tesseract sana with that double kill. But still, the impact is felt from Aeonix fully in and out of the fight. Parang hindi pa nila na-clear yung corner doon sa taas ng nest natin eh. Fully taking advantage of that position entirely. The elevation, not only benefiting the Jets, but also yung mga smokers natin dito. As it's gonna be another technical pause coming through for one of these teams.
Of course, just gonna be checking up on that one. Uy! Wait lang, shoutout kay John Paulo Amistoso, bakla yun. Boss Choco. Magandang gabi.
Si Idol!
Si Idol. Idol pala to eh.
Si Idol yan ah. Mahal na mahal ka yan, boss.
Yun! Wait lang, tech post ulit tayo dito guys. Something
Chill
happened.
muna tayo. So, eto ano ba yung favorite mong adulting life hack, Mochi?
Adulting life hack? Gusto ko sana mag-joke, kaya lang baka itrack ako bigla ng gobyerno. Mamaya akalain nila seryoso ako. So, hindi ko na lang sasabihin yun. Siguro adulting life hack, mag-imbak ng pagkain. Kasi, gutom ako lagi. Yun lang naman.
Yun lang.
I don't know, for some reason, kasi pag nasa stress ka, sometimes you find comfort in food, but just take into account that the food you take is actually healthy for you, hindi yung pang puro carbs lang. Wala lang, health tips lang guys. Mga lang.
Yep. Health tips. Sino ba? Ano ba yung pwede natin bigyan ng life hacks? Alam mo ba na if nag-cardio ka before and after your workout, mas dodoble yung pagod mo.
What? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you kill yourself?
Oh God.
Pero legit to, wait lang, yung sasabihin ko, guys, if you cook rice or pasta or any carbohydrate heavy food, as much as possible, kung gusto nyo ma-decrease yung, for example, diabetic kayo and gusto nyo ma-decrease yung pag-spike, yung starchiness, you can ref it for some hours or couple of hours so that you can, save yourself some stress in terms of addressing your diabetes self or diabetic self. Yan lang, share ko lang. Might help some people. We can research more about that as well.
Kung gusto niyo ng mas magandang life hack, pwede din kayo mag-inquire sa Predator Gaming and then check out yung mga latest deals nila. Makakapag-save yun ng cash. Diba?
Tapos balita ko may libreng Xbox PC Game Pass pa, pero nakalibre din ng kilitong si Aryu kay Tesseract.
Ay, nako. Naka-eco round lang naman itong mga tao dun on the way to gaming. So, it's as easy as that in the long-range tap. And I don't know what Tesseract was holding in that scenario, pero it's easy like that for Aryu to take down yung kanyang fellow IGL. 9-11. A slow crawl back in towards B main. And they're also taking their time, so pwede pa rin nilang i-clear yung corner para lang maging sigurado sila sa seguristo.
Of course. Natunugan ng Oasis. Trash already being let out here by Dignified and possibly gonna be finding a couple of members from here and there. Yes, indeed it will. Might possibly been able to track down Astro, but I don't think that he has been bitten by Thrash. Zeus from above, Anime Battle indeed will be able to secure a kill from the Blade Storm Viper Spit and ilapag na rin by Marky himself, or rather by Ionix, but also seems like all of the shots are connecting from here and there. Dritch in a really good position here, pero yun nga lang nga, mag-ingat ka, boss! Makikita si
Nako!
Zeus! At masusunta pa to! As Mark has been taken down here with Dritch, and still everyone, hindi pa natatapos ang laban, and the match point is being denied by Chronicles from Oasis. Tignan nyo naman, mga ma'am, sir. 10-11.
One enemy remaining.
Di matapos-tapos. And honestly, it's all that you would have wanted if you're a KRN fan. Layering that Viper's Pit on top and that lockdown too from RU. Just showing that even if they are fighting up against the better guns, they are still putting full respect against them. I'm sure that round counts for the side of KRN. So Oasis Gaming now have their full buys. An operator for Zeus now finally making its presence. I try to get a shot landed doon to my belt side, but I think Savano is privy to the fact. As they rotate back in towards the mid side, Astro with that jump peak also gives his position and possibly the info that they're rotating all the way towards B main. Still, there's no reason for Zeus to move. He might actually get a free kill dito kay Ionix if he's not careful, but I guess he dodges away from that timing, Mochi.
Wow. Okay, nung nakita nung tumalikod, boss.
That was Rizal
He
siya.
can dodge, but not for long. Pero at least merong sagot naman si Sovano dito. Might actually be aware that Marky is already here at the snowman area, but yun nga lang nga, hindi niya mapupuntahan ang safe zone niya, unfortunately, and they were gonna be stopped onto their tracks, but at least ngayon they will try to put the spike down muli. Some shots being let out here. Marky and Tesseract getting one for each, and seems like si Aryo na lang ang naiwan dito. I don't even know how you'll be able to survive this one in the long run, but it's just Marky being able to pop up right after that one. Match point secured here by Oasis.
12 to 10 now. And it's not only match point for them, it's tournament point. One win away from 60,000 pesos. And a spot in the group stages of Predator League. And so much on the line, and so much importance on getting that prestige. Mas mapapadali yung run ng Oasis if they win this next round. And then they're in a great spot to do so. 24 kills for Zeus, 19 for Tesseract. Marky also activated from that previous round. Really, everybody showing off their colors, showing signs of performance. And in this 12 to 10 scoreline, they're checking out every possible kinks and nooks and crannies, even destroying what could have possibly been the position of the turret on towards that boiler position. And even destroying what could have been the position of the alarm, but both of the util actually not affected, but it's good that they have their due diligence. Also with the flash from Slato making them hesitate. It's almost like he has the presence of mind na baka sa B-site nga sila papasok. 1 minute on the clock already invested. Pushed on in with that flash. Sovano taking advantage of the elevation, not hitting the shots from the Bladestorm. Dreech also getting first blood very late in the round. That's Marky, a very pivotal pillar. Para sa Oasis side, Ionix also spotted. Has to go back towards the safety of his teammates. Because that lurk timing does not work out for him. Astro eventually will kill him off entirely. So it's a 4v4, 30 seconds. They have to go plant, but Oasis is doing a good job of wasting so much time.
30 seconds left.
Grabe. Expected ni bro si bro, pero yun nga lang nga, Oasis is just gonna be stepping up their game, and as much as possible, they really want this round for themselves, leaving no avenue for a possible overtime. Dredge will be taking down Slalom though, and look at that! No way this is happening right now! Dredge with a 4K! Demolishing every single remaining person here from Oasis! The lifeline has been prolonged here by Chronicles, and it seems like that the pressure is actually giving them the advantage for some reason. And I think this is a timeout, right?
Yep. Tactical
It's a
timeout.
man. I mean,
It's a tactical timeout.
yeah. As you should, guys. That's crazy.
Yeah, and considering that Oasis has used all of their tacticals, I believe Chronicles are the one who are going to use this one. They need a breather. And this could possibly be the one thing that they need. They knew how close that last round went. I'm not super happy with what just happened, but because this is a timeout for them, this is also a timeout given to Oasis Gaming, so you gave them a lifeline into the game. And I think they have enough money para makapag-save up into the next coming round, so really, just as the null command commenced para dito kay Slatom, you thought it was over from the very beginning, but Treach providing some sort of a miracle so far sa pag-retake or actually sa pag-defend on the spike. Killing off so many people, isolating each frag, and honestly just maybe delaying the inevitable, but KRN are showing so much more than just hope. They are showing that they can still provide a bit of a challenge against Oasis Gaming, who still are one more round away from claiming the Kings of PH title.
Grabe guys, the pressure is on here for both teams. I'm just really actually connecting into Astro once, but not entirely enough to actually eliminate him. And also, we are just gonna be waiting for any more actions that's gonna come from Chronicles here, because it seems like they have the upper hand in for the time being, especially if they would decide to commit here onto A side. Jong already been let out here by Tesseract, not gonna be spotting anyone in the process, maybe someone here from main, but I don't know if they are aware that Sylvano is already at the nest area. I guess not. He's gonna be able to get Astro in the process, which is bad news here for Oasis. And Ionix from the backlines as well. The patience that they have is astounding. The adjustments is on point. But also with just a couple more people here remaining for Marky, Slatom trying to make their way here into denying the rest of the people here from Chronicles. It seems like Marky is just gonna try and attempt on doing so. All actions. Marky, last survivor being delayed further and further as Dignified takes him out, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading on to overtime.
Overtime.
And it is at the best possible time. Grand Finals, Game 3. And at the brink of death, Chronicles Esports. They find a miracle. And not only that, have birthed up a possible chance at knocking down Oasis Gaming. They have been at match point for 2 rounds in a row. But so many times now, they have given Sylvano the space. They have given Dignified the opportunity to flank. And it has always been the two that have been neglected in the tier 2 scene, now finding their presence, finding their identity against the top dogs in the Philippines. Oasis Gaming are going to have a field day this time. They're going to have to find something at the deepest of their scrapbook, and it's not looking good for them. They would have been this close to ending the series right here, right now, but they start here with Zeus opening up the space, destroying all the alarm bot. And take note, Aryu has already triggered so much of his nanoswarm, so essentially all this util was for nothing. Oasis Gaming have the plant, but Chronicles Esports have the 5 versus 5 retake.
Ito na yung mga panahon nakakalimutan lahat ng nangyari sa buong match na ito. Maaaring umabot na tayo siguro ng mga 30 minutes or so, but all of that down the drain because it's all about the reset right now. Zeus being able to take 3 people in a row. He's just going crazy with a 4K and as well as utilizing the blade storm on its own. Ionix all alone on this one, but he is gonna be able to shut him down, but not for long as Marky nagsumbong sa kuya and Ionix will be taken out. Oasis.
Match point.
What a round! They want to end this ASAP, ASAP, man.
And what are 5 Chronicles to a lightning god himself, Zeus? He takes the mantle, he takes full control of this game. Blade Storm in hand, spray transfers onto, and then up traps to get himself the 4K. This guy's a monster. And I think we know what to expect from him this time. A 28 fragger from the demon himself. And this could possibly be the end for Chronicles, as it is going to be the attacking round for them. B Green already space being given up to Sovano, the counterpart of Zeus, who in his own right is another talent in the local scene, but all the pressure mounting on his shoulders as he dashes in towards the yellow spot. So much pressure, so much of that weight on their shoulders to try to catch up to Oasis Gaming. They start with at least some map control on yellow, but they're also waiting for a perfect time since Aeonix is still far away from the pack. As you can see from the map, 50 seconds left on the timer. They put the wall up just to provide some cover for their small retake. A small push up in towards the beach side. As they now try to spray through the smoke to even pop out of it. So Bano done. And Marky and Zeus, they possibly could end this right here, right now. They're held up on yellow. And Aeonix is not long away. He's far away from all of this. 1v3 for the kid himself, but it's 25 seconds against him and the rest of the world. As Oasis Gaming, they're this close. And they can feel it, man. Already searching for Aeonic. He spots the barrel. But Zeus, he's aware. He expects it. He gets 10 seconds. Has to kill Statham. That's a double kill. And this could possibly be the best clutch of the tournament. Has to stick on the plant this time around. And Marky is so close behind him. Viper Spit at the perfect time. He can rotate. He doesn't know where he's coming from. But he doesn't know he's behind him! And Aeonix, the best clutch in the tournament, pulled out at the best possible time. One more overtime against the two best teams in the Kings of PH.
Pre, nakita mo yung ginawa niya na moment na makuha niya yung clutch na yun? Nagpunas ng kamay sa damit. Hindi ko ma-imagine kung gaano nakapasmado yung mga kamay ng mga players natin ngayon. Because I am so sure na sobrang pawis na. I mean, kahit nga yung mga nanonood lang dito sa comment section na mamawis na yung kamay nila eh. Yung kamay ko na mamawis na rin, men. Ano ba yan, Aeonix? Contagious ba yung mga kamay mo? Yung pagkapasma mo? Because for some reason, lahat ng mga nanonood dito ngayon, kahit kami included, kabadong-kabado sa nangyayari sa inyong dalawa ni Oasis because of how good you guys are in prolonging this match, stepping up into a 13-13. Walang nagpapatalo dito, men. As much as possible, gusto nila na makuha yung corona dito. Tingnan mo yan. Punas kamay lahat, pre.
Hindi lang bonus kamay ngayon, boss. Mukhang kailangan din ng breathing room ang lahat ng mga nandito. Sobrang intense. Sobrang lapit ng laban natin ngayon.
What the heck?
And honestly, hopefully, sana hindi mag-disconnect yung isa mga players natin kasi Astro, this is not gonna be looking good. This is not looking good for them. That's the worst possible time. I think Statham has a gun. And hindi naka-reflect dito sa UI natin na 4 versus 5 to. So, you have to be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a bumpy 13-13. Starts with spawning out Aeonix, the hero from that previous round. Runs on back towards the backside of things and letting Oasis Gaming plant the spike down despite the numbers advantage.
Ayan na. Objective secured na ilatag na ang spike natin dito sa B-site natin. Pangagalaw na rin naman si Astro, no? Ito naman. Pero yun nga lang nga, magkakaroon na trade-offs dito. Hindi pa man din siya masyado nakakapunta sa B-site. Might actually be in favor of him. Baka hindi siya i-expect ng mga membro natin dito from the side of Chronicles na magagaling siya sa mid-area. Marky, umpisahan na. Naubusin ng ibang mga membro dito from Chronicles pero subukan pa rin nilang sumagot dito. Wait lang, nakadalawa na. Masusundan pa. Inubos na lang sa isang iglap ng mga membro natin dito from Oasis from Chronicles.
Switching sides.
They're quite clueless on what they should do because left and right, lahat ng mga bullets dito ni Marky, for some reason, tumatama lahat.
The step of performance we've been watching out for. And Marky is inevitable. 3 kills to his name. Eventually top fragging. Well, in his eyes. 19 kills ka pala. But so far, he is stepping up when he needs to. Stepping up when he needs to the most. As I believe Astro also joined us back at the best possible time as well. Even in that last round, kita ko naka-ghost lang din siya. Connecting in towards the fight. So it is going to be that 14-13 scoreline. Oasis now on tournament point yet again. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 60,000 pesos on the line. And a spot in the Predator League group stages starts right now. 4-1 setup para sa Chronicles. A slow crawl in, papunta sa triple stack comp ng Oasis. Slatam spotted. And I believe Tesseract is an unknown quantity. If they don't clear him, it's going to be devastating for Chronicles. They're going to start with him trying to go for that pipe setup, and he already kills off Sylvano. That's the entry gun. Nobody to trade him off. The reposition and the movement was perfect from him. And there's nothing that KRN can do but try to find a refrag very late into the round, Mochi.
Man. Wait lang napitas na isang membro dito from Chronicles at mukhang gusto pang masundan ito ng Oasis, Zeus, and Tesseract. Both of them fighting for the same person. Dignified already being erased at masusundan pa. 3K for Tesseract, even getting the 4.
Ace?
Possibly an ace, but no being shut down. But Slatham will be able to seal the deal. Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, bow down before the kings of PH. Oasis Gaming securing the last map of tonight. What
Not
just
only that,
happened?
man. Not only that, they are your champions of the Kings of PH. Well done, well deserved, and so much of their effort finally paying off. Definitely a highlight reel for everybody across the board. 60,000 pesos,
Wow.
a spot in the group stages, and another one for the history books para sa Oasis Gaming, one of our previous Predator League champions. Kaya congratulations sa kanila. Talagang a Cinderella run, one of the qualifiers, and then becoming one of the teams, one of the only few teams in the playoffs that actually has survived a gauntlet na puro game number 3 yung mga laban nila. Including this one, including this grand finals. And what a shock to do it as well. The longest overtime that we've had sa buong Kings of PH 2025. It wasn't clean, it wasn't perfect,
Enemy remaining.
but it was the Oasis magic that we've been looking out for, despite the 4v5s, despite the numbers disadvantages. Despite Zeus having that identity as becoming the weapon of the squad, at kapag napapatay siya, baka hindi na naging safe yung ibang tao. Hindi eh. Ngayon, na-prove nila na teamwork is above all. At nakakapag-contribute ang lahat na nandito, including Tesseract, including Norty, including Slatom, at pati na rin si Astro na sobrang init lalo na sa mga moments na kung kailan kailangan na mag-hold ng site. Job well done for everyone. And Oasis Gaming, as an organization as a whole, you have my kudos. This org has been one of the longest standing esports orgs dito in the Valorant scene, and they continue to become the influential org that we know them to be.
Wonderfully done. No more, no less. They're definitely breaching the boundaries here of what they are before and what they are now. But I also want to put out my recognition for Chronicles themselves, because these guys have their own fair share of highlights, most especially itong si Ionix, no? Sobrang tindi ng 26th round na yan. And also, the rest of the squad being able to support each other here. It's just that Oasis has been able to hold out bit more than them. Grabe, no? Like, sobrang konti na lang, kumbaga. But also, massive congratulations for both teams. Heading here for the last map, even pulling off on overtime despite of all the stressful things na ibinato ni Valorant sa kanila. Nag-ball error pa yung ibang mga players, diba? But for some reason, ang tindi. Just by basing here from the KDs na meron sila, everyone's has had their own and fair share of work that has been able to contribute to their goal, which is to get victory.
Sobra nga eh, no? At now, it will be that 15-13 now. the win for Oasis Gaming. I predicted 2-1, and honestly, I am not disappointed in how we got here. Literally, because we kind of already known that Oasis Gaming had this kind of flair with them, this aura with them, and with their players. 25 kills for Tesseract as the IGL. You knew that this guy was on a flow state all throughout, and definitely delivered. Astro, it's consistent nga din naman, hitting shots necessary. Morky also, one of the longest-standing members on Oasis, also deserves recognition for how much he contributes to the squad. And Slaton, high-ceiling player na sobrang mo may expect na maging reliable sa ganitong mga sitwasyon. Talagang absolute unit yung Oasis Gaming dito. It was just entertaining that Chronicles gave us a very, very good grand final. And I'm sure that we'll see them sa susunod nating Predator event sa susunod na mga buwan. So, Mochi, I think at this point, maganda na din na i-announce natin yung MVP for today, and I don't think it's any surprise whatsoever kung sino. Why don't we reveal it para sa lahat na nandito? It will be Zeus, the lightning god, the young gun, and honestly, one of my favorite players to watch. 1.62 KDA ratio and a 311 CS. What makes Zeus special?
Dude, just by basing on the series of anime battles that this dude tries to pull off at the age of 17 is just crazy to us. Ilang beses niya tinry gawin yun. I've lost count. And even the kills, 30 plus kills, and this whole duration of the Icebox map, and even getting 19 kills from just the first half alone is crazy. This dude is insane. And once again, guys, this dude is just a kid. So what more pagka tumanda pa nanalo? It's just a prodigy waiting to happen for us. And guess what deserved the title itself? I mean, he's been like the prime catalyst of how Oasis has been able to close the overtime off as well. Kung hindi na nakuha yung 4K na yun, or rather almost ace na yun, I feel like things that should have gone down a different way. Baka ongoing pa rin yung overtime natin ngayon kung di na nag-pop up doon.
Honestly. I think we can credit all of that to the support staff as well. So, congratulations sa buong Oasis Gaming. They really have shown or sealed kung bakit sila ang best team so far in the Philippines. But syempre, the discussion is not always over kasi that is just one of the Predator League events that we have for this year. Syempre, may long roadmap pa tayo sa kung paano natin malalaman kung sino ang pinakamalakas na Philippine Valorant team dito sa Pilipinas. Syempre, para on the way din tayo para ma-represent ang ating bansa on the way to India para sa Predator League Asia Pacific nga pala, diba? So, malalaman natin yan by the end of the year. But for now, I think it's about time for us to wrap everything up. But before that, shoutout muna tayo sa ating sponsors. And I like to start with the PC Game Pass. Pag bumili kayo ng kahit anong Acer Predator notebook, magkakaroon kayo ng pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass for free. So, ang daming benefits, ang daming games, at ang daming yung pwedeng magawa with the PC Game Pass. So much benefits, especially to play Riot games, especially if you're interested in playing EA Play games as well. So, be sure to check out any Acer Predator notebook. Ibili nyo na yan. At makakuha kayo ng libreng PC Game Pass. Thank you so much for the PC Game Pass for sponsoring this tournament.
And of course, if you guys are looking for a simple recommendation, check out ang Predator Helios Neo 16 natin that is engineered for the elite. It pushes the boundaries of performance featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and as well as a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, mapa-productivity or gaming man yan, matik ito ang iyong maaasahan. Be sure to check it out if you're ready to dominate ang Predator Helios Neo 16 natin sa Acer Predator Online Store.
Congratulations sa dalawa nating grand finalists, especially to the Oasis Gaming roster. We'll see them later this year for Predator League group stages. But for now, para sa aming mga casters, para sa aming production, all the way from TNC and Predator, I think it's about time we wrap everything up. It has been a blast all throughout the month of April. So many tournaments, so many events, at sobrang daming BO3s na napagdaanan natin. We had so many laughs, so many good times, and a lot of amazing clutches, a lot of amazing aces and plays coming through from all the best players and teams in the Philippines. But now, we bid you farewell. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. This has been the Predator Kings of PH 2025, and we'll see you in the next Predator event coming this year.
Good night, everyone! Coffee! Nag-aabang mga kala dito sila Owen Beauty yung sa dito for another
mistakenly peeks. They fall. He gets shot by the phantom and finally gets the one point.
Wala, mahihitaan niya dito! Sila Exotic, sila Tan! Ezrex! With just the red! Witness the flame storm! Exotic with the long topic and fully in the close to an
This tournament is brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and PC Game Pass.